Yo, what's up? We're back at it again in the manga room. Wild that it's been pretty much a year since the last big update video. Time since 2020 has kind of just stopped making any sense. At the start of last year's collection video, I spent some time shilling my actual real big videos. Things like this Trigun video that covers both the manga and anime, this Bleach video that's 2 hours and really good, or most recently, a prison school video that goes really hard and YouTube's algorithm absolutely hated. Yeah, nothing's changed. Those are all still really good. Go peep them. But before we look at this whole ass manga room today, I want to break down a bit how the collection is set up. So and when I use we in this whole video, I mean me and my girlfriend, this collection is just as much hers as it is mine, but we tried to set it up by publisher and then alphabetically. Things were going alright at first, but we realized pretty quick that we just did not have the room to do all of that like we had planned. So while the collection is kind of broken down by publisher and in the best ABC order I can do, it's absolutely not consistent, so my bad. Everything you see here I either have or at one point had interest in, and the reason this video is so goddamn long is because I think it's kind of boring to just list all of my series like a fucking Toys R Us catalog. Like, why do I like it? Is it hard to collect? What's it about? How's the art style, you know? So we're gonna talk at least a little bit about everything because, try and stop me. And of course, if you want to help support my actual big videos like the ones I had mentioned, hit up my Patreon in the links below. For just like $3 a month, you can literally help me make both better shit and support me in ways that I will always be thankful for, like for real. On YouTube, where posting things like that prison school video I just made can just get you taken out, Patreon goes a really long way. But alright, moving past all that shit, let's look at some manga, let's go! Alright, starting off shelf number 1 is Assassination Classroom. So, classic story about Koro Sensei coming down from the moon and saying, hey, you gotta kill me kids or else I'm blowing this bitch up. Won't go into it too much here, but Assassination Classroom is really solid, but honest to God, the reason I started collecting it over anything else was I fucking love these covers and these spines so much. I think Assassination Classroom has some of the best, or at least some of my most favorite covers out there. I don't know, they're just really fun. I like them a lot. Made me want to read the entire series. Yeah, I still haven't read Astra Lost in Space. I've been meaning to get to it like here soon since it's only 5 volumes. It's by the creator of Sket Dance, who like I said last year was an assistant on Gintama, so that automatically means I have to read your shit, and Sket Dance is also really solid even if it is just high school version of Gintama. Oba and Obata's big smash hit after Death Note, Bakuman. So I think Bakuman is a really solid manga, and I honestly think that the story that they're writing in Bakuman might be better than Bakuman itself, but that's a whole other discussion. I mentioned it last year, and I'm not going to mention it this year, so I'll do it now. I did have some volumes of Platinum End, Oba and Obata's newest thing. I fucking hated it, got rid of those volumes, don't like Platinum's End, but Bakuman and Death Note are still solid. You know something kicks ass if its subtitle is Heavy Metal Dark Fantasy. Motherfucking Bastard, baby. So yeah, Bastard seems like it was something that was made for me directly. Just dark fantasy, heavy metal, dipshit protagonist, cool 80s art. Yeah, everything is firing on all cylinders for me with Bastard. I'm really happy I was able to get these volumes. I got some of these old Viz graphic novel ones and some of the newer prints. I'll take what I can get of this series by this point, honestly, because it ain't getting a fucking reprint. It did get an anime on Netflix out of nowhere recently, and the second season is coming in September. Hopefully this video's out before then, we'll see. But yeah, I really like that anime. I thought it was an honestly solid rendition of the manga, so if you want to get into Bastard, go check that out on Netflix because it's a pretty good way, and it's a lot easier and cheaper than trying to buy these fucking volumes because I've just kind of given up by this point. Alright, next we got Beat the Vandal Buster. I don't really have too much to say about Beat that I didn't already say in last year's video. I think it's funny that it's still technically ongoing right now and no one really knows that it's still ongoing because all translations and talk about it just stopped. But I feel like it is worth checking out because it is the duo that created Dragon Quest Dai, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. Dai some good shit, so I imagine that Beat probably has to be some good shit too, right? And considering it's still going, right? Motherfucking Black Cat, baby. Black Cat is really cool. Like, It's one of those shonen series that a lot of people could probably read and just completely forget about. It'll just exit their mind when they're done with it, and that's fair. It's very boilerplate and basic in what it is, but that doesn't mean it's bad. I really enjoy it. Trained former assassin of the underground, trying to live a quiet and clean life as just a regular street-sweeping mercenary now with his partner. Man, it's just fun. It's shonen fun. Like, is it gonna break the walls down? Fuck no, but it's really fun. What can I say? Okay, Black Clover. Not too much to say that I didn't say last year. I think Black Clover is an extremely solid shonen series. I don't think it deserves a lot of the hate it gets online. I'm not caught up yet because it went on hiatus and then it said it was coming back to be in the final arc, so I thought, yeah, sure, I'll just wait for it to end before I actually read it. At this point, I may end up selling this series and a couple others that I'll bring up when we get to them, mainly because it's taking up space and I can literally read a version on the phone that has color pages to it, which is very important to me. I really value color pages in a series. If I'm paying $10, $11, $12, $15, fucking $20, whatever for a volume, at least give me the color pages. I feel like that's a reasonable thing to do, you know, especially if you're Viz, who is owned by Shueisha itself and you're kind of the biggest manga publishers in Japan and in America, so I feel like that's a reasonable request. Any rate, we'll talk more about those other series I'm thinking about selling when we get there. Got these 2 volumes of Barrage up here. So Barrage is a really short run canceled Shonen Jump series by Horikoshi, the dude who's doing My Hero Academia. Personally, I think it honestly has a stronger starting premise than My Hero, but has some problems later on in the plot that I'm going to talk about some other time on this channel. There's some plans I've got for that type of stuff, but at any rate, it is solid for just being a 2-volume canceled series. It has some great art in it from Horikoshi that this kid is just proto-Deku. But yeah, canceled series, just 2 volumes, so you know how it goes. You know what it is, fucking Bleach. What can I say that I literally didn't already say in my 2-hour-plus video on Bleach that I put out earlier this year? I already said everything I could say about Bleach in that video. The only other thing I have to say really about it is, learn your limits if you're gonna be doing things online. I should not have worked every single day and every single night for months and months and months and months straight. I am still recovering, my hands are fucked up, but that video's pretty good. You should go watch it, give it a shot. Bleach! Alright, something that I am going to talk more about on this channel eventually, I promise. Blue Exorcist. This is one of my most favorite ongoing things right now. I fucking love Blue Exorcist. It this year has recently come back from a 1-year hiatus where Kazue Kato took some time off to work on other things and kind of just get ready for what is very obviously going to be the final arc of the series. I really do love Blue Exorcist. I think it's a extremely strong shonen, but outside of that, the character writing and the moments that characters share together in the plot are really strong, and I want to talk about that on this channel eventually. But if I could say anything, I do really recommend Blue Exorcist, and I do not recommend that motherfucking anime. Do not watch that. All 5 volumes of Black Torch. Black Torch was a monthly Shonen Jump series that was cancelled at 5 volumes. It's about a kid named Jiro who is trained in the ninja arts and can talk to animals and gets involved with like exorcism and bad. It's kind of a basic story, I'm not gonna lie, there is a reason it was cancelled. But the art in it is really strong and there's a couple of characters I really enjoy. This is one that I may end up talking about more down the line for something, but yeah, Black Torch isn't bad. Only 5 volumes on the Shonen Jump app and it got reprinted recently, I think, so yeah, I feel like it's worth your time. Yeah, check it out. The one and only, the classic, Bo. I believe all I'm actually missing of this is the original one-shot in the first volume, which I think that first volume I might be able to find. That one-shot I think is in fuck you territory. But man, Bo's great. Like, I know that there's a reason I get why Shonen Jump probably didn't want to print all of the manga here in America. Not only did they kind of fuck up its initial printing with it just starting in the middle of the manga in the first volume here in America, I get, yeah, it's probably not the best for an American audience back in the day, but holy shit, now in 2022, I feel like it's perfect. We need Bobo back in some way. Bring the anime back over here. Get that manga back over here. We gotta let people know about Bobo and how hardcore it actually was. Bobo's the shit. Go watch it, go read it, Bobo. I know this one's kind of out of place here, but like I said at the beginning, I'm out of just room, so I stuffed these here. Mar! I don't know much about Mar other than it's by the creator of Flame of Rekka, and I got these volumes for $3 a piece at half-price books. I do want to check it out eventually because not only do I like its art style and these covers a lot, it does have the Flame of Rekka clout, which elevates anything a little bit of, yeah, I should probably give that a peep. So yeah, one day. And tucked in the corner, we've got All You Need Is Kill. Like I said last year, really solid, big, thick boy 1-volume run. Obata did the art for it, and it's about a guy who is on a battlefield with aliens, dies, and wakes back up at the beginning of the day with his memories, repeats the cycle over and over and over, and learns how to fight the aliens, and things kind of go from there. Pretty solid, simple story. I recommend it. Just gonna talk about these two together because I feel like it's easier. Busorinkin and Gunblaze West, Watsky's double failure pack. I mean, let's be real, it feels like everything that he did that wasn't Kenshin was kinda fucking mid that didn't last too long. And for good reason, he fucking sucks. Busorinkin is fine, Gunblaze West is fine, they're both fine. Kenshin literally is kind of the only thing he's got under his belt in my opinion, so much so that after these failed he had to come back and do it before the troubles happened, but you know, whatever. So I actually got these 3 volumes of Free Aaron based on Twitter recommendation, and haven't got around to reading them yet. I know it's about, I believe, an elf who used to be on an adventuring party that defeated the Dragon Demon Lord, Evil Lord a long time ago, whatever, and now it's kind of the heydays, and the rest of the crew is resting and relaxing and slowly passing away, and she's kind of the only one left that's not really aging because of her race. I do think there is more to it than just that as time has gone on. I feel like I've seen action scenes from it. I could be talking out my ass, I don't know. But yeah, that's a really solid setup. I like that premise a lot, honestly. Literally, what can I say about Chainsaw Man that hasn't been said 8,012,000,000 times? Chainsaw Man's the shit. Go read Chainsaw Man. Here soon I can say go watch Chainsaw Man. More importantly, Chainsaw Man Part 2 is going right now, and every chapter is a motherfucking banger. Oh my god, Fujimoto did it again. And I honestly like that he's like, you know what, I'm taking 2 weeks this time. No, you get 2 chapters, 2 weeks this time. Now you're getting another 2-week break. Let the dude do what he wants, let the artist have the time to produce, and guess what? You get fucking good art. It's not a hard concept. I wish more people got that luxury. But yeah, excited to see where part 2 goes, excited to see how Chainsaw Man as a franchise goes, excited for the anime. I don't know, I think Fujimoto's a really interesting dude, and if he wants to, he could stick around that limelight for quite a while. Up here we got the full set of Walk Walk by Ryu Fujisaki. So yeah, this was his next thing he did after Hoshiningi ended, and it only lasted 4 volumes, which, hey, for a cancelled series, 4 volumes is a nice little run. The Jump gave it a chance. And in all honesty, while it is one of the stronger cancelled series I've read in Shonen Jump, yeah, like, the middle chunk of it's a little rough, I can't deny it. But the initial plot, the setup, the world, and the designs, the designs and the art especially, were all there, and I really do think this could have had some major growth potential over time, but whatever. At the end of the day, Fujisaki actually tied up the ending to be really good for a canceled series. Like, you know, most canceled series don't get an ending that good, so yeah, I'll give it that. The full set of Claymore, the story of Claire going against the fucking organization of bullshit. Yeah, so there's always been a lot of comparisons to Berserk when it comes to Claymore, and after sitting down and reading all of Claymore this year, outside of a big sword and the main character has someone from her past that she really hates and wants to get stronger to kill, that's kind of where the comparisons really end in my opinion. I feel like Claymore is something that just kind of stands on its own, and outside of those 2 things I mentioned, has no real comparison to Berserk, so seeing that online is kind of stupid. But yeah, just the story of Claire, a girl with a big ass sword who works for an organization that sends her out on missions to hunt down demons, and a whole lot of stuff happens from that kickoff. There, she's got a past, things are happening. I really did enjoy the series. I do think it kinda had the problem with the cast having really bad same face and same outfits, so I could never remember anyone's name or half the time tell them apart outside of a certain few characters. But whatever, the actual action was really good, the story was really fun, even if I do think the story towards the end kind of petered out a bit. Whatever, I do recommend it. Claymore I think is worth reading just alone for the cool fights, cool characters, and cool art, and really honestly interesting plot, even if some of it is kind of just a left not touched or guts whatever towards the end. Dragon Drive. I'll be honest, I have no idea what the fuck this is, but I got these for $2 a piece at half price books, and if you can't tell by my collection, I kinda have a small addiction to getting Shonen Jump and, well, Shonen manga in specific. Like, Shonen Jump is my big thing, but Shonen manga speaks to me in a way. I like all manga, we'll talk about it, but I'm trying to get all that old Shonen manga that was mid and completely forgotten about. Give it to me, that's my shit. So yeah, I don't know what this is, but I got it. Reading D. Gray Man was like one of my both biggest wins and biggest mistakes, because I fucking love D. Gray Man, and waiting for more of it is the most hellish thing. Don't get me wrong, I get it. Hoshino is very sick and has to take her time making these chapters. I'm not upset about that at all. It's more of the fact like, oh man, this story is picking the fuck up hard. You could tell the pieces are falling. The story has to be ending soon. Big revelations, bam, bam, bam. It's one of those things where it's like, is this even a shonen anymore? It almost feels like a seinen, I don't know. D. Gray Man rules, and I can't wait to see where it goes when it's all said and done. Definitely gonna have to do a full reread because I have forgotten half that story. It has been years. I have this one lone volume of Dragon Ball Super here because I can't help it. I guess, fuck it, I'll go ahead and talk about all of Dragon Ball right now. Boom, here's the box sets too, there they are. I got these up here. I've only ever watched Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z before, so I really do want to actually take my time and read through all of the manga to see how the manga compares to the anime, because everyone and their mother says, yeah, the manga is probably the better story, but it's still, like, I got that anime nostalgia. So whatever, I'm not gonna shit on the anime. That being said, I do want to eventually read Dragon Ball Super because I'm curious. I can't help it. I do want to know what goes on. I see Frieza's black now. That's okay. So I feel like Call of the Night is one of those sleeper hit series that's going right now, even though it did just get an anime that was really fucking good, and since it's been printed in English, it kind of stays sold out like really consistently. But you know, sleeper hit because I don't see a lot of people talking about it. It's about a boy named Ko who has insomnia, so at night instead of sleeping, he just kind of wanders the town looking for whatever cool shit you can find at night that most people really don't know about because everyone's out during the day. And oh look, he runs into a vampire who's like, what up boy, I want to suck your blood. And they just start hanging out, and apparently if you fall in love with a vampire and the vampire loves you and she sucks your blood, you will become a vampire. So he's like, yeah, that sounds cool, I want to do that. And that's about all I've gotten to. I've only read the first volume, but I really enjoyed it. My girlfriend ended up reading the first volume and went, oh, I really enjoyed it, and bought all the other volumes and is reading it online, yada yada. So I need to get back to it too and need to watch the anime because that anime is a fucking good looking. It looks good. Good job. 10 out of 10. Finally have all of the Death Note manga. I was missing a couple volumes forever and thought, fuck it, I should probably just try and spring for them and get them while I can. I know there's like dozens of ways to buy Death Note. I talked about it in last year's video. You can get these, you can get those black versions that have the black colored page spine tops that were, you know, these right here. Or you can get the Fat Boy edition, this fat little sumbitch right here. I don't like this, it's not the way to read it. Death Note's Death Note. Everyone knows about Death Note. I have nothing else to say about Death Note. It's cool that they put the short story collection out here in English. I need to actually read this. I only read the one where the guy gets it and meets Donald Trump. The motherfucking Senku Power Hour. Dr. Stone. So yeah, Dr. Stone ended earlier this year, and I mean, that was definitely an ending. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, really? Was that supposed to happen? Did everyone just get I don't know. Dr. Stone's ending is weird, but I still love every other aspect of Dr. Stone, even if it, I mean, let's be real, it does have a couple of problems. I think the cast is a little bit too big for its britches. Like, there are way too many fucking people in this story who barely get time to exist before we go to like another continent and just meet a whole new cast of people. And honestly, in a weekly series when you spend like 5, 6, 7 chapters in a row just doing science and not really making progress other than, hey, look, we built this thing this week. Like, that is fun. I personally enjoy that. But I get how anyone could just fall out of that weekly because, yeah, I had to wait for it and read it in chunks, or I probably would have dropped it too. I do have a special spot for this series. It's one of the first manga I decided, you know what, I'm gonna read this weekly and see where it goes. Not a bad pick, I guess. Just a couple of volumes of Dr. Slump. I feel like a lot of people don't really know about Aurelia and Dr. Slump. She's not just that one girl who was in that one episode of Dragon Ball. She could, honest to God, probably just kick Goku's ass if the writing is consistent between... When is Toriyama's writing ever actually consistent, though? Anyway, Dr. Slump, Aurelia's the strongest girl ever. She's going on adventures. There's not much else to really say. If you like Toriyama and if you like Dragon Ball era Toriyama, you'll like Dr. Slump. So, as I actually sit here recording this right now, in the other room is volume 24. Yeah, 24 of iShield 21 is in my living room because I'm currently reading it, and I'm only missing like one volume up here somewhere. But anyway, I've really been enjoying iShield 21. It does kind of fall into that category of what if your shonen sports kids had superpowers at times, but I don't mind that. Like, I think that's still a fun style of writing. I'll talk more about series like that the further we go. I think it has an extremely strong main cast, Hiruma especially. Like, that's one of the best characters in a sports series ever. We all need a Hiruma in our lives. But I think the actual matchups have been really fun, and it's taken, even if it's a small glimpse at times, it takes the time to set up a bunch of other teams that all have gimmicks and characters in them, which, yeah, some of them don't fucking matter, but that makes me at least remember them slightly more than just some random team they played with no actual characterization in it that had no real gimmick that a lot of other sports series sometimes get. Also, you got Murata doing the art and Inagaki doing the story, with Inagaki being the guy who did Dr. Stone, and despite the downers I kind of gave Dr. Stone, I still like his writing. And Murata does One Punch Man. Need I fucking say anything more about Yusuke Murata? Honest to God, one of the things I'm most excited to have on my shelf in an official, good quality English print in 2022, Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai. I have been wanting to get into Dai for so long, and the only reason I really hadn't is I was holding out for this to happen one day because the online scans are fine, kinda have some shit translations at times, so I was like, yeah, we'll see what happens, maybe I'll get lucky one day, and I fucking did. If you're a fan of Dragon Quest, it literally just takes aspects of those stories and monsters and character tropes and weaves them into a long-form manga story that gets extremely raw and cool, and this art is good. And if you're gonna buy it physically, these fucking prints are great. They have all the color pages, they got these cool covers, they're solid quality. Like, I think they're 1.5 or maybe 2-in-1s. They're more than just a single volume. Yeah, I recommend these. Really good. 10 out of 10. Dragon Quest Dai. Fuck yeah. Don't have too much to say about Food Wars right now. I got these volumes off of Mercari for just like, I think 30 or 40 bucks free shipping, and it was something I had been interested in, so I was like, ah, sure, fuck it, let's grab it. I do know that there's a very overwhelming opinion online that the manga kind of ends in a rough spot, and it almost looks like it was canceled because of that rough spot. But outside of that, I hear every other aspect of the series is like almost a 10 out of 10, especially if you like cooking manga, which Toriko being my first video on the channel, I kind of fucking do a little bit. So I ended up grabbing these to eventually get into it, and I'm just gonna try and fill that gap there and then start it. So when I fill these gaps in the volumes here, I'll get into Food Wars then. So Haikyuu was something I wasn't really averse to reading, but I was very much like, yeah, I like the anime, I'm good with just sticking with the anime, don't worry, I'm good with that. Then they announced that the rest of the manga, over 100 chapters, will be wrapped up in 2 movies. 2! Maybe they can do it. Sure, who knows? I don't fucking know, so I'm not even gonna take the chance. I grabbed these volumes and I think I'm just missing 1, and I'll have everything that takes place after season 4. Should I probably go back and read the entire manga before just going from here? Yeah, I'm probably gonna actually do that on the Shonen Jump app and then just read from here afterwards, because I also want to rewatch the anime. But I mean, Haikyuu is getting the movies, so it's coming back, I guess, but that's not the way I personally wanted to conclude the anime series, but alright. You know, it hadn't really occurred to me until reorganizing my manga collection for this video that, fuck, I got a lot of the Gintama English print, and that makes me very happy. Gintama is a very, very personal 10 out of 10. Like, it's not something I just recommend to everybody. I know when I started Gintama, I had watched a lot of anime over the years, and you know, thought it was fine. Started Gintama, bam, we're in there. There was definitely an immense amount of jokes that I just didn't fucking understand. Then about 4, 5, 6 years later, almost, like fuck, it was a while later, I ended up rewatching the entire series with my girlfriend after we had both watched a shitload of anime together, and I just knew about Japanese culture a little bit more in general, and Gintama hit completely different. Like, it was a different experience. I feel like I understood so many more subtle things that I didn't before. Am I saying that you need to do all this to enjoy Gintama? No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying I think it does help if you at least understand one half of the fucking show and the references they're talking about, because they don't give a shit. Surashi doesn't give a shit. If you don't know it, then too bad, fuck you. But yeah, I love Gintama. I do think it's a masterful blend of comedy and really good storytelling and action. Went and saw the final last year in theaters, or maybe it was this year, I don't remember when it was, but went and saw the final in theaters and was this close to crying in front of the 3 other people that were in there. I fucking love Gintama, man. So good. Alright, Hoshin Engi by Ryu Fujisaki. So this is one that I had been meaning to get to for a while, and saw a bunch of volumes on sale one day on Right Stuff in a Viz sale, and was like, ah, sure, you know what, fuck it, let's grab them. I want to get to it eventually. And on the Shonen Jump app, you can only buy them digitally and read those digital volumes. You couldn't read the chapters in the Shonen Jump vault. So I was like, ah, you know what, may as well make the dive. And then like last week or 2 weeks ago now, at the time of recording this, they added those chapters to the vault, so anyone can go read Hoshin Engi now. It's on the Shonen Jump app. I read the first volume to make sure I wanted to buy this big chunk of the series, and I did enjoy the first volume. There is a very, very obvious Chinese influence throughout everything, from the names to the lore of the series, but yeah, looks cool. I'm gonna get into it here soon probably, and now that I can read it on my phone in between these missing volumes, perfect, we in there. All 3 volumes of Genkaku Picasso. I don't actually know too much about this other than I initially thought it was a canceled series on Shonen Jump that got an English print, but I don't think that's actually true. I think the story was just 3 volumes, and that's how this artist usually does their stories. A couple of people on Twitter recommended it, so I thought, ah, fuck it, it's a Viz Shonen Jump thing that I bet didn't sell that well, so it might just disappear from print here soon, so I'll grab it, put it on the shelf, and check it out eventually. Art, it's about art, it's got Picasso in the title, look at these covers, art. And tucked over here in the corner, because I just needed a place to put it, is The Witches Omnibus by Daisuke Igarashi, most famously known in America for Children of the Sea. I haven't read Children of the Sea yet, despite wanting to for years, because that art goes so fucking hard. But then I saw that this came out, it was a complete omnibus thing, and it was his art, so I said, yeah, sure, I'll grab that. I actually just got it last week, so I haven't got to read it yet, but yeah, look at this art. Look at that, god damn, that's pretty. So yeah, I grabbed it based on that fact alone, and because I hear Children of the Sea is really good. Need to read that too, gotta read both of these.
Just a big assortment of Hunter x Hunter volumes. Not much to say really, other than it's coming back, I guess. Here we are in 2020.
What y'all motherfucking children know about Saint Seiya, Knights of the Goddamn Zodiac? This is classic. This is the Shonen Jump of the 80s. When people ask about what's Jump like back in the day, this and Fist of the North Star are the 2 series I point to first more than anything else. There's just something so raw and cool about Saint Seiya. Just wait, we're the guys who protect Athena, that's our job. Give us our silver outfits. Oh, now we got gold ones. Let's go beat up gods that have weird powers where they trap us in alternate torture dimensions based on like Bodhisattva hells and shit. As Saint Seiya is cool as fuck. It's not perfect because it is a product of its time and it's basically the same thing over and over. That don't mean it ain't cool as shit though. If you want to give it a shot, good luck finding these volumes, you're probably fucked on that, but it's on the Shonen Jump app now, so hey, that's better than that's better than I'd ever thought we would get for Saint Seiya, so fuck yeah, go read it. Saint Seiya is the shit. Go watch the anime, because it's also really good. The Steel Saints suck, skip all the filler. I hope they put the Hades chapter on Netflix someday. Why is it still so hard to watch the Hades chapter? I don't know how to pronounce this series. I don't know anything about this series. I just know it's very highly regarded as a shonen romance series from back in the day. I think there's some volumes of it that have gotten kind of hard to find, and I don't know if any of these are any of those volumes, but whatever. It has a really solid art style, and I've heard enough recommendations online of this being a really good series that yeah, I'll grab these and check it out eventually when the time comes. Sure, sounds good. Gonna keep it real with you. I don't know anything about Kurohime other than the thing that made me buy it. It's a Shonen Jump series that got an English print and eventually I believe ended in Shonen Jump and moved to like either a different monthly magazine or maybe buy one of the other Jump magazines. But it did get an English print up until volume 14 and then continued to go to volume 18, I believe. So it being an incomplete series, that's not the easiest to get here in America. Like I think you can find volumes fairly affordable, but I found this whole set free shipping for $50 and was like, yeah, sure, fuck it. I don't know what it's about, but Shonen Jump and it's canceled in well, not canceled, the discontinued, you know what I mean. But yeah, it's not on the Shonen Jump app. It had enough recommendations from people I trust online. Hey, I thought it was a pretty good deal. Sounds good to me. I think I joked about in either last year's collection video or one of my haul videos, like, yeah, I was waiting for Mashal to end before I actually read it because the artist said it wasn't going to be too long. Then he came out and said, actually, I lied, it's going to be longer. And I feel like at the time of recording this, he's come out again and be like, actually, I lied. It won't be too much longer. It'll just be longer than you initially was thinking. But yeah, I'm just waiting for Mashal to end because I could tell when I look at the art, when I look at the comedy, this one is for me. This is a personal 10 and I'm just saving it for when it's time. Kishimoto's magnum opus, Samurai 8. I'm not going to talk too much about Samurai 8 because I actually have plans for this series eventually, but I'm going to be real. I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be the one guy over here with his hand up. I didn't think Samurai 8 was too bad. Don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. It's got its problems just like all these other Shonen Jump series that got canceled do. I don't know. We'll talk more about that later, but yeah, Samurai 8, rip in peace Kishimoto, you ain't dead, you're just stuck on Boruto. Got up to volume 16 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and this is another one of those series where it's like, will I keep buying it? It's on the app, I don't know. Jujutsu Kaisen specifically, I feel like has a higher chance than something like Black Clover or the rest of Dr. Stone, because as much as I do like those series art, Jujutsu Kaisen's is one that kind of very specifically appeals to me, if that makes sense. Like I very much like this aesthetic of the like heavy line work. It looks scratchy. I fucking love it. There's also the factor that the anime exists and is kind of a banger from both the movie and season 1. So I mean, I could just keep watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know how long it's gonna go. It's one of those series that feels like it could end next year or in 5 more years, you know? I haven't touched it since Shibuya ended. I'm gonna wait. Just gonna wait, and I will get in there when it's time. Speaking of series, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep buying Kaiju number 8. This one is on the Shonen Jump app, but I put it a little bit higher on the priority to buy list because, hey, for some reason, Viz decided to be a cool guy and put a couple of color pages in here. And that, honest to God, motivates me more than buying a volume that's the same price that doesn't have color pages in it. I've heard nothing but praise for Kaiju number 8. I hear it's one of the best things going right now in like that monthly Jump run of things. Just kind of waiting until there's more of it, more physical volumes out, debating on what I want to do, buying it, reading it digitally, you know, but yeah, I hear nothing but good shit. Gonna be real, Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible is something I kind of bought on impulse because it was a Shonen Jump romance series that was actually going on current and seemed to have a decent amount of fans online, which haven't read the first volume yet, but I'm pretty sure it's about a guy who kind of just is a social outcast and wants to be left alone and fade into the background of school, and he meets a girl, or he's childhood friends with there's a girl, and she's like, no, you must be visible to the world. That's all I really know about it. Seems cute, yeah. The superior My Hero series, My Hero Academia Vigilantes, just ended here recently. I 100% wholeheartedly recommend Vigilantes over the base series. I think it takes the ideas that the original series had and runs with them in a much better way. I don't know, I'm just not the biggest fan of My Hero anymore. Whatever, that's a whole nother subject. Vigilantes is pretty good though, thumbs up. The first 2 volumes of Seraph of the End. So I've made this reference in a lot of my other videos that are manga collections, manga hauls, whatever, but in my head there are 3 mangas that kind of stand side by side together as being these long-running monthly Shonen Jump things that have always been in my peripheral vision even when I wasn't reading them and I'm now starting to get into them, that being Blue Exorcist, Twin Star Exorcist, and Seraph of the End. Now, as I've already said, I fucking love Blue Exorcist a lot, and that was kind of the catalyst that made me go, okay, I need to check out these other 2, they've gone on forever, yada yada yada. So I ended up getting some Twin Star volumes, we'll talk more about that in a bit, and I have these 2 volumes of Seraph of the End. Haven't read them yet, and I hear online out of those 3, this is the one that has the most mixed reputation and has gotten like really out there and kind of hard to follow as it's gone along, but I'll find out for myself. I got these 2. I'm just gonna wait until I hear something of a conclusion or an ending coming before I worry too much about it. Big ass stack of Kaguya-sama Love is War. So I'm currently anime only on Kaguya-sama, just finished the recent season here recently. Oh god, that was a banger, 10 out of 10 peak anime, baby. And the way it ended was kind of the reason I'm like, alright, I can't really wait any longer. I gotta know what happens here soon. If we're gonna end this season like that, then yeah, I think it's time we start getting in there and finding out what's going on. So ended up ordering a big ass chunk of the series. I think I'm just missing a couple volumes here in the middle, and I'm probably gonna read from the beginning just to get the actual feel of the manga, because I'm not too sure how the manga is structured, honestly. But in case you somehow still don't know what Kaguya-sama is, girl likes guy, guy likes girl, they're gonna force one of them to admit to each other that they like the other, and they're not gonna be the one to do it because that would mean they're a fucking lame ass bitch. And that's the whole premise. It's just insane fun. It's a good time. There's people out there who are like, I don't like Kaguya because it's too comedic and not about the romance. Suck my left nut. Kaguya rules, dude. So when I mentioned earlier there was going to be some sports manga I talked about that went a little too far off the scale in the terms of not realistic anymore, and Kuroko's Basketball is the first one. Because I mean, it is about a guy who played on the team of legendary players where they all had basically basketball related abilities. I mean, yeah, that's pretty anime and stupid, but it's a good ass series. I like Kuroko a lot. I've not actually read the manga. I found these at half price for like $4 a piece and grabbed them, but I did watch all of the anime and I think it's great. Like, is it on the level of Slam Dunk? Yeah, no, I don't think it's as good as Slam Dunk, but that doesn't mean it's not good. There's like this whole narrative online that, well, if your sports series is unrealistic, then it's not a good series. Like, excuse anime for being unrealistic. I've never seen that concept before when it comes to anime and manga. They're all the most realistic fucking things I can ever think of. The full set of Nora, the Last Chronicle of Devildom. Don't know too much about this one other than its basic plot structure of a demon named Nora who is kind of a dipshit and too powerful to deal with, so the leader of hell like kicks him out and sends him to the human world to like, well, I think learn manners or teach him a lesson or something like that. It was a monthly Jump series that only lasted like 9 volumes. I found most of it at half price for just a few bucks and found the rest of it on Amazon, so I need to get to it because 9 volumes is not that much at all. Just like I said last year, I don't know what the fuck Ralgrad is. I think it's a video game that got a manga, or maybe vice versa. I don't know. I do know that it has 3 volumes that ran in Shonen Jump, and Takeshi Obata did the art for it. I found these at half-price books for $2 a piece and grabbed them. That's it. I don't know. Looks cool. The art's good because Obata, so yeah, there's that. You know, I've talked this whole time about Shonen Jump series that I may or may not buy because of the app and color pages and shit like that. Sakamoto Days may be the one I buy no matter what, because not only am I vibing so hard with every aspect of this story, like, holy fuck, what amazing covers. Every cover is a banger. Like, yeah, the first 2 were a little basic, but then banger, 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 banger. Like, oh, you're goddamn right, I want these on my shelf. But outside of the baseline fun that the story is, the art and the action are some of the best in Jump right now. Deserves all the attention. Sakamoto Days fucking rules. A few years back, I had found a couple of volumes of Nura Rise of the Yokai Clan at half-price books and was like, hey, Shonen Jump series that has really good art, sure, I'll go ahead and grab it. And then over time, I was like, yeah, you know what, probably not gonna get reprinted, and grabbed all that I could off of Right Stuff, and hey, I think I made the right choice looking at things now. Don't know too much about the series itself other than this art is amazing, and I guess it's about a yokai clan. I don't know if they hunt yokai or if they are the yokai. I don't know, but this art was good enough to get me in there off the bat. At the time of recording this, I'm currently on the motherfucking hunt right now for the rest of Nisekoi. I do believe there's word on the street that big reprints are hitting, have been hitting, and will be hitting. So hey, Nisekoi, if you're gonna get into it, this might be the time. Nisekoi is definitely one of the Shonen Jump romance classics, so I want to check it out. I've got the volumes I've got, gonna try and get the rest. If I have to read it on the app, I will. Whatever, I'll take my lumps. Good luck to everyone out there finding volume 13, because that's where it picks up after the anime. That volume just goes for hundreds online, so cross your fingers for the Nisekoi reprints, and hey, here soon, I'm gonna get in there, I promise. Alright, so Siren. Siren is like a perfect example of one of those Shonen Jump series that you just read and either you love it and it sticks with you forever and you're like, that's one of my favorites, or you completely forget you ever even read it. Siren kind of fits into that category where some people are going to read it and just forget they ever touched it, but someone's going to read it and go, wow, this is the pinnacle of Jump. But yeah, basic setup is just some guy who's kind of the rough and tumble generic protagonist teenager, gets a card that transports him into the future where he has to fight for survival, and if you win the game for the day, you get to go back to your time. Kind of like a Gansey situation almost. It's completely fine. It's hard to find the volumes now, so if you want to check it out, go peep the Shonen Jump app. They got it on there for you. Home Tutor Hitman Reborn. I have a very soft spot for Reborn. It's got a lot of problems. Like, it's kind of objectively a really rough fucking series, but between the artwork in it being amazing in my opinion, and I do like a lot of the characters and the general setup of the Mafia world and all that stuff, but the plot beats are kind of rough throughout the entire stories, especially after the Varia arc. Like, I've never seen a time skip future arc done so badly, in my opinion. And then, like, you had the rival school thing, which was fine, and the final arc was pretty good. I like the final arc. There's some good-ass fights in there. But yeah, I do like Reborn despite all the complaints I just said about it. I'm glad I was able to get these English copies because there's a lot that are just like fuck you hard to find, and hey, at least I got a little bit of it. I've got some more Japanese ones we'll show off later on, but my opinions on the series will probably not have changed between now and then. A crossover that I didn't know existed until like 2 years ago, Stan Lee and Hiroyuki Takei's Ultimo. So yeah, you know who Stan Lee is, Spider-Man, you know, and Takei is the dude who created Shaman King, which we will talk about a lot more here in just a bit. They teamed up and made a manga that's pretty solid. Like, it is a pretty standard story, but it's got that Takei art and a couple of different sensibilities in the writing style that do feel like, hey, this is something a little different at least. Over here we've got Time Killers by Kazue Kato, the author of Blue Exorcist. So this is just a little one-shot type deal that's a couple of short stories by Kazue, one of them actually being the one-shot prequel type chapter to Blue Exorcist. One of them I believe is a epilogue sequel type deal to one of her other series that I don't think has any official English translation, and just some short story shit. If you like Blue Exorcist and you like her art and writing style, yeah, get it, it's good, yeah, that's it. The whole shitload of Naruto. What do you want me to say about Naruto? It's Naruto. I will say I'd like to do a video like my Bleach video on Naruto one day, but I do not know when I'll be able to do that for 2 reasons. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, my hands are still fucked up from that Bleach video, and the idea of doing something like that again over the course of 9 months while I'm still having a regular full-time job work week, yeah, that sounds like hell. Can't do that right now. I want to though. Maybe one day I could do that video, because if I'm gonna talk about Naruto, it's gonna be at least 2 hours. Alright, not too much to honestly say about Undead Unluck other than at the time of recording, an anime just got announced for it, which there's a lot of Shonen Jump series that are getting animes announced right now. Like look at all of these announcements that are recently coming out for Jump series. They're going whole hard with it. I wonder if Yokozuna Family is gonna get one, because that one deserves one, doesn't it, by this point? And the other thing is, all signs are pointing to it ending within like the next 2 weeks or so. So by the time this video comes out, Undead Unluck will probably actually be over, and I'll start reading it by then, so next time I'll talk about the series, I'll have more to say about it. Now, this is one that I honest to God don't really think needs an introduction anymore, Spy Family. I was buying some of the manga last year, and I think maybe into the year before that if they were releasing them. I can't remember how long. But I remember reading the initial premise of a spy, assassin, and psychic daughter all having to coexist together without anyone in the house figuring out the other's secret traits, and it being set in like a 1984 spy society. And I was like, oh, that sounds amazing. I'll grab the volumes of that. Sure, sounds good, whatever. Then the anime came out, and that anime is a stellar 10 out of 10 knock out the fucking park banger that everyone I know is in on. Like, people I know that do not dig on this type of, I would say, slice of lifey almost, like it's not shonen battle shit. Even those people are over here like, hey, this is really good. Spy Family rock shit, and if you're curious at all, go watch that anime. It is amazing. Cannot wait for season 2 or anime season 1 part 2. That's core shit where they split it up now. Can't wait for that, and we'll start the manga probably after that because I ain't gonna be able to wait. You know, it's probably safe to say that this entire collection you're seeing right now exists because of JoJo. This is the one. This is the thing where I was like, oh man, I'm gonna watch this goofy anime back in 2012 that's being recommended to me by some people I follow online. Oh, that's one of the best things I've ever seen. Oh, wow, I fucking love it. Wait, hang on a second. These bootleg ass episodes I'm watching in 2012 have commercials in between the mid-episode breaks. Commercials for the Medico Stan figures that were out at the time, like Purple Haze version black or Moody Blues version blue or whatever the fuck. And that right there, that's what did it. I was already down with this series and the slight musical references they were making, but then when I saw these weird power looking bullshits called stands and they were straight up named after bands and songs, that was it. I was absorbed in JoJo. I had to read that manga right now. And I did. I read all of it from part 3 to part 7. I think part 8 had like 5 or 6 chapters at the time when I had started reading. And I read the Duwang scans. No color was out yet. A straight Duwang. Part 4 was hilarious and kind of rough at the end. Part 5, I literally did not understand what the fuck was going on in that part because those scans were so bad. It has been an incredibly long ride to have JoJo officially in English on my shelf. And yeah, thinking about it, it's the first thing I was like, you know what? Manga might be pretty cool. Let's give it a shot. I know there's probably some people watching now that are like, if JoJo was so important to you, why do you not have all of the hardcover volumes? Well, that's a mental thing of I like the original covers way more, so I'm like way more tempted to buy the Japanese tankobons and have them on my shelf versus these hardback editions. There's also some changes in these hardback editions I don't like. Not a fan of some of the letter choices, but whatever. JoJo fucking rules. Got a big old stack of One Punch Man here, and I think I've read like half. I'm up to like volume 19 maybe? I don't know. I was in the middle of the whole Garo arc where they were underground fighting the League of Villains, and man, I don't know. Reading it monthly was just kind of hot take time. One of the few hot takes you're gonna actually see in this video. One Punch Man is not what I wanted it to be when I started reading it. When I started reading it, I was like, oh, it's gonna be the trials and tribulations of a guy who's too fucking strong to function, and it's gonna be kind of just a good gag manga maybe with some beautiful art. Then it kind of turned into this long form battle arc stuff where I just didn't care much about half the battles or half the characters that were in the battles. And now apparently that the big arc that was in with Garo is over, there's going to be another one, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess. I don't know. It's probably honestly fine, and if I'm reading it back to back to back to back to back and not monthly, I'll enjoy it more. So forget everything I just said, I guess. Fuck me. Set sail for One Piece. That's the name of the treasure on the Grand Line. Like I said with Naruto, with JoJo, where it's like, what can I say that hasn't already been said? Literally, what the fuck could I say about One Piece that hasn't been said, or that I didn't already say myself in my One Piece video from a few months back that it's a whole thing. Go watch that video if you want to know about me and One Piece. But yeah, we're in like a really weird place for One Piece right now. Like the fact that Oda himself is like, we are in the final saga. Like, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, shit, One Piece is One Piece, and for it to be potentially ending within the next 5 or so years, give or take, I bet it'll be more than 5. That's gonna be a massive piece of culture that's just over. Does One Piece get a Boruto? Like, how will Jump react to losing One Piece? How the fuck will I react to losing One Piece? I don't know, it probably won't be good. I will be very sad. Oh, look who returns. Watsuki. Alright, so everything I said earlier about Watsuki still applies. There's the stuff at the bottom of the screen again. But I can't lie, I do really enjoy Rurouni Kenshin. I always have. I grew up watching it. It was one of the first things I decided to read a little bit of way back in the day before, you know, the Troubles were officially announced. And it has those banger OVA movies that are prequels that are really fucking good. And it's got good live action movies. Like, it's a legitimate shame that Rurouni Kenshin is as popular and as decent as it is, because it's not ever fun to talk about anymore. The manga my girlfriend keeps yelling at me to hurry up and read, Tagami Bachi Letter B. Jokes aside, this one actually is pretty high up on the list. I'm pretty sure, no, I'll have her correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a post-apocalyptic setting where towns are kind of disconnected from each other, and there's a constant night, I think, in the sky, which is why there's these blue tint on the volumes. And the letter B's have to deliver Death Stranding style shit between the towns. And, you know, shonen things happen from there. There's a guy named Jiggy Pepper. I know about Jiggy Pepper. But yeah, Tagami Bachi's supposed to be really good. My girlfriend loves it. I need to hurry up and get on it too, because yeah, I can tell from the covers, the art, and honestly the premise, that's probably some pretty good shit. Next up on the list of unrealistic sports series, the king of them all almost, Prince of Tennis. So I legitimately do think Prince of Tennis is most famous for it being fucking ridiculous, but like I said, that doesn't really bother me. What bothers me more is that the Prince of Tennis is over and the Prince of Tennis 2 is going and still going and still going and still going. Like, god damn, will this series ever end? It's kind of with me and Ace of the Diamond right now, where it's like, wow, I really like that series. They're on a whole sequel series that seems like it could keep going for a while, and I bet it gets a third series for their third year in high school. I like these sports series, but god damn, I don't need an entire fucking 500 volume set for a sports series. All that aside though, Prince of Tennis is really good. It's cool. I haven't actually ever done much with it other than watch clips and look at panels, but I can tell, I know I will like it, so I've got it here. Just gotta get over the hump of it. When will it end? Who knows? And on the literal reverse side of that scale is Slam Dunk, a series that is grounded as fucking reality, gets in, tells its story, and gets the fuck out. Last manga collection video, I was actually reading Slam Dunk for the first time, so yeah, I've definitely finished that by now. Yeah, banger, 10 out of 10. Can't wait for that movie coming out later this year. I don't care what people say, that trailer was 4 seconds, let's see more of it before we get upset. If it is bad, I'll eat my own shit right here. Yeah, I was wrong, but hey, let's give it some time, huh? Give it a minute or two. Just sitting over here in the corner of the floor is a big-ass tower of Inuyasha with some regular Inuyasha volumes on top. Ignore the fact that they're out of order. I've actually been reading it, so they've been out in the living room and back and forth, and I just forgot to organize. Whoops. As at this point, I'm on volume, well, as a time of recording specifically, I'm on volume 9 of these big boys of Inuyasha. And I really like Inuyasha. Like, I think it is one of the most basic love, romance, demon slaying, historical mangas I've seen, but it just does it all so well. Everything about it is basic, but it's doing it in such a proficient and enjoyable manner that it just kind of transcends that. And also, let's be real, Rumiko Takahashi, she's got that art. She does the art. I love her art styles. I love her character designs. I love the eyeliner she gives everybody. She has a lot of different series and a lot of releases of those series, and out of all of them, I think Inuyasha is the one I wanted to have the most, both because of my childhood of growing up watching the anime on Adult Swim and being like 5 or 6 years old and being so fucking absorbed with the romance between Inuyasha and Kagome and Kikyo, like, oh man, this love triangle is tearing my 7-year-old heart apart. But yeah, it's got a special place in my heart, so I'm gonna like the manga no matter what, and I wanted this big tower. I wish I could put it on the shelf in some way, but as you can probably tell, space in here is kinda fucked. Alright, starting off shelf 2 here with Devil's Line. I know that's kind of weird going from the Shonen stuff now to vertical comics, but the vertical comic stuff needed somewhere to go, so here it is, Devil's Line! I don't actually know much about Devil's Line. My girlfriend bought all of this one on Right Stuff a month or two back and is reading it right now. I do know there are people called devils, which seem a lot like ghouls from Tokyo Ghoul, and you have like the Devil Suppression Squad, and I think there is maybe some BL in there. I don't know. Looks like it's got some really interesting art and Tokyo Ghoul-ass vampire type stuff. It's getting a sequel series here soon, I believe, so it was popular and loved enough to do that. She's having a good time with it on volume 5, so more to say maybe next time. We'll see. Next up, we got Prophecy, which is just these 3 volumes. I haven't actually read it yet, but I got it at just a really good deal with another thing I'll mention later. But I know it's about a vigilante who wears a newspaper on his head and commits acts of revenge and broadcasts them on the internet, and a police division is formed to take him down. That's all I know about it, and I think there's probably more to it because it got a sequel series that I'm not sure how many volumes that sequel is, but it got a sequel series that never came over here to America, so there was something there to go with. So right here I've got the few volumes of Blackjack I've been able to find, and then I've got the full set of Buddha by the one and only god himself, Osamu Tezuka. And then right over here actually I've got MW and the Book of Human Insects. I get that where Tezuka is kind of a very old artist and his stuff is very old and has a very specific look to it, there's a lot of people out there who legitimately cannot vibe with that art style, and I mean, I guess I get it. I personally think there's a lot of charm to it, and for art from the 60s telling the stories it's telling, yeah, I think it fits really well personally. I don't know. But Tezuka's a fucking god, what else can I say, you know? Buddha's great, Blackjack's great, MW's great. Book of Human Insects is a very specific thing, but I feel like if you like Japanese political history and also Tezuka's writing style, you'll vibe with it. There's one more thing I'm going to talk about later on that is I think probably one of my most favorite things by him, but we'll get to that here in just a bit. Just save that for later. I meant to read Summer Wars already, but I think I explained last year it got lost in the mail and I had to request a new one and it took forever to get here and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I think the movie came first, and I've heard a lot of people say that the movie is actually a lot better than the manga, so I should probably watch that first and then read this, but it was on sale for like 12 bucks and it's a big fucking boy, so I thought, sure, that's a solid deal. I'll grab it and watch the movie and then read that. That was like 2 years ago and I still haven't done it. Anyway, finally, after years of trying to find all the volumes, I've got all of Mysterious Girlfriend X. Is it Mysterious Girlfriend or Mysterious Girlfriend X? I know the X isn't pronounced in something. Whatever, this is unimportant. I've been wanting to read this for a really long time and just was like, I'll wait until I can find all the volumes, and it didn't look like I was gonna be able to do that is how things were going, but hey, they popped back up and I think they're still available right now if you try and go look for them on Amazon or places, but yeah, this has always seemed really cool. It has fantastic art, and I hear it's kind of like a degenerate love story, which is kind of the love stories I'm into. Give me a bunch of freaks being weirdos, that's my jam. This one I actually just finished like 2 months ago, I believe. Ajin Demi-Human. This slaps so fucking hard. I really didn't know what to expect going into this one. I had just seen people talk about it online forever, and I remember seeing the black shadowy figures that characters either used or became or whatever was going on in this series, and thought, wow, that looks really cool. I need to check that one out. Did not expect a whole fucking thing of, yeah, we're the government, we're keeping these people down, these demi-humans, they're not allowed to exist, they suck dick and they're evil, they never die. And of course the main character is one and he's got to fight back against, well, but then this guy shows up. Sato is one of, if not the best villain I have seen in such a long time. I've been sitting here for months now thinking, who is a better villain than Sato? Who do I like more than Sato? And I'm gonna be real, that list is really fucking small. If anything, read this series for 2 reasons. 1, him, and 2, the actual legitimately amazing gunfight and hand-to-hand combat that goes on in this series. The nature of demi-humans, meaning they're just invulnerable freak beasts of nature who can't die, makes for insane gunfights where it feels like, yeah, they could get shot and get back up as long as they're smart about it. So you get these constant fights throughout the series where people are just blowing each other away with guns, and you got Sato here with a shotgun and a pistol just being unstoppable, and it's so well drawn and communicated. Read Ajin. I'm gonna put these two on the screen at once, even though they're separated by some volumes in the middle, mainly because they're different sizes and that's why they're like that. But fuck it, since they're both Tsutomu Nihei and since I haven't read either of them, we'll throw them in together. Hey, yep, Apple Zims and Knights of Sidonia. Hey, what's up? I haven't actually read either of these yet, but at the time of recording this, I am on the 4th Master Edition of Blam, which we will talk about here in a minute. And all I'll say right now is I'm fucking loving it. So Knights of Sidonia is about to get ordered. Yeah, all of those big boy editions. Give me all of them. They're going on the shelf somewhere. Apozims, I'm not actually sure if it's completed or not, but I know it was getting a vertical comic release, and I'm pretty sure those volumes are easy to find. So I'm gonna just hop on that too, because if it says anything without me talking about Blam yet, I'm going to buy everything this man does forever. And in between the two Nihei things, we got the complete set of The Delinquent Housewife. This is one my girlfriend actually picked up about 2 months ago and read through it, and she really enjoyed it. I believe the plot is about a former delinquent bancho type girl who ends up getting married, falling for a guy, yada yada. And she kinda can't do shit for herself because she used to be delinquent, so he's gotta be the one that takes care of everything. But hey, he's gotta go away for just a little bit, so you gotta go stay with my parents. And his parents don't exactly know about her past and that she's kind of a useless housewife, so hilarity ensues. Yeah, it's only 4 volumes and she really enjoyed it, so yeah, thumbs up from her, thumbs up from me. I made this joke last year, and I'm going to make it again right now. I hear Kino's journey is supposed to be some fucking Kino, ha ha! So I got the first 4 volumes. Still haven't read or watched the anime yet, but yeah, I've heard it's great and I need to hurry up and get on it. I don't even really know what it's about other than Kino is on a journey and he's got guns. What can I say? I'm still a big fan of Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro, or Don't Bully Me, Nagatoro-san, whatever you want to call it. I just think it's a really fun, sweet story. Yeah, it does kind of have its degeneracy to it, but as it's gone on, it's gotten really sweet and romantic, especially with these current chapters. It's so much of a far cry from how the series started. Excited for season 2 whenever that happens, but not gonna lie, I kind of really prefer the manga, I think, because Nanashi's art style is really good. Please do not go look up anything else that Nanashi has done. Do not do that. Do not Google his name. Just enjoy this manga and don't learn anything else about him. I think at the time of recording this, Bakemonogatari's manga has come back from hiatus and is in its final arc, so hey, finally time to start reading this one. Not gonna lie, I don't really know shit about the Monogatari series. I've kind of avoided all the animes and light novels and all of that stuff because it seems like a really thick thing to dive into and there's a whole lot of places to go with it and I'm not really sure what to do. But I saw that Bakemonogatari was getting an adaptation by Oh Great, and we will be talking more about Oh Great here in a bit, don't worry, but if I can admit one thing about him, he does have amazing artwork, so I thought, yeah sure, maybe this will be the good way to experience that light novel thing, I don't know. But Monogatari stans, yell at me in the comments and tell me what to do with this series, because I don't fucking know.
Don't know much about the daily lives of high school boys, other than I heard it online being recommended as pretty funny, and I saw the...
Moteki is about a 30-year-old loser living in Japan who has never been able to do anything with his life, no sex, no girls, fucking nothing. And then when he's 30 out of nowhere, his phone starts getting blown up from all kinds of girls from his past, and he determines that he is in his sexy year, like this is the one period of time where you're attractive to the opposite sex. So now he has the opportunity to actually maybe find romance or just find sex in life and everything that comes from that. Alright, let's get in here. The first shoujo beat manga of the collection, Nana. Now there's a couple of things I want to talk about, the first one being Nana itself. It's a really good fucking series. I've only actually ever read a couple of chapters and watched a couple episodes of the anime, but it's one of those things where I'm like, oh wow, this is really good. But it's on infinite hiatus as of now, so yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. Ayazawa has said in recent interviews that she does want to come back to the series, but her health is just still really poor, so hopefully one day she feels good enough to do it, but if not, hopefully she just feels good enough in general. That's more important than anything. The other thing I want to say is, hey yo, Shoujo Beat, you need to get your fucking shit together. This whole situation with editor Nancy just straight up talking down to customers who have legitimate questions about manga restocks and reprints and what it would take to get them back. And that's if you're lucky enough to even get to ask your question and you know you aren't outright blocked immediately. Makes the entire Shoujo Beat brand look really fucking bad, and honestly, Viz Media as a whole. It just makes shoujo manga look a little bit like a joke from one of the biggest brands of shoujo manga in America, supposedly. I don't know. I think it deserves a little bit better than that. Just my take. Anyway, on to the next Shojo Beat series, Yona of the Dawn. Been wanting to get into this one for I think like 3 years now, and just have been like, it seems like it's hard to find half the volumes. I'll just wait until something happens with it, maybe until it ends and read it digitally. But it does seem like over the course of 2022, I've seen more and more of the early volumes start to pile up in places, and it's like, yeah, alright, I guess I'll go ahead and start grabbing them as they pop up. May wait until I hear some kind of final arc climax news, but yeah, whatever, it looks really good, can't wait. I really need to get back to Promised Neverland. I got like the first 6 volumes as they came out and read them all in like 2 sittings and really enjoyed it and thought, okay, wow, I'll come back to this when it ends. And kept ordering volumes, forgot to order some volumes, did order some later volumes. Then the story ended and it kind of got no fanfare. Got that awful second season of the anime that I didn't even touch. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird that Promised Neverland was such a big thing and it just vanished from the consciousness of people. I don't know. I heard some people were disappointed with the ending, and I know there's I do know some themes that people were not happy with involving the main character and her stance on some things, but that doesn't bother me too much. I need to read it for myself and give it my actual opinion. I like everything it was putting down though, especially the art. Not gonna lie, at first, After the Rain was something I didn't know if I would enjoy. Once I learned it was more about a high school and older man romance. Well, not even really romance, that's the thing, it's not really a romance. It presents itself as that, but there's a lot more nuance to the story than just a young girl likes older guy. And I've heard plenty of good things about it, so I need to get the rest of the volumes and finish it. I remember getting these 2 volumes of World's End Harem like 3 years ago, 4 years ago maybe, and being like, yeah, I'll check this out, seems horny and fun. And I still haven't done it, and now I think there's like multiple World's End Harem spin-offs. There's like an anime and shit now that looks pretty terrible. But I really need to, do I need to get to World's End Harem? Should I read this one? Is there other harem degenerate mangas I should focus on instead? Let me know, because this one was up on the list a long time ago, but no one talks about it anymore, so is the spin-off better? Big ol' stack of Twin Star Exorcist. Extremely excited for this one. I already mentioned it a bit earlier with Seraph of the End and how I kind of have it in my mind with that and Blue Exorcist, but unlike those 2, well, kind of like Blue Exorcist, I guess, this one is in its final arc, confirmed ending soon. No actual date, but soonish. And looking at the art, looking at the covers, I knew I was gonna like it. Then I saw this cover specifically, and I started ordering every volume immediately. I was like, oh yeah, get them in here. Just have them on the shelf for when time's ready, because I know I'm gonna like it. I'm very excited to read it because, ooh, look at these designs. Got really lucky finding this big ass stack of Video Girl I. Like, I was just on Right Stuff and saw that they were on there, was like, does anyone know this is on here? I've seen people selling this for ridiculous amounts of money and just got all the volumes real quick. Video Girl I is an older Shonen Jump series about a guy who wants to get a girlfriend, girl he likes gets somebody else, damn, shit's pretty bad. So he goes to a video store and rents a video that contains video girls, and they come out of the television and come to life to cheer you up. But something happens with the one he gets and it comes out busted and has real emotions and feelings, and they start to fall in love with each other. Things go from there. This is a really classic Shonen Jump, like Shonen Shojo-esque romance. It's extremely 90s art style, which I love a lot, and it's got some good comedy in it, and it's got some good drama and interesting plot threads. This is a big thumbs up. Check out Video Girl I if you get the chance. Alright, hot take time. Is Blood on the Tracks ever gonna fucking end? Like, come on, let's wrap it the fuck up. I'm done with this story. A lot of you probably already know what this one is. Crazy abusive mother and her son and the trials and tribulations they go through together. It's a good story. I have issues with some of the portrayals in it, but it's still a good story, but it feels like, why is it still going? Like, this story should be over by this point. Why is it still going? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It's the only thing I feel like that for Shuzo Oshimi. This is the one thing where I'm like, I don't know about this one as a whole. Maybe it'll come together at the end and prove me wrong. I don't know. Go With the Clouds North by Northwest is something I bought from the cover and the art in it alone. And here recently, I read a series called Ron in the Grey World, which we will talk about here in a bit, by the same artist. And I adored that series, so now this one is much, much higher on my list. Don't actually know anything about it other than I don't think it's actually a reference to that one movie, this one with the plane, you know, this one. I don't think it's actually a reference to that, but who knows? I don't know shit about it, but that art is art though. Alright, yeah, I have no clue what Slasher Maidens even is. I just saw the first volume at Barnes & Noble and thought, hey, that looks like it has cool art. I'll grab it. And I did. That's about it. Looks cool. Same day I picked up Slasher Maidens, I actually saw in the store Arrow Ninja Scrolls and thought, is that in like the Ninja Scrolls series? You know, that older anime from back in the day? Ah, sure, I'll grab the first volume. I imagine it's wrapped up, it's Arrow, it's gonna be a little horny. Nah, this is just ninja porn, just straight up ninja porn. Not a bad thing, but that's exactly what it is. Got this during the Right Stuff birthday sale, Beauty and the Beast of Paradise Lost. Don't actually know anything about it other than I'd seen the first volume in Barnes & Noble a lot, and liked it and wanted to grab it, except their copy was so fucked up where someone had read it and just destroyed it in the store. I thought, I'll get it some other time online whenever I think about it. Then they had the full series for like 30 bucks, I think, so hey, sure, went ahead and got all 4 volumes. Now I'll check it out here soon. All I do know is I like that cover, and I like that art. So it's no secret that Inio Asano manga is all usually pretty dour and dark and depressing. I think A Girl on the Shore is one of his most like intense things. Like people were probably gonna go Pun's more intense, and yeah, it's got its moments that are definitely more intense. But something about A Girl on the Shore is just so, it's just sad. It's just a very sad story of kids going through a bunch of bullshit. Which I know, hey, Inio Asano doing sad things involving kids, imagine that. Picked up this big stack of Love Hina while I was on vacation in Florida just a few months back. Been meaning to get on this, probably going to read this before I read Negima, but we'll talk about Negima here in a bit. I was gonna get the 3-in-1s that Kodansha has out now, but as I'll talk about more here in just a second, I don't really like those. They're short, fat, and just not that fun to hold. Like, they crease really easy in the spines, and they're not exactly like perfect editions or anything. They're just basic 3-in-1s. They don't have color pages or anything, so I'm just probably gonna try and find these old Tokyo Pop editions because I think there's plenty of them floating around in the wild. Speaking of omnibuses I don't like, Shaman King's original Viz printing. So yeah, I'm actually super fucking happy that I have this many of the original Shaman King volumes. Not really on the hunt for the other ones because I ain't trying to break my bank, but I'm just still really glad I got these because, like I just mentioned, I'm not the biggest fan of those Kodansha 3-in-1s. I think they're just really inconvenient and really lame. But what I can say now is I fucking love Shaman King. I don't have much to say that I didn't already say in my actual second video on this channel. It's still pretty solid. Like, I consider it a little rough because yeah, second video-itis and you know, but it was definitely better than the first and it's still done pretty well on the channel. So if you want to hear what I have to say about Shaman King, bam, link in the description, go watch that video. Thank you. A nice little chunk of Yu Yu Hakusho. I actually didn't know how much of the series I really had because it didn't really click that it was 19 volumes. It seems with the anime and the length it is, you'd think it'd be longer, but I guess that does actually make sense. But yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. What exactly can I say that a lot of us didn't already grow up with or don't already know about now? Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho is just good, man. Don't actually know what Haruka is or anything about it, but I got these 3 volumes for like 10 bucks off Mercari a few months back, and I think I've seen thumbs up on Twitter about it. It's an older shoujo series, so don't know how easy volumes are to find. But yeah, art's pretty. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a weird one because I'm recording this after I've recorded everything else, even though this is pretty early in the video. At this point in time, I've decided fuck it, I really want to read Holic, and I know you have to read Holic and Tsubasa together to kind of get that maximization out of it. But I kind of was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna read everything by Clamp and make my way here, starting back at RG Veda, which I'll talk about later in the video, and making my way all the way up to here. So basically what I'm saying is, later on when you see me talk about Clamp series in the video, just know that whatever I'm saying is probably redundant bullshit by this point, because as of right now, I'm reading all of the Clamp stuff and I'm on RG Veda, which is really good, really liking it a lot so far. And will eventually be down here to Holic, which that's the goal, because goddamn, I want to read Holic so bad. But yeah, that's where I'm at, so thank you. Golden Japanesque, a splendid Yokohama romance. I don't actually know anything about this. It was on sale during Right Stuff's birthday sale, like some other things I mentioned were. And this is the entire series and it was like 30 bucks. My girlfriend's into romance shoujo type stories, so I thought, sure, I'll go ahead and grab it for her. This first volume of Box of Light here, I also picked up down in Florida on vacation earlier this year. I saw the cover for it and was like, hey, that looks pretty interesting. I dig what's going on there, and knew I wanted to grab it at some point, and saw it in some secondhand mom and pop shop for like retail price, but it would benefit that store. So I thought, sure, this is a good enough reason to grab it. Yeah, you know, whatever, we'll see what's up. Volumes 2 through 10 of the old Tokyo Pop release of Boys B. The story itself focuses on high school love and romance between a bunch of different characters, and I think there is an anime adaptation that takes those characters and puts them in different stories, or maybe it takes the stories and maybe it's not, I don't know, but there is an anime adaptation, I know that. But I got all these for just a couple of bucks, so whatever. I'll check it out one day if I can find the first volume. I should find that. I should at least get that one. At time I got reincarnated as a slime. I don't actually know too much about this one. I do know it's extremely popular and the anime is supposed to be really good, and I'm not going to lie to you, that's probably going to be how I check the series out. I'll decide if I'm going to keep these volumes after that. I meant to watch it this year, but kind of got swept with so much other anime, and I can't even lie and say I'll add it in here soon, because let's be real, the rest of 2022 going into 2023 is so fucking stacked with anime, and I'm already watching things. I'm drowning. But Slime Tensei is that one's on my list here soon, I promise. So honestly, I stand in kind of a weird place with World Trigger. Personally, I really like its characters, I really like the story, I really like the world, especially the world. And the power system it's created is honestly incredibly cool. The neighborhood is a cool concept to eventually explore. But between the long hiatuses from the author's actual legitimate illnesses, and the plot of the story, I don't know, man, it's kind of hard to stick with it. Like, most of the series has literally been training battles between squads to get ready to go to that other world, and when it lasts this long because of hiatuses and then going from a weekly to a monthly series, those squad battles have taken up the whole series. Like, almost the entire series is just training battles, and it's kind of fucking boring. There's a lot of cool characters, and a lot of them look really similar in this art style, and they're all kind of color-coded. There's a lot of color basing in this manga that just does not work in black and white. We'll see how it goes when that series ends in like another 15 years, or 20, I guess, I don't know. One of my most favorite releases so far of 2022, The Men Who Created Gundam. So what it says right there on the fucking side, this is the story of the guys who created 0079, the original Mobile Suit Gundam anime, with Tomino of course kind of being the main focus. It's super over the top and dramatic on purpose, but it's just a really fucking good time. And the real life story of 0079's creation and how Sunrise just did not want that series to succeed, but they did it despite everything. I love Gundam, man. Gundam's my shit. 0079 might be my most favorite of all of the franchise. Zeta's really good. I just actually got through a rewatch of Zeta. It's got some issues, but Zeta's still rock, you know. About to watch Double Zeta for the first time. Excited to see how that goes. We'll talk more about Gundam here in a bit, but yeah, Gundam's the good stuff. Alright, so Scumbag Loser. I don't know if this is still a thing in high school since it's been quite a few years since I was there, and the internet's kind of way bigger now, but back in the day, there was always those one or two people who were like, yeah, I got a boyfriend slash a girlfriend, yeah, they don't go to this school though, they go somewhere else and you will never meet and or ever see them, and you're like, yeah, okay, cool. This is a manga about the guy who says that, but then what happens when, like, the next day, that person actually shows up at school and you're like, oh, I guess he wasn't full of shit. But oh, as things would turn out, the person that he said he was dating actually died years ago, and this person showing up wearing their face is just going along with the story of, yeah, we're dating, so what's going on? It's a pretty interesting manga. Very degenerate and kind of like, I wouldn't recommend it to everyone, but it's pretty interesting. Thumbs up, got some cool art. Alright, something that I both love talking about and hate talking about now, Toriko. So I mentioned it last year, I'll mention it again. I fucking love Toriko. It is legitimately one of my most favorite mangas of all time. The reason this channel exists is because I thought there should be more Toriko videos on the internet, and I made one. It's bad, do not watch it. Don't go watch it. No, don't do it. That aside, despite me loving the manga and recommending it to all these people, I didn't know until like I was more active on Twitter in like 2017, 18-ish, before. I'd already had the idea of making the video by that point, even though it came out later. And as I started researching and reading it and doing more for it, then I learned about the troubles, you know, those troubles involving Shimabukuro, so it's hard to sit here and recommend Toriko to people because it's the same with Kenshin of like, you have to separate yourself from the artist, and I know people don't like to do that, and I'm not about to sit here and judge people that do or don't want to do that. That's your prerogative, I don't care. But I can't sit here and say that I don't have a very soft spot for Toriko, and it sucks learning more about people and artists because, hey, guess what? Everything you like is probably tainted with terribleness somehow. Ugh. Got a couple of the old paperback copies of Full Metal Alchemist and then 1 through 4 of the new hardback releases that have been coming out. Well, actually, I think as of time of recording this, the last one's out, so that's finally finished. But yeah, it's Full Metal Alchemist. What can I say that hasn't been said online for thousands of years now, it feels like? Such a landmark, pivotal, important thing in a lot of people's lives growing up, especially with that 2003 anime, then Brotherhood. I haven't actually ever read the whole manga myself. I've only seen the original anime and Brotherhood like a couple of times each. Need to really sit down and read the manga, and hey, now that these are out, I'll definitely do that when I can find them on a good deal. I can't help it, Dead Man Wonderland in my mind is always tainted by that original Adult Swim watch with the internet of the dub way back in the day of like, what was it, like 2012 or 11 or something, whenever Toonami came back and Dead Man Wonderland was one of the things they showed. I'll never forget the girl going, I got G-cup tits, and everyone in the forum I was in fucking exploding, being like, yo, this series fucks, what is this? Little did we know that anime was a goddamn terrible adaptation of the manga. Manga's really good though. It's not like perfect, I think there are some structural issues with the plot, but between characters being raw and the art looking like this, yeah, it's worth it, who cares? Want to read Smoking Parade here soon. I actually ordered a couple of volumes and that order got canceled because they were out of stock. Need to find out what's going on with that. I know the artist and author duo are starting a new series here soon, so I probably should read Smoking Parade and then I'll hop on that one, but yeah, Dead Man Wonderland's pretty cool. Problems aside, I like it. Despite mentioning Flame of Recca earlier when I talked about Mar, I don't actually know too much about the series other than I got this giant stack of half-price books for $2 a piece a couple years back. I do know it's about a kid named Rekka who wants to be a ninja, and I think he has flame powers, and he's probably an important ninja or a reincarnation of a ninja or the son of an important ninja, because that's usually how those 90s type things go. But I know Flame of Rekka is supposed to be some of that good shit. I have seen clips from the anime too, which was directed by Noriyuki Abe, and Abe's the shit, did the Bleach anime. I trust that dude with a lot of things. But yeah, need to try and fill some of these gaps if possible, find good scans, whatever, because I do want to check this one out. I've been craving some 90s action lately. The first volume of Chain Soldier, or Chain Slave, depending on whatever you want to call it. I know some people were pretty upset with that name change. This is the first one out of however many. I saw the art on Twitter and was like, yo, this looks pretty fucking slick, I'll grab that as it comes out. So I'll probably get the first 4 or 5 as they come, read it, and then decide if I want to keep going. Yeah, looks cool. Waiting to get a few more volumes of Other Side Picnic before I get in there. I do know it's about 2 girls who wander into a random, I think they're in like a college, and they open a door and it takes them to a random place, and out there in a different world now. And in that world, creepypasta and weird shit and urban legends are all, it just existed, they're all there, you gotta deal with it. The thing that interested me most in this series and why I actually picked these first 2 volumes up was that I had read online that it was actually inspired by Roadside Picnic, the Russian novel by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, and Roadside Picnic fucking slaps. It's also the basis for the entire Stalker franchise, and just in case you don't know, the whole idea of Roadside Picnic is, hey, aliens came to Earth, were here for a minute, browsing around, left some trash, and took off back into space, kind of like they were having a roadside picnic, and now people are just fighting over their fucking garbage because even the fact that they were in that area has caused weird shit to happen. Roadside Picnic's really cool. Stalker's really cool. I know that has nothing to do with this manga, but go read that shit, go play Stalker, Call of Pripyat's the jam. Komi, she still can't communicate. I think we may be a few volumes behind now. I started grabbing this one early on and was like, yeah, I'll read it here eventually once I have some more volumes. Then once I hit about volume 15 and still hadn't read it, my girlfriend was like, okay, then I'll be the one to do it. And she read through all of it and caught up on the apps at the time and was super caught up, but then I think she's fallen behind too. And she really likes it. I like the little bits I've seen of it. I think her brother is still fucking hilarious. He's like the best character I've seen of it. I do still need to watch the anime. I'd ended up waiting because of that whole Netflix subtitle fiasco, and then it just fucking slipped away from my mind because it's 2022 and time is an illusion and nothing makes sense anymore. But yeah, Komi good. Thumbs up. One of the classic big boys of manga, Galgo 13 by the motherfucking man himself, Takao Saito. Rest in peace to him too, because goddamn, that dude was killing it since like what? Didn't Galgo start in like the 60s or 70s? And dude was putting out chapter after chapter for years, almost non-stop. So much so that he's literally trained an entire studio to keep the series going now that he's gone, which he specifically was like, no, Galgo will continue. That shit rules, dude. Massive fucking respect. In case you don't know, Galgo is a super disconnected franchise about a hitman who just gets different contracts from chapter to chapter. Sometimes there's multiple chapters spanning things, reoccurring characters, yada yada. But at the end of the day, Galgo gets his target, does the job, and we move on to the next story. It's clean, quick, and precise. I really like it, and if you want to get into it, check out some of the OVAs because man, they're fucking good and super underrated. Kirby's Manga Mania, the series that made me look like a jackass in one of my haul videos from a few months back. In the back of one of the volumes, it was like, I don't think we'll make any more of these because we're pretty out of ideas, ha ha ha. And then like 3 more volumes have come out since then, and I was like, I guess that's only 3 volumes, and I said it in a video, and guess what? Here we are at 4, and I think 5's out now. But yeah, just disconnected, super fun stories about Kirby being Kirby. He's fun, he's cute, he's funny, everything in it's just a good time. If you like Kirby, if you're one of the ones who played the game earlier this year and you're like, man, Kirby's pretty cool, I want to know more about him, check this shit out because this will give you a little bit more into the world and the characters and their personalities, because they do have personalities that have spanned for like 20, 30 fucking years now. Kirby's kind of a big deal. And when you learn about the dark history of Kirby, you know, the supernatural Cthulhu Void Lovecraftian shit, then you will really know the true Kirby. Alright, all of the original Kodansha release of Sailor Moon, minus the first volume of Sailor Moon V, and fuck it, I'll just go ahead and show it here. We also have the entire Eternal Edition collection of Sailor Moon as well, because it's Sailor Moon. What do you think, I'm not going to have every version I literally can? Except for the new prints they're releasing. They're re-releasing Sailor Moon in like a new smaller version of it, kind of like these ones right here, except it has a new translation in it, and I think new covers and maybe a new color page or 2, so I don't know how, like, I think the best way to read it is still very obviously these Eternal Editions. Like, this is it. The Eternal Editions are the best, period. But maybe there'll be a reason to get these new versions over the original Kodansha release. I don't know. Sailor Moon's fucking raw though. Volumes 1 and 2 of the new English release of Orochi. I haven't actually read either of these, but I do know that the artist is the same person who made Drifting Classroom, and I'm going to be completely real. Currently, the way I've been looking at things and the way I've talked about it on my Twitter, I'm kind of just buying almost any horror manga I can that isn't Junji Ito. So yeah, all that ranting aside, I'm just trying to buy horror manga as much as I can in the West and published officially so I can be like, hey man, we want this shit over here. You can do that, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that we could go with. Dark Horse used to put out a shitload of horror manga and then just dropped it all. I don't know, I just really like horror manga a lot, and it's not like I can't sit here and say that Viz pushing Junji Ito so hard hasn't actually probably done good for the entire genre in the West, because it just has made it more accessible to people. But come on, let's pass that torch a bit, huh? Let's give some other people a chance to really shine. There's some cool shit out there. At the time of recording this, I'm actually on like volume, I think 11 or 12 of O-Parts Hunter at this point. Gotta say, one of the middest series I've ever read. That doesn't mean I dislike it though. I like mid manga, as I've said before, and there's something to this one that is just drawing me in. Maybe it's because the fact it's by Seishi Kishimoto, the brother of, you know, this Kishimoto, the one that made Naruto. So there's definitely similarities and comparisons to make between them, and there's this whole idea of Seishi living in his brother's shadow, and O-Parts Hunter I think is something that should be talked about a little more, so just wait. We'll talk about O-Parts Hunter some other time. Just know that it's very 7 out of 10 so far. currently in a weird place of trying to figure out what exactly I want to do with To Love Ru. I grabbed these volumes on sale at Books A Million a little while back and thought I do want to get into the series. I'll get these now and grab the ones I'm missing when time comes, and then there's Darkness too. I'll get that when time comes too. Then I just happened to look online out of curiosity and find out, oh, there's an entire digital color comics edition of Darkness and a good chunk of To Love Ru. Should I just read this in color? Because it's not the type of manga where I feel like the black and white shading is going to be very important to the plot or the art or the aesthetic. So I may end up just reading the digital color editions online and filling in volumes where those chapters may not be there. I think all of Darkness is online, so I don't know. But I'm planning on reading To Love Ru here soon because I'm curious. So yeah, there you go. All 7 volumes of Behind the Scenes. Don't actually know anything about this one. All I know is I grabbed a few volumes and my girlfriend grabbed a few volumes because it's by Bisco Hattori, the same author of Ouran High School Host Club. And earlier this year, my girlfriend read that manga and we watched the anime together. And yeah, Ouran slaps. That's really good shit. So I need to read the manga myself. We'll talk more about Ouran later. But yeah, we just went ahead and picked these up because she really liked Ouran and I liked the anime, and we figured it would just be a smart move. Alright, a couple volumes of the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, a nice little stack of Duelists, 2 volumes of Millennium World, 1 volume of R, and a couple volumes of GX. Man, I can't believe Takahashi is fucking gone. The dude created such a massive part of my childhood from both the card, the manga, and the anime. And obviously not just me, I'm speaking for like thousands of hundreds of probably millions of people. But man, what a fucking tragedy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was an extremely formative thing on me growing up, as it probably was a lot of you watching right now. I played the card game, I watched the anime, and here a few years back I read all of the manga and a couple of the spin-offs, and my opinion on those are the original manga all the way through Duelist and Millennium World is like a 10 out of 10. GX and R and all those are kind of not necessary. You can totally just gravitate toward the animes for those. But man, his original manga is something super special. I wish I could push it on people harder because a lot of people think of the anime, and the anime's got charm. It's got its good stuff. But man, there's just nothing like that original manga and its original artwork and the original characters, story, and the design. It's perfect. Peak fiction. 10 out of 10. After years of seeing people talk about Banana Fish online and how it's supposed to be such a banger 80s action Shojo series, I was like, yeah, sure, I need to get in there. Looking at the artwork and knowing that it's supposed to be raw on top of real, yeah, it sounds pretty cool. So I've been grabbing a couple volumes whenever I can. I don't know how I feel about the super yellow covers, like the piss yellow, but whatever, maybe they'll look good when they're all stacked up together. I really want to get all of Basara, but I just do not think it's going to happen by this point. Shojo manga with some absolutely amazing art by Yumi Tamura, which I know a lot of people love, and I feel like I've seen online the reason a lot of her manga isn't over in the West was because she got burned on some deals with maybe Tokyo Pop back in the day, so it's kind of like fuck you on getting some of her series. But a lot of the big shoujo heads out there say she's one of the best, so very excited to read this. I grabbed these off of Right Stuff. Good luck finding them now because I think they're all gone. The first 2 volumes of the new Ranma 1/2 release and the 2 old Random Viz volumes. So I think I mentioned it earlier that I only really have room in this whole collection for like one Rumiko Takahashi series because she's got multiple series that have multiple volumes and will take up your whole fucking shelf. So Inuyasha is the one I picked, but that doesn't mean that Ranma or any of her other series are bad. We'll talk about some more as we go. So even if I don't buy all the volumes, I'll probably still read it one day. The big crossroads I'm at right now is, do I want to read it first or watch it first? Because her series end up getting some pretty solid adaptations for the most part, so that and another one we'll talk about here in a bit, I'm kind of struggling on, do I read or watch? This big stack of Kekkaishi I got a few months back off of Right Stuff. I don't actually know too much about the series other than a couple of people whose opinions I trust in manga gave it real high recommendations, so that was enough for me to go, alright, sure, I can get all these on a good deal because Viz is on sale this week, whatever, stack them in the cart. The art at the start looks pretty good, but I did grab some later volumes and kind of flip through them and was like, ooh, that art looks like it gets even better as it goes on. So I do want to check this one out here soon because I got this big fucking stack, I may as well make my money worth it. Finally picked these up off a Right Stuff sale earlier this year. I think I got like 2 volumes for free technically. but I've been wanting to get into Flowers of Evil for a really long time now. Shuzo Oshimi I've talked about earlier with Blood on the Tracks, and legitimately, despite me kind of criticizing Blood on the Tracks a bit earlier, I feel like from a more psychological and introspective internal aspect of horror, and also body horror if you look at some things, Oshimi's got that idea covered, and Flowers of Evil is supposed to be one of the peaks of that, so I'm excited to finally find out for myself here soon. So up here, I have the Big Dick hardcover Akira box set, and then down here, which you'll see later on when we get to it, I also have a couple of the old paperback editions of the series. So if you've seen the Akira movie and you're like, hey, that was a pretty good movie, I liked it, I didn't understand any fucking thing that was happening in it, but it was really cool, then you definitely need to check out the manga. It was actually made in tandem with the movie, like it was in the middle of it, and the creator is very much involved with the movie, and some of his ideas that would become more fleshed out in the manga show up in the movie, even though they're not really that well explained. But yeah, Akira's just really cool, and it's a fucking landmark seminal piece of fiction for a reason. Almost all but 2 of the Vagabond Vizbigs, and also 2 of the singles over there, one of them random, and one of them is the actual final volume of the series. So yeah, man, Vagabond, the first of the big 3 of seinen that you'll obviously be seeing in this video. Vagabond's the shit, the story of Miyamoto Musashi and how he became the legend, and Kojiro, and it's really great. I'm okay with the quote-unquote ending we get. Yeah, the series will never actually end, and in a way is very busy doing other things. I think he's like coaching Little League basketball. He doesn't have time to worry about manga right now. He's got shit going on. The Cells at Work box set I was able to get off of Amazon for like 40 bucks and was like, yeah, sure, why not? Sounds good, I may as well. I've only ever seen the first episode of the anime, and I'm definitely probably not the first person to make this joke, but it was just like anime Osmosis Jones, and that was enough for me to be able to like, yeah, sure, I'll read that manga, cool. I believe this is like the entire series too, so I should probably hurry up and read it, because I also want to check out, what's it called, Code Black? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute too. The complete set of Magi by Shinobu Otaka. Magi is definitely one of the more interesting shonen I've ever read. I initially saw some of the anime like years ago, and the idea of Aladdin and Alibaba and this Egyptian theme setting was like, oh yeah, that's fucking cool, I'm down with that, I'll definitely keep watching that, and then I did not keep watching that for some reason. But yeah, now here, way on later, I finally got on the manga, and I gotta say, it was just not what I was expecting it to be. This very in-depth and sometimes introspective look at fate and destiny and how it connects people together, and if it's something worth following or if you create your own fate. It's really interesting, honestly. I just wasn't expecting it to be what it was. And also, for a weekly shonen series, good lord, this art goes fucking wild. She went insane week after week after week. Still have not read or watched the Sinbad spinoff. I need to actually do that. You Magi fans, yell at me in the comments if that's something I should like stack higher up on my list. Is that good? I haven't never really heard much about that. Meh. All 7 volumes of Ron and the Grey World. Picked the full set on Right Stuff up a few months back and was like, oh, okay, yeah, I've seen good things about this on Twitter. The art looks good, story's supposed to be pretty good, let's check it out. Holy shit, I read all of that in like 2 sittings. What an absolute 10 out of 10. It's about a young girl named Ron who is the daughter of the like best witch ever, and also her husband who's pretty fucking strong too. And she wants to learn magic and use her magic powers and do all this cool shit too, just like her parents, but she's still young and doesn't really know how to control it, except for when she slides on her slick pair of Nikes. Then all of a sudden she's got masterful control over magic because she becomes an adult. Don't get me wrong, she keeps the same personality, but now she just is older. And the story goes from there in really interesting directions, doing things I wasn't really expecting. I'm not gonna spoil any of the plot. I will say there are 1 or 2 things in it that may be a little like, meh, with how they're portrayed, especially with her age and another character's age, but all in all, I think it actually handled that situation pretty tactfully considering what it could have been. But yeah, no, I really love this series. My only actual complaint with it is it's only 7 volumes, and I feel like it should be like 9 or 10 because of some stuff that happens towards the end. Regardless, still fantastic. The full set of the new re-release of the Evangelion manga. So it's no fucking surprise based on all these figures throughout my whole house, my tattoos, everything. I'm a pretty big Evangelion guy. And quite frankly, I think the manga is absolutely fantastic. After the 4th rebuild finally coming out and getting to see all of them and then rewatching the show, the end of Eva, just consuming everything of Eva again, I legitimately don't think there's any bad part of Eva. Maybe I'm a huge fucking fanboy, what can I say? But to everything from the original show to the rebuilds to this manga, I think it's all part of one big fantastic whole that is Evangelion. Volumes 2 and 3 of Cage of Eden. Don't know anything about this one either, but I got these at half-price books a long time ago for just like $2 a piece, and I looked through it and could tell it was like an island survival type series where I don't know if it's the people have been taken there forcefully or if they're trying to win a game because I don't have the first volume. But yeah, got the first 2 volumes. If it's worth checking out, I'll probably get into it one day. Don't know if I'll actually buy it, although I may just read this one online. First 2 volumes of Sankaria. I don't actually know anything about this one other than I think it's about zombie romance. A girl comes back from the dead and the main character falls in love with her. I think that's what it's about because I just saw these covers and was like, looks interesting, and got the first 2 off Amazon for like $5 a piece. Some random volumes of The Law of Uki. I don't actually know much about this one other than I've seen some people online go, yo, that random shonen thing no one's ever heard of, well that's my favorite shonen thing. And this was one of them. But I'm constantly getting cravings for shonen reads because hey, that's just who I am as a person. So I'll get to this one eventually. There's definitely things higher on the list, but hey, whatever, you know how it goes. Wolf's Rain is one of those mid-2000s series that a lot of people forgot about, but I feel like, hey, you should remember this one. This one is worth remembering. There's good shit here. For a lot of people that don't know, it's almost completely staffed by like a lot of the big hitters on things like Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. It was done by Studio Bones, and I want to say like 2003, and this is just like the 2-volume adaptation of that anime. But yeah, go watch that anime. That anime is really fucking cool. Volumes 2 and 3 of QQ Sweeper because I still can't find the first one. So a couple months back I saw someone on Twitter posting panels from a series called Queen's Quality, a Shojo Beat series that looked very action focused, and I was like, whoa, that's some good looking artwork, what's this? And the person let me know like, oh, before you get into it, it's actually based on a 3-volume series that came before this, and it technically is the prequel, so read those first before you get into this. So I got these 2 volumes and I'm just looking for the first one for a price that isn't a little ridiculous in my opinion. Volume 1 of Alice 19th. I don't actually know anything about this one. I think my girlfriend grabbed it at half-price books a few months back because she liked the cover, and I was like, well, it's by Yu Watase, who's known for making all kinds of different things that we'll talk about as we go on. So sure, maybe you should go ahead and grab it, I don't know. Kami-sama Kiss is one of those Shojo Beat series I've been wanting to get into, but the volumes were kind of hard to fucking find. But it does seem like finally they're starting to reappear on Amazon and other places, so I've grabbed the first and third one here and should probably actually try to find the second one. But yeah, art looks really pretty, like the covers and spines a lot, and that's usually enough to bring me in on a series. If your spines and cover arts look really good, I'll buy the whole fucking thing just to find out, I don't care. Someone in the comments fucking scream at me and make me start Witch Hat Atelier. I keep meaning to start it over and over and over because look at this art! Ah, fuck, that's amazing! And the premise sounds really cool and I hear it's getting more action in there. Sounds good. I need to just shut the fuck up and finally start reading it. Don't know anything of what it's about other than look at it. That looks really good. Just the first volume of My Love Story. So I've only ever actually fucked with the anime for this series, and it's a super fantastic anime. I think I described it perfectly in my last year's video. But I do want to check out the manga here soon because I actually like all these covers a whole lot. I look at these covers, these are all really fucking cool. But yeah, thumbs up, good ass series. Volumes 1 through 5, and I think 6 is somewhere laying around. It may be out in the living room right now, of Yakuza Lover. This is one my girlfriend's been reading as it comes out, and she's a really big fan of it. I know it's about a college girl who falls in love with a Yakuza boss, and it's a spicy series. Every time she shows it to me, it's literally just them having sex. But yeah, girl falls in love with a Yakuza boss, and I think things get violent and spicy and blah. That's all I really know, but she likes it a lot, so thumbs up as far as I'm concerned. All 3 volumes of Punch. It seems like it's just a super short shoujo series about a girl who's from a family of boxing and she's good at box too, I guess. Don't actually know if it was made to be 3 volumes or if it was canceled, but sounds cool either way. Art looks good. I'm gonna check it out. Super fucking stoked I was able to find this giant stack of Please Save My Earth. It's a shoujo series from the 80s, which I'll be kind of honest with you, 80s manga and anime has been my jam lately. That's kind of my shit. But it's a shoujo series that's about aliens and reincarnation and all kinds of crazy shit. I haven't got to read it yet. I've just seen people online go, this is one of the big ones. This is a big thumbs up. And I saw the art and heard that the premise was about reincarnation and aliens with this art and shoujo from the 80s. And I was like, well, that's like a perfect fucking storm. I'm ordering all of them off Right Stuff right now. And now they're all gone. I win again, baby. I don't actually know anything about Hot Gimmick. I got this whole set here for like $50 off Mercari. I saw the spines and thought, 50 bucks, and this person I'm buying it from, I'm throwing it in with some other stuff. Sure, toss it in there. I'll grab it. Fuck it. We'll see what's up. It's a Shoujo Beat series. Posted it on Twitter. It was like bombarded with a ridiculous amount of people being like, this series is trash. One of the worst things I've ever read. Straight fucking garbage. So to me, the guy who made a prison school video just last month, I'm like, ooh, yeah, garbage, huh? Let's get in there. So I'm excited to read this here soon. I'll let you know if it's garbage or not, because my opinions are perfect. A nice little stack of the old Viz volumes of X 1999 by Clamp. Found these in Florida on vacation earlier this year for like, I think I got this whole stack for like $50, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Then I look online and see how much some of these volumes are going for, and was like, fuck yeah, buddy. I haven't read any of this series yet, but I do know this is one of the very big popular ones, so I should probably check it out, even if I do end up buying those 3-in-1s to read it, because I want the big pages.
This volume of number 6 was in like a manga box I got years ago, and I was like, sure, whatever, it's in there. I didn't think much of
a volume of Renee and a volume of Mao, both by Rumiko Takahashi. So like I've said earlier, don't have the space to keep buying a bunch of her series, but I've heard a lot of good things about Renee. I should check that one out here soon. I believe Mao may be ongoing right now. I may have just made that up, but I think it is. But yeah, more Rumiko Takahashi. Good shit no matter what. Don't know anything about Ross and Blood. I think my girlfriend grabbed it a few months back while we were in Barnes & Noble. And yeah, we did, and we came home and posted a picture of it on Twitter and be like, I picked up a couple things today. It's a couple of people in the comments were like, I didn't like the first volume. It sucked. I like the second one though, and I'm like, okay, thanks for that, I guess. So yeah, I don't know anything about it then, but I know this first volume is apparently gonna suck, but it'll get better, maybe. I don't know. Both Ceres and Fushigi Yugi by Yu Watase. Don't know anything about either of these, despite having so much Yu Watase on my shelf, not actually read anything by them. I got all these volumes of Ceres at half-price books for like $2 a piece, so I thought, sure, I'll grab them, why not? And I think that same day, these 2 volumes of Fushigi Yugi were there, and I thought, that makes sense, throw them in there.
So I've not actually seen your lie in April, but I got these first 4 volumes in a bundle off Right Stuff at one of their sales.
The first 3 volumes of UQ Holder. So actually I didn't know when I bought these. I got them because the art looks pretty cool and I was like, alright, sure, I'll check it out. Sure, I don't know what that is. Turns out it's actually the sequel series to Negima by Ken Akamatsu, the same author as Love Hina. So I was like, shit, well, whoops, I guess I better stop buying this for a minute because I still haven't read Negima, which we will talk about more here in a bit. But yeah, UQ Holder has ended and I heard a lot of people thought it was a fucking really good sequel. So yeah, excited to check this out after I check out Negima. First couple of volumes of Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. Don't actually know much about this one personally. I know my girlfriend was looking at it on that Azuki app, which hey, if you don't know when you live in America, peep the Azuki app. It's like just a couple of bucks a month and it has a pretty good listing of Kodansha stuff, and I think Vertical Comics stuff too. And some series like Eden Zero even get updated weekly there with new chapters, so yeah, that's a good app, check it out. All that aside though, my girlfriend was on there and saw this and thought it had an interesting premise and liked the art, so I saw these for like 50 bucks on Mercari and just swooped them up. Don't know anything else about it other than, yeah, sounds cool, looks cool. The first 2 volumes of Orient by Shinobu Otaka. So yeah, same author as Magi, and this is her new series that's going right now. Not gonna lie, premise-wise, it initially does not interest me much as Magi did, especially because of the setting. Nothing wrong with the ancient Chinese setting, that's totally fine, but I just super prefer the Egyptian setting because I thought it was a little bit more out there and weird for a manga. Hadn't really seen that before. Yeah, I know the art's gonna be good in it though, I can guarantee that. The first 4 perfect editions and then a whole big stack of the rest of 20th Century Boys. I talked about it last year and I'll say it again right now. 20th Century Boys is, it may still be my favorite thing by Urasawa. There's one thing that can kind of rival that, but we'll talk more about it later. But for me, the overall mystery of Friend and all the twists and turns it takes throughout the story, I really like it. I don't know, I just really like 20th Century Boys. I would like to talk about it on this channel one day, but I think I probably need to watch the live action movies and first do it. I don't know when I'll do that, but yeah, 20th Century Boys, the God Urasawa, big fucking thumbs up. We'll talk more about him in a bit. Volumes 1 and 2 of the new Viz release of Alice in Borderland. Don't know much about this series other than it had a live action Netflix adaptation, I think, that a lot of people were super satisfied with, which, hey, that's pretty fucking cool. It's rare that ever happens. And now that Viz is releasing the manga in these 2-in-1s over here, I figured I'd grab it. I think the 3rd volume at least is out by now at the time of this recording, so I need to read these two and make sure I want to grab it. But yeah, really highly acclaimed on Twitter, a lot of thumbs up, so excited to check it out. Volume 1 of Rooster Fighter. I don't know shit about this other than I saw the art of Rooster fighting and I was like, yeah, this looks raw, sure, looks cool, that's all I fucking know about it, but look at this art, thumbs up for me. Next up on the Urasawa train, volumes 1 through 3 of Asadora. This is the series he's currently working on, and I know has been on hiatus and off hiatus back and forth, and I'm just gonna wait until this one is completely finished, because I ain't jumping in one of his mysteries unless I can binge the fuck out of it, so I'll have more to say about this one when it's done. No, I'm missing volume 12, but all that's out so far of Beastars and the first volume of Beast Complex. I've said it before, and I think I'm mellowing out more over time on it. Beastars is like a personal 10 that I hate its ending so much that it infuriates me to even think about sometimes. But it's still like an unabashed 10, top 10 manga of all time for me, even if I look at the last few chapters and I'm like, god damn it, why did it have to be like this? Beastars is a 10. From romance to action, it's got everything. It fucking rules. I can't wait until Sonata comes out over here. Very excited for that one. Oh yeah, and Drip Drop. I'm definitely getting Drip Drop when that drops. Some random volumes of Children of the Whales, a series I honestly don't know too much about. I know it's about a civilization of people that lives on the back of a whale that swims through the sand in the desert, and that's really all I know. But I've seen this art in these covers for years now and been like, yeah, that looks good. I'm just gonna grab these on sale whenever I can. Need to fill these gaps and start it because I don't know anything about it other than that premise looks really pretty though. Volumes 1 through 8 of Dead Demons DDDD Destruction. I actually got all of these at half price for half price, I'm pretty sure, and I was like, oh fuck, Inio Asano manga at half price, fuck yeah, give me that. I do know the series has recently ended, which for me means it's time to start it, and I believe it's the first Inio Asano manga to be getting an actual anime adaptation, which is gonna be weird. I can't wait to see his style animated. But yeah, a lot of people like this one and it was good enough to get an anime, so fuck yeah, I need to get in there too. And then right above Dead Demons, Downfall by Inio Asano. Downfall feels like the logical next step after Solanin. They're completely unrelated, don't get me wrong. Downfall is pretty good and I related to it in some ways that I did not like relating to it, as I do with a lot of Asano's manga. I hate seeing myself in so much of his writing because I don't think it's necessarily supposed to be the best character traits at times. The prequel volume 0 and then volumes 1 and 10 of Dogs, Bullets, and Carnage. Yeah, this series seemed cool and I liked the art in it, so I grabbed the first two and the last one because it was on sale. And then noticed it had been on hiatus for like a couple of years now with no information on it coming back, so I didn't end up grabbing any more because I don't feel like reading a series that has no clear ending in sight right now, so yeah, have these. Volumes 1 and 2 of Black Lagoon. I've only ever actually seen the anime for Black Lagoon, but oh boy, that shit's a banger, one of the actual best dubs there is out there. But just like some other things I've mentioned, its publication is a little spotty. It goes on hiatuses, some years it doesn't get chapters, and I don't know, I just don't really feel like committing to that kind of waiting right now. But every once in a while I am tempted because Bella Laika. Watch Black Lagoon or read it, whatever, for Bella Laika. The full set of Dorohedoro, one of the best things I've got on my shelf. All I'm gonna say about Dorohedoro right now is it's a personal 10. I recommend the fuck out of it. Look at this artwork. Yup, that's it. Goddamn. If you're curious but not exactly sure if you want to get into the manga, be sure to check out the anime on Netflix. It was done by MAPPA in 2020 and looks actually really good. I'm a big fan of it. Thumbs up. One thing I will say right now, it's so much fucking bullshit that Viz put the color pages in the first volume and then in none of the rest of the volumes. I will bitch in every video until I am literally dead in the dirt about Viz and their color pages. For the love of God, get it the fuck together. Volume 1 of what I believe is just 2 of Crazy Food Truck. I don't actually know anything about this, I just saw it was 2 volumes and it was about a food truck that was crazy. The art looks really good and I thought, I'm sure 2 volumes, fuck it, that's fine with me. Yeah. Just like with the Dragon Quest Dai releases, one of the best things Viz is doing this year in my opinion, the Fist of the North Star hardback releases in English for the first time in fucking like probably since the 90s? Fist of the North Star is one of the most classic Jump series ever, and for it to finally be coming in 2022 in a good hardcover edition with every color page intact, it's a big fucking win. Massive W. Viz did a banger with this one, 10 out of 10. Most importantly though, Nintendo is putting out the Fist of the North Star boxing Joy-Con game on the Switch, so that's peak fucking fiction, boys. We did it. Wrap it up, Nintendo, banging them out. The full set of Fire Punch. I've already talked about him in this video, but Fujimoto's the fucking shit. If you like Chainsaw Man, I do recommend Fire Punch, but if you read a little bit of it and go, no, I don't like it, yeah, I don't blame you. There's some stuff in Fire Punch that's definitely not for everyone, but if you like a little bit of that more edgier, intense, dark look at the world, yeah, peep Fire Punch, it's pretty fucking cool. The full set of number 5 by Taiyo Matsumoto. Now, real shit, Matsumoto's art is probably not for everyone, and his stories are definitely not for everyone. I vibe with him really heavy. The art is just so weird, and I don't know, I've seen people literally look at it and go, ew, and I'm just like, no man, there's something to this. It's so interesting and vivid. And his stories, while being kind of odd and disconnected at times, doesn't mean he can't write good shit. Look at Tech on Kincrete and Sunny, which we will talk more about later. I wouldn't personally say number 5 is the best place to start at with this stuff because it is definitely one of his weirder stories, but peep Sunny. If you dig Sunny, you'll dig this. The first volume of Blue Flag. My girlfriend got this like I think 2 years ago now with the intention of getting them as they came out to read it, and she forgot and I never kept up with it, and bam, here we are. I believe it's about a love triangle or maybe a love square. I don't know how many characters are actually involved with it. I don't know, I think it's gay straight relationship drama, but I hear it's really good. It's only like 5 or 6 volumes. I should probably check it out. It's on the Shonen Jump app. I may do that instead. All of the currently released volumes of Golden Kamuy. Now, just like with Dorohedoro, I'm not gonna lie, Golden Kamuy is a series that I'm not talking about a lot right now because it's gonna get its moment, don't worry. But all I'll say about it right now is it's a fucking 10. 10 out of 10. I love Golden Kamuy, oh my god. But we'll talk more about that some other time. Next up on the Enio Asano train, Goodnight Pun Pun. Pun Pun is one of the weirdest reads I've had for a lot of different reasons. There's some parts of it where I'm like, wow, I relate to this a little bit too much, and it's making it kind of a personal 10 out of 10. This is absolutely fantastic, and I'm loving this even if it's really dark or really introspective or blah blah blah. Then the cult leader shows up, and everything involving him in this cult is like a straight up 2 out of fucking 10 for me. I hate this guy and legitimately feel like it cuts away from the story too much to focus on this. I get it, I get the metaphors, I get the meaning, I get why he's here. Doesn't mean he doesn't suck. This part of the story sucks, but everything else about Pun Pun's really good, so it's like a 9 for me, I think. God, I gotta expose my balls right here on stream now. I've been saying for like over a year, don't worry, I'm reading Hell's Paradise next. It's next up on the list. Don't worry, I got all 13 volumes next. I still haven't fucking read it, my bad. Other things have been taking up my time and I keep getting distracted, and a lot of times I'm reading to work on videos. Excuses. I swear by this time next year I will have read it. I promise. Promise. The True Battle of Gods, the first 3 volumes of Record of Ragnarok. I've been seeing people shit and piss on Twitter all over about this one because I know it's like every god and all kinds of like historical legendary figures in history all grouped together to fight for the fate of the world. And that's kind of it, I think. It's literally just raw battles between historical godlike figures. And hey, that sounds cool to me. I'll probably wait until it finishes before I actually read it if it's mostly just going to be fighting, but I got these. I might get more as they come out. I might let it finish and think, I don't know. Sounds fucking raw though. Speaking of Urasawa, the first volume of Pluto. Only reason I really have this one by itself is just because I found it at half price like a couple years back for $3 and knew I wanted to read it eventually, so grabbed it. The only reason I haven't is because it's connected to Astro Boy, and I haven't ever done shit with Astro Boy and need to do more with that first. And I know it's like, oh, you don't actually have to watch or read any of Astro Boy. It's fine. It just features like characters and setting things at most. But the way my brain works, it's like, no, you must consume all of Astro Boy and then you will be allowed to read Pluto. So Pluto's on the list one day. It's unfortunately shackled down with another thing. Need to hurry my ass up and get the rest of the volumes of No Guns Life because it's finally finished both in Japan and I think here in America. I watched the first season of the anime way back when and was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Guy with a gun for his head who's a hard-boiled detective. But I could tell while I was watching the anime that it definitely seemed like a toned down version of the manga. I don't know, it just seemed a little flat and basic sometimes. Then I saw the manga art and was like, ah, yep, there it is. That's the good shit right there. But yeah, manga's officially finished. Need to get on it here soon. Mujirushi, The Sign of Dreams, also by, guess who, Urasawa. This is just a single volume story he did, I think in around 2017-ish, that because he's such a fucking legendary dude, he was granted access to special backdoor areas of the Louvre in Paris where like, not really many people are allowed to even ever see. Also, he could make a manga about a heist that took place in the Louvre, which if that doesn't go to show how fucking legendary the dude is that he got to have access to that, I don't know what will. But yeah, solid story. Pretty cool when you look at that aspect of it. A couple of the Monster Perfect editions that Viz has put out over the past few years. Alright, time to expose myself. I've never actually finished Monster. I've seen a shitload of the anime and I've read a good chunk of the manga. But those are back in the digital days, way back in when I didn't have a collection and was watching things on scan sites. Monster's actually coming to Netflix now, which is fucking wild. I can't believe we've come that far. But I need to read the manga too because Urasawa is my jam. And I can't lie, it does make you feel like a little bit of a fucking poser when you haven't read Monster but you praise Urasawa all the time. So I'll do that here this year, probably going into 2023. By this time next year, I will have seen or read it. Promise. The first volume of the new release of Mermaid Saga by Rumiko Takahashi. Don't know much about this one other than I saw people online go, I don't like this one, it's a little bit too weird and creepy for me, so I was like, yeah sure, that's cool, I'll grab it. I think it's also supposed to be one of her shorter things too, so I actually need to check it out. There's another volume, I need to get it, but yeah, more Rumiko Takahashi, thumbs up. So like I mentioned earlier, I think Sunny is one of the more grounded stories by Taiyo Matsumoto. It's about a group of foster children living in like an orphanage group home type deal, and it's just the story of them growing up and having to deal with the issues of being abandoned or having dead or sick parents, and yeah. And the way they find happiness is in an old piece of shit car out front they call Sunny, and they get in it and go on big adventures, quote unquote big adventures. It's a very sad story, but it's really interesting. And I do think if you like things like Goodnight Pun Pun and Inio Asano style of writing, you'll probably vibe with this kind of story, even if the sensibilities are very different. The single volume of Sneeze by the king himself, Urasawa. Not too much to say about this one that I haven't said about Urasawa already. This is just a short story collection that he's done over the years, compiling them all into one book. Good shit. If you like him, check it out. Yeah, that's it. I need to talk more about Solomon on this channel one day because it is absolutely probably my favorite thing by Asano. A lot of his stuff can be very intense and in your face, which I really like, as you've definitely probably seen me talk about before, or you will hear me in this video. But something about Solomon feels so relatably real that, man, it just stinks to my fucking core each time I read it. Want to talk more about it on the channel one day. One day, give me time. Way of the House Husband still fucking rules. I haven't read any more since last year, I'm just letting the volumes stack up, but as soon as I hear about some kind of conclusion to the series, I'm definitely jumping in there and reading it in one big burst because the premise of what if Kiryu from Yakuza just quit the game and decided to end up becoming a regular old house husband because he fell in love is a literal 10 out of 10 premise, I don't care who you are. Volumes 1 and 4 of Terraform Mars. Like, no shit, I really do want to get into Terraform Mars. I think the art goes hard as fuck, and I've seen some action from it, and it looks really solid. It's a shame that I think the author, and not the artist, but the author has been, like, just kind of too sick to write for a long time now, so it's been on hiatus for years. So much so that the artist is working on another manga now. They did say they would continue the story as soon as the author felt up to it, so it's not like it's completely dead in the water, but who knows. Of course, the thing everyone has to bring up for it is, you know, the portrayals of the cockroaches on Mars. It is, yep. Volumes 1 through 5 of Zom 100. I don't actually know shit about this one other than I was looking at the covers as the story was going on and being like, oh fuck, those look good. I'll buy the first couple of those based on that. Need to actually read the story to make sure I like it and want to keep buying it, but yeah, looks really solid. Like, look at those covers, look at this art. Yeah, that looks cool. The second volume of What a Wonderful World by Asano. Just a short story collection he did. Not much to really say about it other than, god damn it, I think I fucked up not buying the first one when I had the chance because I have not seen it for a decent price in a very long time. Haven't really looked that hard to be quite honest, but still, whatever. Venus in the Blind Spot by Junji Ito. Going back to my criticisms I had earlier, guess what this is? A short story compilation. Yeah, that's about it. Good art, short stories, yeah. Got the first volume of Real because I found it somewhere for like $4 one day and I was like, I know I'm gonna like it if I ever read it, so I should just grab it. Literally, as soon as the author just steps out and says, yeah bro, it's not happening, I'm not finishing it, then I'm in. I will start the whole fucking story that day. I just am literally waiting on that confirmation. Real seems like a fucking banger though. I mean, whatever NOA does, I'll be there for it. And up here I've got some Zelda manga, the compilation Majora's Mask Link to the Past book, which is a really strange combination, and the first volume of the Twilight Princess manga. I can't sit here and claim to have read all of the Zelda manga that have come out, but all the ones I've touched have been really interesting or cool, and I think are at least worth the time of a big Zelda fan like me. And that being said, Twilight Princess's manga is fucking stacked, dude. Look at this art. It goes incredibly hard. I'm not gonna sit here and say Twilight Princess is one of my most favorite Zelda games, so hey, this manga may be my new favorite way to experience it. Need to get the rest of it, because yeah, I think this is worth it for the shelf. Hey, look, it's Hawk. I still love Hawk. And then over here under Hawk, we have the Shame Corner. Now, the Shaman King omnibuses aren't necessarily more about shame, it's more of, I think I'm gonna sell these because, I don't know, I just don't like those Fat Boy Kodansha omnibuses. I've said it like 30 fucking times in this video now, and hey, guess what? My opinion hasn't changed. The entire series is available to read for free if you have Amazon Prime. And the Prime version also has Shaman King Zero and a couple of the other like in-story spin-offs, and every single color page. And if you haven't noticed, color pages are really important to me when I'm reading manga. And to be paying $20 for these fucking ugly ass short stack editions that don't have color pages, I don't know, man. It was just a little bit disappointing. I need shelf space anyways, so I don't really see the point to hold on to them when I'm already disappointed in them. Now, speaking of disappointment, let's go lower to 7 Deadly Sins. I talked about 7 Deadly Sins last year a little bit and talked about how I enjoyed the anime and liked the manga that I'd read, but Meliodas was one of the most least favorite characters I've ever seen. I fucking hate Meliodas. Shout out that dude in the comments who got very upset that I shit on Meliodas. I was able to overlook the god-awful page of Meliodas holding a baby and saying, get your hands off my wife or my girl or whatever, because he's gonna, whatever. Anyway, I was able to go, well, maybe it's just that one awful part. I still want to see some other stuff in the series. I'll maybe finish reading it one day. Hey, look, Kodansha's releasing these new, taller editions of the omnibuses that I think will be way better for every fucking thing they do. Maybe I'll buy those and check it out. Then I see from the sequel series that he literally just did it again with Jericho and Band's Kid. Man, fuck 7 Deadly Sins. I'm done. I tried. I don't care how good the art is. Fuck it. I'm out. Fuck it. The box set release of Cheese Sweet Home. I don't actually know anything about this other than it looks like legitimately it's a manga that's made for like kids. I know a lot of Shonen manga is made for kids obviously, but Chi looks like it's made for even smaller kids. But the box set was like 50 bucks and my girlfriend thought it was pretty cute, so we picked it up off Amazon. As long as it's adorably cute, yeah, that'll be good enough. The first box set release of the quintessential quintuplets, which is 1 through 6. This is one series I had actually completely avoided and didn't know anything about other than like it was a slam dunk smash hit in Japan in terms of sales. So I waited around with intention to check it out and saw, oh, it's getting a box set. Fuck yeah, I'll just grab that, and got the first one off Amazon for like, I think I got this for like $40. I could not believe it went on sale that fast. Maybe no one bought it. But yeah, waiting on the second set to come out and I'll grab it and read it. Fuck yeah, sounds good to me. Shout out that one YouTube channel forever tying Silent Voice together with that Lover Is a Day song by Kuko because of that video. It plays on my fucking playlist all the time and I'm just like, alright, I guess that song is tied now. The Silent Voice is really good. Would I recommend you read or watch it? I don't know. I think both versions are really good, honestly. I do know that as of right now, it's getting a gigantic hardback release. Like, I saw it was getting a hardcover release and was like, I've already got the box set. That's fine. I don't really need that. Then I saw that it's like a fucking almost Berserk Deluxe Edition style hardcover. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll consider it at some point. All 6 volumes of Blam, which at the time of recording this, I actually finished here recently, and yeah, Blam fucking rules. And despite me thinking it absolutely rules, I for sure would not recommend it to everyone because goddamn that is one extremely esoteric story. A large chunk of chapters in the minute-to-minute moments are literally just Killy, the main character, walking around in this giant megastructure city just doing shit, and it never really explains too much of exactly what he's doing, but it looks really cool, so that was kind of enough for me. If you're going to read Blam, or if you have read it and haven't done this, be sure to read like the Blam and So On and other shit whatever comics and Noise. I feel like all those kind of have like really integral bits to the world and kind of really flesh out the things that were not fleshed out in the story, but yeah, I really fucking loved Blam. Look at this art, how could I not? Another one of the Matsumoto bangers, Tekkon Concrete. I think I said it last year and I'll say it again this year. This is one I would recommend to anyone watching. Don't get me wrong, I recommend the manga too, but I think it's a good watch and it's a good way to get yourself into Matsumoto style of shit. Eyepatch did a video on this movie like years ago and I still think that's a really solid video. Go watch that if you want to know more about Tekkon Concrete. Real good shit. The first 2 of the 2-in-1 volumes of the Tokyo Revengers release we're finally getting here in America all these years later. I know over the past like 2 years it's become super fucking popular to shit on Tokyo Revengers, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that it doesn't have problems, especially in the final arc. This final arc, I can agree that it is not what I wanted either, but I definitely do not agree with a lot of the criticisms the series get. I think it's kind of a banger all the way up into the final arc personally, but most of that story just hits too fucking hard for me, and I love the art. I can agree that I think the art style has not really been the best here recently. I don't know what the fuck happened between these earlier chapters and these later chapters to where the art kind of looks rougher, but I don't know. I still really like Tokyo Revengers and I'm gonna finish the story no matter what because I'm invested and I like these characters a lot. Alright, here we go. So I kind of touched on him a little bit earlier and moved on, but his first actual series in my set, Tenjo Tenge by Oh Great. Now I'm gonna be real, I like Oh Great's art a lot. I like some of his plot writing elements and some of his story sensibilities a lot, but in terms of long form plot, dude, this is one of the roughest stories I've ever fucking read. I've been doing a lot of Oh Great stuff here recently, this being one of them and the other big one being Air Gear, which we'll talk about here in a bit because I want to do some stuff on the channel involving those things. And so I thought, I should definitely read Tenjo Tenge first because it came first, but then he started doing it and Air Gear simultaneously, Tenjo Tenge being monthly and Air Gear being weekly. And now after reading through all of Tenjo Tenge, I don't really have many nice things to say about it. There's some good characters in there, there's some good art in there, there's some fucking amazing art in there, and some plot things that could be interesting, but holy shit, what a rough fucking story. I'm gonna save it for now in case I end up, because if I do so, I'll talk about it, but man, what the fuck? Shout out Urusei Yatsura getting a new anime in, is it 2022 or 2023? I'm not sure, but it's getting a new anime. What the fuck's going on? That's crazy. I also still want to watch all of the original anime, and I believe Discotek is releasing all of it on Blu-ray, like all 100 and some episodes, so I'm definitely grabbing that. One of Rumiko Takahashi's earliest series, I need to actually find out what all it's about, because all I really know is Lum comes down and she fucks this relationship up, because that's what she do, she's cute, eh? Not sure what Val X Love is, other than I saw some of the art and color pages from it and was like, oh, okay, that looks pretty cool. Then someone on Mercari was selling all these volumes for like 60 bucks free shipping, and I thought, sure, I'll go ahead and grab it. Looked at the plot, and I think it's about girls that have to fight some kind of monsters or alien, I don't fucking know, they're fighting shit. But it seems like they get their powers and power-ups through like sexual activity on some Darling in the Franxx type shit, I guess, so looks pretty cool, art seems pretty cool, I'm down with it, hell yeah. I slipped up in my pre-ordering game and forgot to get all of Boys Run the Riot, and a lot of times when I do that, I end up falling behind on buying newly releasing things. Need to get the rest of Boys Run the Riot. It's about a trans person in Japan who teams up with a former bully to launch a unisex clothing line, and it's supposed to be an incredibly solid story. I flipped through the first volume and liked a lot what I saw. Need to hurry up and grab the rest of it because I'm very interested in where this story goes. So I'm pretty sure Cells at Work Code Black is just kind of Cells at Work, but dealing with the more horny aspects of things. I know it deals with STDs and types of shit like that, and I know the white blood cell has big tits, and it was wrapped up when I bought it, so yeah, I can kind of get the vibe it's going for. Do want to check it out because, hey, interesting premise already, Osmosis Jones, but horny? Is that interesting? Been waiting forever for this, let's motherfucking go. Finally, Blue Lock has an official English release. This is one, I just know it's about soccer and I have completely avoided because I saw some of the art and was like, ooh, yeah, I want that on my shelf. Ooh, that's the good stuff. I see people out there all the time like, I don't like Blue Lock, it's too goofy and over the top. Shut up, who cares? Look at his art, you fucking fool. Been meaning to get on Blue Period forever now and just haven't done it. It's a manga about art, so I know that inherently it's going to be absolutely beautiful. Has a lot of fans online, but yeah, Blue Period looks really good, looks very pretty. Picked up these few volumes of Drifting Dragons like a few years back when they were on sale because I was like, those covers look really good and I like that art a lot. That's all I really know about it. I'm just kind of waiting until maybe the series finishes publication and then I'll check them out, maybe buy the rest then. I don't know. Looks really cool though. These covers go hard, has that kind of bumpy texture to it that some volumes have. I like it. Looks nice. Don't know too much about the school Frozen in Time other than it was labeled as like a horror manga, which, hey, as I've said before, that's enough to get me in there. And it was just 4 volumes, which also was enough to make me go, that's a quick read. I like quick reads. Someone was selling it on Mercari for $20 free shipping, and so I said, sure, we'll get it. I haven't read it yet, but hey, looks cool to me. I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Prophecy, I picked it up because I got a deal on something else, and that something else was this, Marduk Scramble. No clue what it's about other than the dude was selling it for like $30 free shipping, and the Prophecy was like $20, and I was like, hey, you know what? Throw them together and I'll just get both of them. The art looks good in Marduk Scramble, we'll see what it's about. That's all I know. Pretty art though. Volumes 1 through 4 with only one more left to get of Blackguard. Haven't read this one myself, but I do know it's the new series by the author of Devil's Line, so my girlfriend ended up grabbing it because she was digging Devil's Line. But yeah, she said it's got good art, good story, seems solid. She'll probably get the last volume and finish it sometime later this year. Alright, here we got the box set of Tokyo Ghoul, the big Barnes & Noble release of the 1 through 3 of Tokyo Ghoul, and then all of the regular volumes of Re. I got these as they were coming out and ended up not being able to get the box set by that point, but whatever, who cares. I still haven't read Re and have only read Tokyo Ghoul and fucking really like Tokyo Ghoul. My girlfriend actually finished Re just a few months back and did not enjoy it as much as basic Tokyo Ghoul, but still really enjoyed it, so I need to kind of get on it too and figure out for myself. But I'll probably need to reread the original Tokyo Ghoul first, so once I feel like doing that, I will then read Re. It's all part of the process, we'll get there eventually. The first 2 volumes of Again. So this is a pretty interesting series I need to get in more of. It's about a guy who on his final year of high school on like the last day he realizes, man, I was kind of a piece of shit, didn't really have any friends and may have fucked up my high school life. And then some manga bullshit happens and him and a girl trip and fucking hurt themselves and they wake up and guess what? It's the first day of high school again and you get to redo your entire high school experience. So the main character's like, I'm gonna try and actually make my life good this time, but of course, things don't go as he planned and that's all I really know about it, but I think that sounds pretty interesting, like shitbag delinquent gets another chance of high school and is like, I want to do things different, I fucked that one up. Yeah, sounds cool. Volumes 1 through 5 of Clockwork Planet. I don't know shit about this one. It was on sale on Right Stuff for like $20 for these first 5 volumes and some bundle on some sale one year. I don't know. Looks fine, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll read it by this point, I'll be real. I may flip through it and decide what to do. May end up hitting the sell pile. No. Die Word Gelder by the fucking king, Hiroaki Samura. Samura is actually the artist of Blade of the Immortal, so he's got the fucking backing of being able to make some bangers with good art. Don't know anything about this one other than I think it's like German assassins or something, and I don't know if it's just these 2 volumes or if there's another one, but it seems pretty cool, so I grabbed it. His art goes hard, so that was enough for me to go, yeah, sure, I'll buy that, let's fucking go. Kinda wondering if I'm gonna keep these Attack on Titan volumes, not because I dislike Attack on Titan, I'm one of the people that thought the ending was actually alright, but I just don't see myself rereading these. I was actually buying them in the first place to catch up from where the anime had left off and found a couple extra ones on sale. But I don't know, I think they may just end up sitting there on the shelf and they may never be opened again, so I may keep them because I do like Attack on Titan, but still deciding. I don't know. Alright, so a big ol' stack of air gear. Now, I know I went in a little hard on Tenjo Tenge earlier, and I'm not gonna lie, I ended up re-recording this one because I kinda went a little hard on Air Gear before. But I'm gonna be honest, I still haven't finished Air Gear, so I'm gonna withhold a lot of my more harsher judgments until I'm actually done with it. But I will say, on like volume 15 or so, I'm starting to have a lot of the same issues with it that I had with Tenjo Tenge, but I'm hoping for better things as it wraps up, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how I feel at the end. I do want to talk about this and Tenjo Tenge on the channel, it just might not be in the most positive light. All of Battle Angel Alita Last Order, the first couple of volumes of Mars Chronicles, and fuck it, I'll just show it here. Up here on this shelf, I've got the entire hardback collection of Battle Angel Alita. Alita's really fucking cool. So cool that James Cameron gave her the American movie, and it's fine, I guess. I do think the original manga is like a hardcore 8 out of 10 banger, but I legitimately think it gets a lot better with Last Order. It feels like the plot got a lot more structured and characters started to get more long-form arcs in Last Order. Haven't read Mars Chronicle yet. I think it's still going, so I was kind of just waiting for it to end. But yeah, Alita fucks, dude. Alita's cool. Welcome to the Mashima shelf. This is where we keep all the hero Mashima shit. I got a bunch of Rave Master, we got a bunch of Eden Zero, we got a bunch of Fairy Tail, we got Fairy Tail Zero, we got Heroes, we got Mashima's Playground, we got Monster Soul. I think outside of missing some volumes of Fairy Tail and Rave Master, legitimately the only thing I'm actually missing is Monster Hunter O-Rage, which I don't think you're gonna find that one for a good price anymore, so fuck me. But I'm not gonna lie, I know there's a lot of criticism to be sent his way, and it's very valid, don't get me wrong. I fucking love Mashima, dude. I don't know. I've said it a billion times, I'm gonna say it again in this video. Mashima makes the perfect popcorn manga. Like, don't get me wrong, popcorn is good. If you set a bowl of just plain popcorn in front of me, I could eat that whole thing, but it's not like there's any flavor or any substance or depth to this popcorn. Don't get me wrong, sometimes yeah, you may splash a little bit of butter on there, give it a dash of salt, and that popcorn goes banging for a minute. But at the end of the day, that's what I would compare his writing to. It's filling, it's solid, it exists, but something about it appeals directly to me. I also like his art a lot. I think he's got a great art style. But yeah, I fucking love Mashima. Is he perfect? God no. Does he deserve a lot of the criticism he gets? Yeah, debatably. I don't care though. I fucking love him. The anniversary box set of Nichijou. Super happy I was able to swipe this, cause hey, Nichijou is some cool shit. I'll be real, I've only ever actually seen the anime, but I think the anime is supposed to be a really good adaptation of the manga, and I know if that's even remotely true, then the manga's gotta be a banger, cause the anime is an easy 10. So yeah, need to actually read this one day, cause I only got it a few months back. Very happy to have this, hell yeah. Volumes 1 through 8 of Vinland Saga. I need to get the rest of them so I can get to those and stay caught up with the manga because it's in its final arc. It is confirmed ending soon, so I gotta get up there. I can't not be there when Vinland Saga ends. So excited for season 2 so people can learn about the farmland arc because hey, farmland is actual peak fiction. One of the most landmark pieces of lesbian fiction itself, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Utena's a fucking 90s classic banger. If you've never actually read Utena, well hey, don't just yet, go watch the anime first because that anime is a classic. For real though, if you're a really big fan of shoujo manga in general and you haven't seen Revolutionary Girl Utena, you definitely want to go and check that one out. You're gonna like it. It's very important for a reason. It's a banger. Shout out my motherfucking boy Serete Productions for hooking me up with volumes 1 and 2 of Bleach by the king himself, Okubo. I've been looking for these for a long time because I just want to own everything by Okubo. Dude's only got 3 series and this is one of them, so I wanted it on my shelf. Couldn't really find it for an affordable price that was in good condition. My dude came through for me with the quick shipping perfect volumes. That's the guy, that's the dude. Be sure to peep his channel. And then right next to the Bleach, we got all of the Fire Force that's out in English so far. Fire Force ended earlier this year, and hey, personally for me, that's like a 9 out of 10. I really liked Fire Force all the way through. I thought it had a fantastic ending, and its final arc was really fucking cool in my opinion. I will say I think its weakest aspect is easily the villains. There's not a lot of villains throughout the entire thing that I really like, and a lot of the villains I kind of liked more ended up kind of flipping and becoming good guys, so hey, I think Okubo liked them too. But yeah, if that's my one complaint aside, it's still a fucking banger. Anime's really good too. Definitely love the anime. Cannot wait for season 3. So I'm pretty sure Love in Hell is about a guy who gets hit by a car and dies, goes to hell and tries to bang a demon, which you know, we all would. Don't actually know anything else about it other than that. It's just these 3 volumes, plus a sequel series that got released over here that I've seen people trying to sell for like $100 for 2 volumes, which suck my dick, it ain't happening. But yeah, art looks really good, I'm down with it, hell yeah. Volumes 1 through 10 of Noragami. This is an anime I watched on Netflix in like 2012 or 13, I want to say, and I really enjoyed it and was like, oh, that was pretty cool. Never watched Arigato when it came out because it was years later and I'd already just moved on. But now that I'm a lot older and read a lot more manga, I was like, I should probably check out that manga. I bet it's pretty good. And it's still just going as of right now. That's why I haven't started it. I did hear it's in its final arc as of recently. So hey, that's enough for me to go, okay, time to keep my eyes out. Kodansha is releasing those taller 3-in-1s that I kind of like for 7 Deadly Sins that I talked about earlier, so I may end up getting it from there and those, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hell yeah. Need to watch Arigato one day. The full set of Parasite. Now, real shit, I think I don't know, these may hit the sell pile and they may not, because later this year, a full hardcover release that I believe is full color is coming out, and I'm definitely 100% getting those because Parasite fucks.
This one-shot volume of Yuri Life. My girlfriend picked this up I think a little over a year ago. I think her review...
Catch These Hands seems really solid. It's about a delinquent from back in the day who's now gotten older and is kind of chilling out, no more of that delinquent bullshit. And then her old rival comes up and is like, guess what? I'm gonna kick your ass, and if I win, you gotta go on a date with me. And it turns out to be a Yuri series where, yeah, these 2 rival delinquent girls actually may have a crush on each other. My girlfriend's read the first 2 volumes and really likes them. Looks really cute. I'm gonna check it out here soon too. Following up on what I alluded to earlier with my favorite Tezuka thing, here we are with Bomba. This finally got a release here in the US just this year and I was able to grab it while I was in Florida. It's about a fucking stupid ass, disgusting dipshit kid who's a piece of shit. And whenever he gets mad and decides he wants someone to die, he hears weird neighing and then all of a sudden a horse named Bomba shows up and stomps whoever he wants to die to death. And that's pretty much the story. There's a little bit more to it, but there's not like a whole lot of depth. It's just this kid's a piece of shit and this horse kills people. That's it. Only thing I know about Glepnir is I saw a clip on Twitter back when the anime started of someone in like a rabbit mascot outfit or something just beating the fuck out of some other person, and that clip looked really cool, so I grabbed the first 2 volumes. Don't know anything else about it other than that, but yeah, looks really cool. Need to get into Grand Blue Dreaming here soon. I know it's supposed to be a really solid comedy manga with good art. I hear a lot of people like it, so I want to check it out. I have heard there is some weird stuff about maybe some cousins in the series. I don't know. I've heard people go, actually, no, it's not actually, which I don't know. I've just heard cousin loving maybe in the series, but I hear it's also really funny, so I don't know. We'll see. Not too sure what a Galaxy Next Door is. I know this and there was something else I'll talk about here in a minute. My girlfriend grabbed together and was like, I got a plan for these, don't worry. So she's got a plan for those and I'm not gonna worry. Was at Barnes & Noble a couple of weeks back and I saw this series called Witch and the Beast and I was like, whatever, what is it? Let me grab it, look at it. Look at his art. Ooh, yeah, look at this art. Fuck, yeah, look at that. And then right after that, I started seeing people on Twitter talking about it, going, oh yeah, this series is a banger. So I got the first, I think, volumes 1 and 3 while I was there and had to order 2 later. But anyway, looks really fucking good. I'm going to start that here soon and probably going to buy up to volume 5 and go on in. I believe my girlfriend picked up this volume of Something's Wrong With Us at Barnes & Noble a couple of, maybe almost a year ago now and hasn't got back to it yet. From reading the back of the first volume, it seems like it's just about a marriage where things are a little maybe abusive and tense. That's all I know reading the back. If that's not the actual case, my bad. But, we'll see. Maybe one day. You know, looking back on it, I'm really proud of the Shaman King video still, but I made a huge fuck up and didn't talk about Nekogahara at all in there. That was worth mentioning. Hiroyuki Takei's 5-volume story about a badass cat samurai who wanders around with his eye cut high on catnip cutting dudes down. It's a really fun story and it has fucking slick art. I love his art. It can be a little busy sometimes on page, but I really like Nekogahara a lot. I should have talked about it in that video, but whoops.
I don't know much about Living Room Matsu Manga-san. I think my girlfriend got the first volume of it and then saw that the premise is about it.
I made this joke before, I think, but Life Lessons with Uramichi Onisan is like, what if Gentoki from Gintama was running a show for preschool kids? And on top of that, the voice for the main character is voiced by Levi from Attack on Titan, so you could probably get the type of vibe they're going for. But yeah, just about a bunch of depressed older adults who like fucking hate their lives and are stuck dealing with children all day working on a children's show. The bits me and my girlfriend have both read were pretty solid. Need to check out the anime one day because I bet it's pretty good.
Yeah, no lie to tell Hikaru Juno My Hero's probably not gonna get beat by anyone here. It's a BL story between the 6.
Back on the Shuzo Oshimi train with Happiness. I've only read the first 2 volumes of Happiness, but I really liked what I read. Shuzo Oshimi writing, but with vampires. What more do I need to say? It's really fucking cool. Also, volume 4 has one of my most favorite manga covers that I can think of right now. Look at that. Man, I fucking love that cover so much. Magus of the Library I bought based on art on Twitter alone because, foo boy, look at these big spreads, that shit's really good. Don't know too much about the series itself, but what I do know is the artist has worked on another series that I want to get into called 7th Garden. It actually has an official Viz release and has volumes out over here that look at the art for it. God damn, that's very pretty. Been on hiatus for a few years and then they went and started this series, so I don't know if that one's coming back, but what I can say is Magus of the Library is really fucking cool looking, excited to check it out.
Don't know too much about Perfect World other than looking at the cover and basing it off that. I think it's a love story about a girl. I had pre-ordered his first couple of volumes of Sayonara Football back in the release because I was like, oh, soccer manga, there's that.
Just 1 volume of Yuri Is My Job. I actually read this outside of a hospital parking lot one day while I was waiting on someone and was like, I need something to take with me, I'll take this. I fucking really liked it a lot. The only reason I haven't read more of it or bought any more is because I couldn't find the 2nd volume for a minute there and then stopped looking and just haven't looked since. Should probably do that. It was good. I liked it. All the English volumes available of Land of the Lustrous, Hoseki no Kuni. This is some of the good shit right here. Finally back from hiatus and definitely not going to be continuing much further because if you got up to where the hiatus was to begin with, the joke was, well, yeah, the story could just stop here or be on hiatus for thousands of years and that would be fitting. But yeah, the story of Phosphilite and all the crystals and the shit they go through and the way of the world. If you want to get into the story and aren't too sure about it, I do recommend the anime by Studio Orange, the studio that actually handled the Beastars anime, and especially since all of the crystals in the story are based on, you know, crystals that have colors and stuff, the anime really does help get those colors down, so it's worth it for that. These 4 volumes of O Maidens in Your Savage Season I definitely picked up like 3 years ago in one of Right Stuff's birthday sales and just haven't gotten around to it yet. The concept does sound really fun, just girls going through puberty in high school and having to learn about everything that comes with that. And the art in it I remember seeing was like really fucking solid, and good art will pull me in with anything. It's supposed to have a pretty good anime adaptation too. I'll check it all out one day, yeah. Queen Esmeraldas by the motherfucking GOAT himself, Leiji Matsumoto. I talked a bit about him in my Trigun video last year, which is that's a pretty good section on him. I like that section. But he is one of the most influential and important person in manga and animation history. So many people have emulated his style of writing and characters, like Captain Harlock. Half the badasses in the world would not exist if it wasn't for Captain Harlock. He's so good that even Daft Punk teamed up with him to make a whole album movie together. Like, God, Matsumoto's the shit. Definitely recommend anything by him, honestly. Whether you read it or watch it, you're in for a good time. Going back to what I said earlier when I was talking about After the Rain, the artist was working on something new that I was much more interested in, that being Kowloon generic romance. I can't sit here and say I know a shitload about the plot, but the initial premise of it being a romance love story about a real estate agent inside of Kowloon's walled city, which if you don't know what that is, go look that up because that's fucking interesting. Yeah, that immediately was like, yeah, I need to know more about that. I'm definitely pre-ordering that one. Then I found out it was by the same artist as After the Rain and was like, oh, well, okay, shit, I probably should look at that one too, huh? So yeah, that's where I'm at. First 3 of the hardback new releases of Cardcaptor Sakura. For anyone that may remember, at the beginning of 2022, Barnes & Noble had a sale that was like, hey, every hardback in the store, 50% off. And I was like, every hardback? And they said, every hardback. So there's a few more things you'll actually be seeing here soon that were picked up in that sale, but this was one of them because I was like, ah, fuck it, I may as well. Clamp's take on the magical girl genre probably be pretty cool, I don't know. I do know that Clear Card is resuming again after being on hiatus for a while, so seems like Cardcaptor Sakura and its sequel may both have solid conclusions here soon. Yeah, I'll check it out, fuck yeah, I'm down with that. Now, I believe through all the individual volumes and the omnibuses I have here that I got all of Negima, which, hell yeah! Specifically, like 2 years ago now, I think, I was at Half Price Books and just saw, like, all these individual volumes of Negima right there for $2 a piece, and I was like, well, fuck me, I don't know much about this series, but these covers look good, and to get almost the entire thing would just cost me, like, $40 right now, so sure, fuck it, I'll grab a bunch of it and then go from there. Little did I know I would get to where I am now, and Ken Akamatsu was actually a much bigger deal to me, and I want to read UQ Holders, so it just worked out perfect. Gonna start Negima here soon as I can make some time, but it's very high up on the list, 100%. All 9 volumes of Wotakoi. I'd actually been waiting on this one to finish before I picked it back up. I read the first volume when it came out and really liked it. And it's a really basic premise, honestly, of just a romance between otaku nerds, ahaha. It is funny seeing some people kind of complain about the ending relationship between the main characters and thinking, well, actually the 2 side characters' relationship was way better. And in the first volume, I completely agree. So I know that will be something that carries all the way through the series. All of Princess Jellyfish by Akiko Higashimura. Princess Jellyfish is really fucking good. Higashimura does really good shit, we'll talk more about her as we go on, but Princess Jellyfish is really fucking sweet, I like it. The first of the Tsubasa omnibuses that I actually got for my birthday, I think last year, and then a bunch of individual volumes I got off of Mercari for like $30, and when I got them in I realized that's why they were $30, they're all former library copies. So they're a little beat up and I may try and replace them one day, but everything I said earlier with Holic stands here. I want to read that and this together at some point, I just need to figure out what exactly to do and to get all the volumes in before I commit to either of them, but yeah, one day. Tokyo Terareba Girls, also by Akiko Higashimura. Now this one I actually haven't read myself, but my girlfriend has, and she really liked it. I think it's more romantic focused on older people like in their 40s or so, but it still has Higashimura's writing sensibilities, but girlfriend really liked it, and I've seen some other people on Twitter who read it that really liked it, so yeah, I bet this is pretty good too, thumbs up. Because of that Barnes & Noble sale I mentioned just a bit ago, I finally picked up the first volume of Saint Young Men. Only reason I hadn't already grabbed it before is because goddamn, that series is still going. It's a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. But yeah, just the story of Buddha and Jesus hanging out being the best of buds, and that's really it. I know it gets a lot of flack for it literally just being that, but that doesn't bother me. I'm down for a slice of life about these 2 dudes just chilling. Sounds cool. Bringing it back to Hiroaki Samura again with Wave Listen to Me. Now everything I've seen by Samura seems very action or violence focused, but then you have this one where it's just about a girl who's like really rambunctious and rowdy and gets a job on a late night radio show where she could be loud and call people out and talk big shit. I only flipped through the first volume and was like, this looks really fucking good. I'm gonna wait for more volumes to come out before I start reading it, and now more volumes are out, I just need to buy them. Got a massive fucking deal on the Ancient Magus Bride here. I'd bought the first volume a couple of years ago because it was just always something that really interested me for some reason. I don't even really know anything about it, I just know it had interested me when I looked at it. It was one of those things that called to me on the shelf. Then cut to just a couple of months back when someone on Mercari is selling volumes 2 through 13 with free shipping for just $50. So I was like, well, fuck me, not only does that fit perfect, that's a really good deal. So I asked around and everyone's like, yo, that series is a banger, get that deal. So I scooped them up. Definitely excited to start it here soon because hey, I've been wanting to for years and now I can. Some old Tokyo Pop volumes of Chobits that I got at half price, a couple bucks each way back when. And looping back around to the Barnes & Noble sale again, I got the first volume of the new hardcover re-release. I don't know jack shit about Chobits. It's Clamp and I like its art style a lot. Got all those individual volumes for like $3 a piece. Got the hardcover half off. Yeah, we'll check it out one day because Clamp's art's good. I like it. First up in the list of the Hiroya Oku stuff, Gigant. I'll go ahead and say out front right now, I have not read this or Inuyashiki, which we'll talk about more in a second, but I have read some of Gantz, and that was kind of enough to make me go, yep, I'm buying everything by this guy. I don't care if some of it can kind of be considered a little trashy or garbage. I don't give a fuck. Give me everything he's got. You see this art? You see that edge? I like both of them. Haven't got to Gigant or Gigant, however you pronounce it yet, but I know people online really like it, and it's about a big, tall girl, so that sounds fun to me. I'll check it out. I know Oku's the shit, even if other people tend to disagree. Picked up these volumes of High Score Girl off of the Right Stuff birthday sale a few months back because I don't know anything about it, but at the end of the day, I'm a fighting game mark. Even if I can't fucking play a fighting game to save my life, I still love them. And going by pure assumption, it does look like a boy and girl bonding over fighting games, or I bet the girl's actually pretty good at fighting games and beats the boy's ass. And he's like, what? That doesn't make sense. She's a girl. And I bet things go from there. That's pure assumption. I'm just guessing. I do know the artist recently did a Shonen series that I believe got canceled and never localized, but look at this art. Yeah, it was seeing this art that made me go, wait a minute, that's the guy who does High Score Girl? Well, yeah, I gotta check that out too. Holy fuck, that's good art. And yeah, the art in High Score Girl looks really good, so thumbs up so far. Back at it again with Oku already, with all of Inuyashiki. Inuyashiki is one that I saw some of the anime for, was like, ooh, this story seems pretty fucking gritty, and then found out it was by Oku and was like, oh, wait a minute, if it's by him, I know it's gonna have that art, so I'll just get the volumes eventually and then read it. Finally found the full set just a few months back for a really good price and swooped it up. I don't know too much about it because I avoided the story until it was time to read it, but I do know it's about an old man who gets robotic powers from space and a young boy who also gets powers, and that young boy's the biggest piece of shit ever, but he's also a One Piece fan, so who knows, who's to say, maybe he's alright. First volume of Phantom Tales of the Night. Don't know anything about this series other than the art in it is fucking pretty and the covers go super hard. I think if I remember right when I read the back of it at Barnes & Noble, it's about a hotel where the innkeeper like trades a room for the night for your deepest, darkest secrets, but obviously that hotel is probably some kind of weird thing because that's an odd price to pay. But I don't know anything past that, but look at these covers, man. That was enough to make me go, ooh. Every time I saw it, I wanted to grab it. Finally just did it. I need to actually read Golosseum. I bought this first volume at Barnes & Noble just because I looked at the cover and looked inside and saw like anime Vladimir Putin and anime Hillary Clinton looking like they were about to go the fuck at it, and I was like, okay, this seems pretty interesting. I think it's supposed to be a fairly short series. Did Kodansha finish releasing it over here? I don't know. I need to check it out though. Looks really fun. Couple of random volumes of Tapu GP. Don't know anything about this one other than it's by the creator of Oh My Goddess, which that was kind of enough to make me interested in it. But it was also about motorcycle racing, and as someone who's reading Bakuan Reto right now, I'm kind of into the motorcycle thing. Bakuan Reto's real good. That's a whole different conversation. But I grabbed these volumes on sale one day and I'll check it out when it's eventually over. Oh My Goddess is really good, so yeah, that's enough for me. I believe, thinking about it, we just recently got the Duke of Death in his Maid like 3 weeks ago when we went to Barnes & Noble. My girlfriend was the one who grabbed it. Yeah, dope, not much to say about it. Art in it looks really, really solid, and I like these character designs on the cover. Cover looks really good. Probably wait until more volumes come out, grab them up then, see what's up. Same with the Duke of Death. Sheeply Horned Witch Rami was another thing we just got a couple of months back because the art and the cover looked really good. Like this one specifically, I like this type of art a lot. If you ever want to know what type of art style will make me buy something without knowing shit about it, this is the thing that'll do it. But yeah, once more volumes are out, I'll check it out. Said it last year, I'll say it this year, I'll say it next year. I will buy and read every goddamn volume of Black Butler as soon as it's announced to be ending soon. I swear back even in like 2008, 9-ish when I was really, really picky about anime and manga, this series was already ongoing and I remember seeing it and be like, I don't know what that is, I'm just skipping over it. And here it is still fucking going. If it ever ends, I'll check it out one day. The full set of Sweat and Soap. I haven't read this one yet, but I know my girlfriend has, and she absolutely adores it. And everyone I see on Twitter talking about it also fucking loves it. I know it's about a girl who works for like either a body lotion or perfume or maybe soap place, and she's real sweaty. She a real sweaty girl, and her boss is like, what do I smell with my sniffers? Do I smell some sweat? And they end up entering like a sweat-based relationship. And I think there's a lot more to it than that, but I know it is sweat-based at first. Everyone loves it. I'll check it out eventually, because yeah, that sounds pretty fun. Alright, top of this shelf, we have Cutie Honey A Go-Go and the original Cutie Honey Classic Collection. So I haven't read Cutie Honey A Go-Go yet. I actually bought it like just a few weeks back when I was at the store and was like, oh, I've been looking for this for a while. Sure, let's get that shit. But Cutie Honey I have read because I'm a huge Go Nagai fan. We're going to talk more about that here in just a second. And I'll be real, I think Cutie Honey is like a 3 out of 5 at best, or like a 6 out of 10 at best. It's rough. It's really rough. It feels like Go Nagai came up with a design for a cute girl and was like, I'm going to draw her getting in situations, and that's it. There's like no real resolution. The actual plot is bare bones. But I like Go Nagai. He's got some good art there, so whatever. It's still fun. And now shifting over to the peak fiction section of Go Nagai, the original motherfucking Devilman. I finally read all of Devilman earlier this year because I'd only ever read little bits of it and seen big chunks of it on the internet. 10 out of 10? Top 5 manga of all time, maybe? One of the best fucking things I've ever read? Legitimately, like, no shit. And after reading it, it's kind of dead obvious how Go Nagai set the precedent for so many manga stories going forward. Like, so many things just rip off of Devilman or emulate Devilman's style. Like, Devilman is a foundational thesis statement. One of the biggest takeaways you should have from this video is read Devilman. One of the best things out there, I promise you. Also, be sure to check out that English dubbed OVA from the 80s. It's one of the funniest fucking things ever. Roll the clip from last year.
Is it okay for me to wear my shoes in here?
I don't give a shit.
No fucking way, Rio. I'm out of here.
Come here. Fucking A, run for it. Let's get the fuck out of here.
The Ghost in the Shell hardcover collection. I'll be real, I like Ghost in the Shell a lot, but a lot of my love does come from the movie and the anime. I think the manga's really good, but it's a little rough and spotty at times, but still got amazing aesthetics and really cool character design, so hey, it is what it is, what can I say? I believe Kodansha is re-releasing the series in softcover regular editions for like the first time ever, so those will be out there if you want to pick it up. Still no lesbian three-way, that part did not make it in, and apparently the artist himself wanted it cut, so it's hard to kind of argue with that, but it's out there if you look online. Or on High School Host Club or whatever. Now, I've only seen the anime for this series, and I fucking loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. It was one of those mid-2000s aesthetic things that I was like, oh yeah, that's bringing me back home. I like it a lot. My girlfriend, on the other hand, read the entire manga just a few months back and adored it. If there's anything I can say about her in this video, she is screaming at you to read Ouran. She's screaming at me to read Ouran. We should all be reading Ouran. It's really good. I'll be real, I'm not even sure why I grabbed it myself, the first volume of Spice and Wolf, the manga, not the light novel. I was at Barnes & Noble and saw it there and was like, don't people really love this series? I don't know. It's just one of those things, I just got an itch and was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy it. I have no fucking rhyme or reason. I don't know anything about it. I'm just gonna do it. So yeah, I did it. I'll check it out one day. I have seen people say the light novel is better, but I don't have time to get into light novels and manga, so I'll peep the manga. The first volume of ReZero that I'm pretty sure came in a random manga box I got years ago. I actually don't know anything about ReZero, manga, anime, light novel. I've kind of just avoided everything. I know the main character has like a brown and orange jacket and looks like a goober. That's about all I really got. I know the people that love it like will fist fight you on how much they love it. Like apparently ReZero is the peakest of peak that ever peaked. But I've seen other people that just straight up are like, this shit sucks. So I don't know. I'll probably check it out one day. I'm open-minded. Couple of random volumes of I remember watching a couple episodes of this anime on Crunchyroll back when it first started airing and thinking, yeah, this is pretty stylish, cool, but then I just fell out of it as I do with so many anime. Started seeing volumes of the manga and thought, you know what, maybe it's about that time. That person on the motorcycle with the cool helmet, I need to know more about them. So I got these volumes and I know it's a light novel thing too, but like I just said with Spice and Wolf, blah. If you are into the series and think the anime is a really good adaptation of the light novels, let me know, I'll go watch that too. Volume 1 of Bungo! Season 4 coming back soon, baby! I'm definitely anime only on Bungo right now, but I've seen the manga plenty and I'm like, ooh, that art looking clean. I think I'm going to start buying Beast and reading Beast. I'll probably stay with the anime for the main series and maybe I'll peep the rest of those volumes online, I don't know. But I do want to buy Beast. Beast looks good and Akutagawa's a good boy. I like him. I know in last year's video I had less volumes of Akame ga Kill and was like, I might give it a shot. I know it's supposed to be kind of garbage. I hear the anime sucks one day. My stance has changed a little bit now and I'm much more in the camp of, okay, I'm going to read Akame ga Kill, and picked up some of the harder to find volumes at a local Barnes & Noble. Do want to peep Akame ga Kill 0 because, you know, I don't know if that's a prequel or sequel, but it's got the name. Really fucking depressing that Hinawa ga Crush, which seems to be the actual sequel to the manga, got fucking canceled. The artist actually just posted all about it on Twitter that the sales just weren't there and the magazine canceled the sequel. So that's really unfortunate because I've heard about this series for years, and to see it got a sequel series that got canceled, that sucks. But yeah, I'll check this out here soon. No clue what a terrified teacher at Ghoul School is, other than it looked like it was about a human teacher who, for one reason or another, is teaching at the Creepy Ghoul Academy, and that sounded pretty fucking fun to me. Since I don't have anything else to say about this, I'll use this chance to say, can't wait to fucking read Aruma-kun physically in English. That's one of the goddamn big bangers going right now. And this premise is basically very similar to Aruma-kun, except it's a student instead of a teacher. But yeah, Aruma-kun, that's the good shit. A Polar Bear in Love is a very straightforward romance comedy thing about a polar bear and a cute little seal, and the polar bear loves the seal. And it's just these short form chapters, sometimes like literally a single page, of just about them being cute together. That's literally all it is. If you like cute things, like if you like this page, you will like this manga. Don't actually know too much about Aka 13, I'd gotten this volume on sale some time ago, but I believe it's about some fictional 1984 ass nation, and this dude is looking for some kind of person who's gonna be staging a coup d'etat and has to audit a bunch of the divisions of this entire nation, and everyone's like, this dude's a fucking weirdo, but he's on a job, but that's all I really know. Kinda reminds me of Papers, Please for some reason, but it has nothing to do with Papers, Please. Before we discuss our next series, I would like to bring up an ancient proverb that has been passed throughout time from monk to monk and has now presented itself in front of us. Not every K-On! Fan is a racist, but every racist is a K-On! Fan. Bunch of random volumes of Batum. Don't know too much about Batum other than it's a video game digital world survival type thing. And I know it's pretty polarizing. I know a lot of people either love it or hate it. I saw that these volumes were getting hard to find pretty early on and was like, and started to grab a bunch of them and didn't actively look for the rest, and now here we are. I don't think I'm filling those gaps. The thing that caught my eye more than anything was seeing the Japanese covers like years ago on the internet and seeing how they were all framed like video game boxes, and they tried to keep the aesthetic up here in America, but man, it's a little lackluster compared to the Japanese ones, but whatever. Legitimately, that alone was enough to make me want to check the series out. I'd grabbed these few volumes of Dead Mount Deathplay at Barnes & Noble a while back because the covers looked really cool. I believe the plot is about a necromancer who died a long time ago and has come back to life in the modern day and is up to some tricky shit once again. But I had remembered seeing some art on Twitter attached to that name and was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That's supposed to look really pretty, and picked them up. Haven't got around to them yet because there's just so much shit, obviously, but that art looks really good, so I want to get in there here soon. I know some volumes were kind of hard to find for a minute, but I think that's been fixed now, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Still missing a couple of volumes, but I've got most of Blood Lad. The volumes that I'm specifically missing were like hard as fuck to find forever. But I know here recently I've seen them pop up at Barnes & Noble. I've just missed my chance on them, so hopefully that means they're being reprinted or stacks are popping up and being sent places. As soon as I can track those volumes down, I'm in there. I'll check this out. I do know it also has a prequel, sequel, I'm not sure, that's called like Blood Lab Bloody Brat or something. I can't find any volumes of that though, so No matter how you guys look at it, it's your fault I'm not popular. Motherfucking Watamote, baby. One of the internet's most classic degenerate characters I've been seeing for what feels like years now. I've only ever actually seen the anime, but I like it. It's a little shitty and grody, but I like it. What can I say? Need to get onto the manga, but is the manga still going? I feel like it may be going. It's still, whatever. It's good shit though. Don't know anything much about From the Red Fog. I just looked at the cover and saw some of the art while I was at Barnes & Noble and thought, ooh, that looks pretty edgy. I'm in the mood for some Shadow the Hedgehog ass edge, let me grab that. And that's about it. I know the second volume's out now, I need to grab it and then read the first two and see what I think of it, but I like the art a lot, looks cool. The one and only volume of Killing Me by Akiyama. This is something my girlfriend grabbed at Barnes & Noble because she thought it looked pretty cute, looked like vampire Yuri stuff, and she was like, alright, sure, I'll grab that and read it. She read it and thought, alright, that's not bad. It seems like that last chapter in the volume was where it was going to start picking up. Did some research online and found out the author just like said, I can't do the series anymore, I gotta dip, and then just the series is over now. So even though this volume says number 1, I doubt there will be a volume 2. That's that. The first volume of the high school, is it DXD or DD? I don't know, but the first volume of the manga. I've heard really good things about this one for a very long time, and hey, not gonna lie, sometimes you walk into Barnes & Noble and you go, you know what, I'm in a pretty degenerate mood, what do you got? And you walk out with this. I think it may have been hard to find for a bit, but I've seen volumes reappear here recently, so I'll check this one out here soon. I've been feeling an ecchi mood lately. The first volume of Yoshi no Zuikara. This one is a little bit like Downfall, but with a way better disposition. It's about a manga artist whose series gets cancelled and finds himself at a little bit of a crossroads and doesn't know what to do next. So he goes back to his small country hometown to kind of ground himself and find his roots, and wants to build a slice of life manga based off of that. I've only read the first volume, but I really did enjoy it, so I need to pick the rest up. I just haven't got around to it yet because I'm bad at things. But yeah, thumbs up on this one. Kakeguris 1 through 3 and 1 volume of Kakeguri Twin. The volume of Twin I found at half price for just like $5 and was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll get that. Because I wanted to get into Kakeguri after seeing some of the anime on Netflix. That anime was really fucking good. Animation, music, all of it fired on all cylinders for me. So I really want to check the manga out because that art, I can already tell that art's gonna go hard. This is one of the series when after I finish the manga, I will absolutely watch the anime, the second season, and now, since we're lucky, we got Kakeguri Twin on Netflix too, so fuck yeah, more of it. Alright, time to piss a few people off at me for sure. The full set of Erased. Now, at this point, I haven't actually read Erased, but I did watch the anime last year. And not gonna lie, on the second episode, I figured out who the killer was, and after that, I kind of stopped giving a fuck. I'm gonna be real, when it comes to a mystery story, especially a murder mystery, if I can logically guess your murderer in episode 2, you fucking failed. You just fucked up your murder mystery. I don't like that. You failed it. Bad. I do think the stuff with the girl and her abusive parents is really good. That was all really endearing, but the actual murder mystery plot, yeah, that fucking flopped pretty hard for me, and since the anime revolves around that, the anime kinda flopped for me. I do need to check the manga out and see if my opinion's any different. One single volume down here of A Bride's Story. Don't actually know too much about it other than it's a hardback, so that was already kind of like, oh hey, that's a Impress hardback, you don't just see those too much. And if I remember right, the plot sounded like it was just about badass women from history, so I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds cool to me, I'll grab that. I think it's still going right now, so when it ends, I'll check it out. Looks really cool though. Ah, god damn it. Real shit, I need to get on Dimension W a lot faster than I am. I bought the full series on recommendation from someone on Twitter, and I don't think I'll be disappointed at all. As soon as I looked through the art and I looked at these covers, I was like, yeah, this looks really cool. They glow in the dark too, apparently. I can never really get them to. I must got shitty copies, but yeah, that happens. I'm reading a lot of different things right now, but I think once I actually have some time and some space, I'm going to slide this in, and I think Negima and this are probably next. Will I actually commit to that? I don't fucking know. Check my Twitter to see. Both volumes of this series I picked up on a whim at Barnes & Noble called Magai Mono. So not gonna lie, I just kinda saw this spine and was like, oh, what's that? And grabbed it and didn't think too much about the cover, but I saw the art and was like, oh fuck, whoa, that's going really hard, what is this? And ended up grabbing both volumes. Came home and did a little bit more research and found out, hey, it was actually, well, I can't find out if it ended or was canceled, but it was a monthly series that just got 2 volumes, so hey, it may have just been canceled. The story starts off fairly basic about a girl who thinks she's possessed by a demon and she gets saved by an exorcist, but then quickly turns into, nah, we're actually from space and there's a whole space alien council and we're doing space shit, but the series literally ends as soon as it gets to that, so pretty unfortunate. Volumes 1 and 2 of Horimiya. I don't have much to say about this one. I know my girlfriend picked these up because we had both heard that it was actually really popular in Japan, and that it got an anime that people were pretty excited about, but I heard once it was all said and done, it kind of ended up being like a best of collection of the manga because of the way the story's told, so I'll just read the manga and then go check the anime out. But yeah, this is really highly recommended, so need to check it out. Been trying to get around to reading this sooner. The Final Fantasy Isekai manga. It's basically about a brother and sister who get isekai'd into Final Fantasy, and I think the sister dies pretty early on, and oh, guess what? Ray's doesn't exist in this world, so now the brother's gotta go out and figure out what to do. Don't know much about it at all, honestly, but it's a Final Fantasy isekai, and I like Final Fantasy, so I kinda wanna check it out. Art in it looks really great too, and these covers are beautiful, so yeah, that's a good reason to hurry up and check it out here soon, I think. First 2 volumes of the 86 manga. I know this is a really popular light novel and now also anime, so I saw the manga at Barnes & Noble and thought, oh, cool, I like mech things, I like war-related stories, not war-related stories. So yeah, I grabbed it. I don't know if it's still ongoing and getting more chapters, or if and I don't know much about what's going on with it, but I hear it's really good, so I'll check it out one day. So, as a self-proclaimed lover of food manga, I'm kinda slipping by not reading Delicious in Dungeon right now, I feel like. The only reason I hadn't started it is because I heard it was really fucking good and I just wanted to wait until it was finished. Though it's getting an anime here soon, so I'm absolutely going to watch that, but yeah, I hear Delicious in Dungeon's a fucking banger, so I'm already recommending it to all of you, even if I haven't read it. I love food manga, I know I'm gonna love this. So, Inale and Delilah is basically Girls Be Shopping, but an angel and a devil. It's just a 3-volume series by the creator of Witch Hat Atelier, so hey, look at this art, you know it's fucking good, but it's a really simple story about an angel and a demon who love luxury and fashionable items. That's really all there is to it, and it's got some pretty suggestive art. A thumbs up, I like it. I need to get the rest of Girls' Last Tour. I've been meaning to do that forever, but I haven't gotten around to it. I know it's just an incredibly somber story about 2 girls traveling some kind of post-apocalypse and whatever they run into, dealing with it, whether it's survivors or just sadness because of an apocalypse. I hear it's a really big downer, so you gotta be in the mood for it, but I'm always in the mood for downers, so I need to get the other few volumes. It's just like 3 more, I need to do it, fuck. Hard-boiled stories from the cat bar. All I actually know about it is the stories about a hitman at a cat bar, and I know there's a mystery and about the whatever. Don't know too much, but my girlfriend read it and she was like, this is really good, you need to read it. Everyone out there needs to read it. This is just 1 volume but good, so hey, thumbs up from her, thumbs up from me. Just 1 volume of Carnival. I don't really know anything about this one other than I remember seeing it on Right Stuff like 2 or 3 years back, and it was marked as no longer available and half the volumes weren't there, and I was like, oh damn, I guess I'll never know what that is. But as of this year, I feel like it started to pop back up in random places, so I got the first volume. Don't know anything about it other than the art looks very Pandora Hearts-ish, which we'll talk about more in a bit, but that's a very big thumbs up for me. So, fruits baskets. I'm gonna break the 4th wall a little bit here on this one. So if you couldn't tell from my accent or if you've seen from other videos, yeah, I live somewhere in the American South, that's kind of obvious. Literally in a backwoods ass town with not a whole lot of people. And in this backwoods ass town with not a whole lot of people, had to go to the doctor here recently, and the doctor, of course, is the guy who's known me since I was like fucking in 7th grade, and I'm like way past that now. I walk in, sit down, he sees my Evangelion tattoo, and he's like, oh, I recognize that. That's from that Netflix show. And I'm like, yeah, Evangelion. He's like, man, I fucking love anime. Then we start talking about anime. My doctor, who is a farmer who has an entire cattle operation, who goes to car shows, is like, hey man, sometimes I just sit there and turn on fruits baskets and it just hits me. I'll just sit there and cry. And I'm like, damn it, I haven't even seen fruits baskets yet, and my doctor's showing me up on this shit. So I need to watch and read fruits baskets is what I'm basically saying. Hana-chan in the Shape of the World is a 1-volume thing that's, I guess the best way to describe it is kind of like seeing the world through the eyes of a child where not a lot really makes sense, and it's described really perfectly through this really extremely vivid and cool art. But the stories themselves are just, hey, this girl is seeing some weird shit in a weird world, and don't have too much actual, like, consistency to them or anything, so I don't know if I'd really recommend it too much, but the art is beautiful, so it is worth it for that, I feel like. So here we got Doubts 1 and 2, Judges 1, 2, 4, and 5, and no volumes of Secret because I don't think I'm going to be lucky enough to find that one. My quick review of these series is, hey, you like Danganronpa? You like Battle Royale? You like this art? You should probably check these series out. On my hands and knees, begging for Yowamushi Pedal to end. It is too long for me to commit to buying right now when half the volumes are out of print and I don't know how long it's gonna be and just all of that stuff, but holy fuck, I want to read Yowamushi Pedal. I don't know really anything about it other than it's about biking. I don't know if it's like just competitive bike riding or if it's mountain biking or what, but look at this art. Look at it. Why does a series about biking look like this? Holy shit, I need this in my life. So yeah, just waiting for it to end so I can finally read it because goddamn, I think it's on almost volume 100 now and it's still going. One day. So earlier when I said my girlfriend had some kind of plan for Galaxy Next Door, it also involves this series, Sweetness and Lightning, because they're by the same author, so I think actually she just wants to read this one first before starting a Galaxy Next Door. I know she read the first volume and it's cooking related. I think it's about a guy who's cooking for a little girl and there may be another girl that they meet together, and I know the big focus is literally we're cooking food and the little girl is cute and eats the food and we're just kind of a happy group. That's really all I know though. Speaking of living in the American South, the reason I have the first volume of Silver Spoon, outside of it being by the author of Full Metal Alchemist, so I know it's a banger, is because, hey, I grew up dealing with the kind of stuff that Silver Spoon is about, so I have some kind of relation to it, and I am interested in it. I thought about checking the anime out first, but honestly, knowing Arakawa's art style, probably just gonna read it. Need to actually do that, cause yeah, like I said, probably gonna hit. So, the first 4 volumes of the English print of Solo Leveling. And man, we gotta start it off with fucking rest in peace to Dubu. Now, of course, he wasn't the actual author of Solo Leveling, but he was the artist for the manga adaptation. And he actually just passed away back in July of this year. Solo Leveling's manhwa was something that had been on my radar for a really long time, and I'd been wanting to get into it, and the Impress putting out these volumes was like, fuck yeah, that's the perfect way to do it. I know I could have read it on my phone or something, but I'm a physical guy anyway, if you can't tell by this whole video, so that was perfect for me. I don't have too much to actually say about the webcomic itself other than I am excited to start it because it's got such a big legacy, and of course, rest in fucking peace, man. The splendid work of A Monster Maid is super fucking neat. It's about a cat who lives with an old lady, and then as time goes on and the old lady loves the cat, eventually she passes away, but as she does, the cat becomes a fucking Nekomata like from SMT, and is like, wow, now I can finally help and communicate with the old lady. Oh nope, it's too late, she's dead. Wait, what are those gold sparkles coming out of her body? And she follows the gold sparkles and ends up in some like weird otherworld place and teams up with a zombie and a robot and goes on magical girl adventures. Odd premise, I know, but the art goes really hard, and it's pretty cute. I like it. Big thumbs up to this one. When I first picked up A Girl Without a Face, I thought it was going to be like metaphorical and be like, oh no, she does have a face. She just has like communication issues so you can't see her face, but the boy loves her regardless. Nah, this girl ain't got a face. She just ain't got no face. And the manga's just about how the boy's like, nah, I love you regardless, and let's have goofy adventures when you don't have a face. That's it. It's cute, but yeah, that's it. Uncle from Another World has an extremely strong premise. Uncle ends up in a coma for a really long time, and in the coma he thinks he was isekai'd into another world, but now he's woken up and who knows if he was actually isekai'd or not. What I actually think is more interesting right now is how much of a fucking train wreck that anime's production has been. Now, I can't actually comment on the quality of the anime itself, I haven't seen it, but the way they've released these episodes where it's very obvious that the season was not finished and they just put the episodes out anyway and are making you wait for the rest of the episodes, and like, you get one episode in like a 2-month period? Yeah, they fucked that up. Something's fucked up there, and that's really unfortunate for fans of the anime, but yeah, manga's really good though, so I'll watch it maybe. And the big stack of degeneracy here, Prison School. So, I don't have too much to say about Prison School that I didn't say in my last video. Also, I'll talk about Devil Blues, which is probably the most important thing. Go watch that video just to learn about me and the Devil Blues. That's a 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Also, a little look behind the curtain. The day after I posted it, YouTube hit me with the monetization and also the age restriction, which I did get repealed, so it's all good now. But that did hit the algorithm pretty hard for a small channel like me, so go help that video out. I'll love you forever, metaphorically speaking. Alright, here's a pretty fucking silly stack. Almost all of the Higurashi manga, which as of the time of this recording, the rest of it is on the way, and a couple volumes of the Umineko manga. Now, in case you don't know, Higurashi has been reprinted here recently, so don't be paying those stupid fucking prices for volumes. They're out there, just go on the hunt. Umineko, you didn't hear it from me, but keep your eyes out for 2023 if you've been looking for the manga. I can't say anything concrete, I'm just some fucking dipshit. Just keep your eyes out. Don't be paying big numbers for those volumes, guys. But yeah, both of these series go hard as fuck in my opinion. I'm a little bit more partial to Umineko, and I've also only ever actually experienced the VNs, so excited to read both of these mangas because those VNs are big good, big very good. All 5 volumes of the Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days manga. Now, I don't know if it's been made clear before in other videos or whatever, but hey, Kingdom Hearts is my jam. I love all of the games almost. Yes, all of them, even those ones. And that being said, I'm a huge fucking fan of 358 over 2 days specifically because Axel, Roxas, and Shion are kind of that's my crew. I know everyone has their pick of their favorite of the 3-3. That's my crew. That's the one I pick. And while I do love that game's story, I can't sit here and say that the game itself is fun to play or that the movie they made on the disc collections is the best to watch. Gonna be real, I think if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan who's trying to get into the series and you get into 358, watch the movie on the discs because they made that for you, but also read this manga because it captures a lot of that light-hearted fun that was in there with those characters. Those 3 are some fucking goofy dipshits that I love, and this manga absolutely nails that dynamic and also has some fun with the other organization members. I fucking love this manga. This is a banger. I think it's kind of hard to find now, so if you gotta read the scans, do it. But just do it. This is the one. Need to read Murcielago, if anything, because of her. She's the main character, and look at her. That's a 10 right there if I've ever seen it. I know a lot of people also really like this one, even if it's not talked about a whole lot, so yeah, I need to read it because her. All the current volumes out in English of the Case Study of Vanitas. Now at the moment, I'm anime only with this one, but it's by Jun Mochizuki, the author of Pandora Hearts, and oh, wait a minute, Pandora Hearts is a 10, oh, wait for that later. So yeah, I knew I had to get in on this one at the ground floor because I knew it, I had a feeling. And yeah, I loved the first season of the anime a lot, and immediately grabbed all the volumes and planned to reread it. And then it entered hiatus, and I believe it's still there. So kind of just waiting to read it until it comes back from hiatus, and I don't know, I might read this one monthly, but I highly doubt it because Mochizuki's stories I don't like to put down, so I may just wait until it's done anyway. But yeah, this is a banger. Look at this art, look at these covers, check this one out. Volume 1 of Kimono Jihin. I don't actually know too much about this one. I know it got an anime earlier, like maybe it was this year or last year now, but I know a lot of people really liked it. I have heard it's like, yup, do you like battle shonen? That's what this is, a battle shonen. And hey, if you haven't seen the earlier parts of the video, I kinda like battle shonens a lot, so I grabbed the first volume. I'll get the first couple and read it eventually and see if I want to keep going, but yeah, art looks solid. Our Not So Lonely Planet Travel Guide, I believe, is a BL series about a super serious guy and a super fun-loving guy. And for one reason or another, they end up taking a world trip vacation where they're gonna see all the crazy sights in the world together, and when they get back home, they're gonna get married. Really simple premise, and I don't know anything else about it. I just saw these 2 covers and the art on the spine. I was like, no, those are really pretty. I like those. I want those. Very proud of myself for how well I've completely avoided every detail of what Toilet-Bound Hanako-kun's story is about. All I know is I had seen the art in it and was like, ooh, that, give me a couple volumes of that, I want that right now. I don't know if it's a battle series, I don't know if it's a slice of life series, quite frankly, I don't give a shit. Your art looks like that, I'm gonna read you. The first 10 volumes of Laid Back Camp. I know my girlfriend picked these up a while back because she had wanted to get into it because she thought it was actually over, but it wasn't, and then another volume came out, so I think she's waiting for it to end before she gets in there. We did watch some of the anime together, and that anime is really good. It's literally just about the joys of camping. That seems to be it. They just like camping. That's it. So yeah, if you're down for a slice of life that's relaxing, just having a good time out in the woods, here you go. Volumes 1 and 3 of Mariko-chan. I don't know what happened to Volume 2. From what I had read of it, just a simple story about a cute girl that has a cute art style, and oh no, she can see the most horrible things imaginable, but no one else really can, so she's kind of just trying to cope. Don't acknowledge it, just eyes forward, let's keep moving, and maybe they won't say anything to you. And that's all I had really seen of the story at that point. I'm willing to bet that there are more girls who could see monsters and demons, and I wonder if there's even more to it than that. But yeah, that's all I know so far. Art goes hard. Because this video is so long and I've already forgot half the shit I've talked about, I legitimately can't remember how many isekai I've talked about at this point, but I'll just go ahead and throw it in here. I'm usually not the biggest fan of most isekai, not because I have like a problem with, oh, the person dies and comes back to life in a fantasy world. That doesn't bother me at all. It's more just, why are all these fantasy worlds so fucking boring? They're all just, oh look, we have orcs and goblins, and oh, we have magic here, and you're a guy who can, oh, blah, blah. I don't know. Most isekai worlds just end up boring the fuck out of me, and that draws me out more than anything when it comes to those types of stories. That being said, the art in this manga, mixed with it being a yakuza who's come back as a cute girl when she's doing the bancho poses and being a badass, yeah, alright, you got me, I'll check this one out. Yankees was one of those ones that I was at Barnes & Noble and saw it and was like, what are you about? And the plot itself is about gangs of cats on the street who see themselves as like rough-ass delinquents, and they beat the shit out of each other, and the art cuts back and forth to who's fighting. I'd only got through the first volume, but I liked what I read and just never got the second volume, but that's a pretty strong premise, so I should at least read it online, I feel like. Speaking of the Akira Hiramoto, we got all 6 volumes of Raw Hero. So of course, this is the series he did right after Prison School, which, like I said in the video, I haven't actually read Raw Hero yet, but I finally found them all on Mercari for just $50 free shipping! So it's about that time to get in there and see how this one is. I hear the story just stops, like, I don't even think it was canceled, he just stopped the story, so we'll see, but I mean, hey, fuck it, I like Hiramoto! Ara Fuerta from Commonplace to World's Strongest is one of those isekais I hear people talk about all the time, but I can't sit here and say I know a lot about isekais, so I don't know anything about it. Saw the first volume at Books A Million and flipped through it and was like, ooh, that's some good art though, and went ahead and grabbed it. I believe a new season of the anime just got announced too, so hey, maybe a good time to get in, right? I don't know, we'll see. One of my most anticipated releases of 2022, the new deluxe edition of Spriggan coming out by 7 Seas. I don't actually know much about Spriggan other than I've seen its animation from the old OVAs and was like, oh fuck, that looks raw, I need to watch that someday, and just haven't. And I know it got that new Netflix anime that looks, it looks fine, honestly. I've seen CG anime that looks way worse. I would probably watch that and enjoy it. But now that we're finally getting the manga in English, oh fuck yeah, here we go, I'm in there. Will say, these are a little fat. These are like very fat. Whatever, I can deal with them, but goddamn 7 Seas, relax a little bit. The manga adaptation of Summit of the Gods by Jiro Taniguchi. The basic plot structure is a man finds a camera who used to be owned by a guy who climbed Mount Everest, I think was a real guy too, I'm pretty sure. And it's like, oh goddamn, I'm gonna climb Mount Everest with my buddy. And they set out to climb and things happen because, you know, climbing the world's highest mountain might be a little fucking difficult. It's a really interesting story with a really strong art style, and I really wish I could easily find volumes 1 through 3 in good shape because goddamn it has not been easy. But this is a big recommend. I think if you like things like The Climber, you'll probably get into this. Okay, between these 3 perfect editions and all of the original printings, I have all of Soul Eater, and also 1 volume of Soul Eater Not. Just like I said with Fire Force and Okubo earlier, I fucking love the dude and I love this manga. It was one of those series that was recommended to me by IRL friends like a long time ago, and I would go over to their house and we'd be chilling and they would be like, yo, peep this, and turn on Soul Eater, and I'm like, this looks really pretty. I like this aesthetic. I'll go and check it out. But I don't know, there's something about the anime that always ended up turning me off from it. I like the music and I love the aesthetics of the world, and it had fantastic animation. It was one of those early Bone series, but something about it I just couldn't vibe with. But I decided to check the manga out because I still like the structure of the series and what it was, and yeah, I fucking love the manga, imagine that. I do think the back half of the series does kind of get a little shaky in a lot of points, especially with the moon stuff and towards it, but whatever. I still love Soul Eater a lot, and the way it ends up connecting with other things hey, I think that's all really good. Get these perfect editions. They have all of the color art, these nice pages, hardcover, good shit. Do it. As someone who's been like super online for like at least over 15 years now, Yotsuba is one of those series that has always just kind of been in my peripheral view. I've always seen her everywhere. Because of that, of course, I ended up checking out some of the manga way back in the day and thought, oh yeah, this is pretty cute, this isn't bad at all, but never really went any further with it. Then as I've gotten older, I've definitely been like, yeah, I should probably read that. I think I'd like it more now than I did when I was younger. Went to Half Price Books in like, I think it was Indianapolis or something on a trip and was like, whoa, hold up. That's like almost the entire series for $4 a volume. Yeah, I lucked out. I got almost all of Yotsuba on the cheap and then ordered the rest of them online. From what I understand, the series is still going and kind of just gets chapters whenever the author feels like it, so might wait until it's actually finished to read it, of course, but I know it'll be good because it's something I've literally seen for like half my life now. Believe all of the currently available English volumes of Booty Royale. So this is one of those series that you'd see wrapped up in the store and be like, oh, yeah, that's some degenerate manga, and yes, but also, it's an extremely competent fighting battle manga. The artist, while, wanting to draw what he wants to draw, very obviously has an interest in telling real martial arts stories, and I gotta say, it really caught me off guard how actually competent this series is at doing that while being very horny. Now, real shit, he did recently say on his Twitter that because of his new relationship and family life, he is in a situation where he cannot draw the manga as easily, so it's currently on hiatus until who knows when. I think he did kind of imply that he wanted to finish it one day, but just because of things at home, he can't work on it, so whenever whatever home issue is resolved, maybe it'll come back, but until then, cross your fingers, I guess. Volume 1 of the manga adaptation of Classroom of the Elite. Another one of those light novel series I've heard about for years that people scream about and absolutely love that I don't know shit about. And I know it also has an anime adaptation that a lot of people do like, but I also have seen criticism for of it being kind of a bad adaptation of the light novel. But all that being said, I saw the first volume at Barnes & Noble and thought, oh, they're giving it a manga now. Nah, sure, I'll grab the first one. Don't really know anything about it other than it's about survival at a school for elite children, and I think it gets a little intense because you gotta make it, you gotta do good here, or else. Don't know a single thing about Crisis Girls. I think my girlfriend found that at Half Price Books and was like, this cover's really cute, and grabbed it because it was just like $3. Don't know anything else about it, but cover's cute, art looks good. So Colorless is a new release by 7 Seas that I don't really know anything about. I've seen some people on Twitter talk about it, specifically because while it is a black and white manga, it has these cool splashes of like this greenish blue, mostly blue, hue thrown in for certain scenes of the manga to kind of elevate their color scheme, and it's like, that's really cool, honestly. Like, yeah, you have some manga that incorporate their color pages, of course, and I have seen other things that actually like splash the blood red on pages to kind of emphasize the violence. But just this cool blue tone that radiates from the main character's powers and weapons, like, yeah, no, that's really cool. Haven't read it yet because I want to get more of them before I actually dive into it, but that little chunk alone was enough to make me go, ooh, yeah, let's grab that. That's interesting. The last of the 2-in-1 volumes of Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer. And actually, at the time of recording this, I just found 5, 6, and 7, and 8 on Mercari for like 20 bucks free shipping and thought, sure, fuck it, get it on my way. I haven't actually read Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer, but it's by the author of Spirit Circle, which I have read. We'll talk about that here in a bit, but I like that one a lot, so I have faith in this one. EXO Drive: The Reincarnation Games. I don't really know anything about this one. I think, know how I said earlier most isekai worlds kind of bore me? I think I had posted that on Twitter and someone commented and went, well, hey, if you get kind of bored with isekai tropes, check this one out. It looks like it's taking those tropes and turning it into a stupid battle tournament type series, and I thought, yeah, sure, I'll grab the first volume. Art in it seems really good, but I'll probably read this one before I pick any more up. Just gonna cover both of these at once. All of Devilman Grimoire and all of Devilman vs. Hades. So Devilman Grimoire is actually like a reboot, remake, or whatever of the original series, done by Rui Takato, who is the creator of Booty Royale, which I was not expecting, but once you read Devilman G, yeah, it kind of makes sense because Jesus Christ, this is horny as fuck. In terms of the actual plot itself, it's pretty fucking mid, I can't lie to you, but the art in it is absolutely beautiful, and there's some really cool interpretations of Devilman characters in here, so I think it is worth it for that. But yeah, the plot is kind of just an excuse to draw horny shit, so take that as you will. And Devilman vs. Hades I haven't actually read yet, but I do know is kind of like I don't think it's an official sequel to Devilman, but it's kind of a soft sequel seeming, where it seems like Devilman is in hell and he's looking for, you know, some dead people that died in the main story. He's off to find them and try and save them. And then Mazinger shows up and he's got to deal with Mazinger. So there's that. I haven't read this one yet, but I do recommend Grimoire. Back in the Kino corner, baby, volumes 1 through 4 of Die Dark. I'll be completely honest, I haven't even started Die Dark yet, because fuck you ain't gonna make me wait monthly for my Hayashida. I'ma wait until this one's done. If I had to wait monthly for Dorohedoro, I would die. Cannot wait to get into this one. And also, big shout out to 7 Seas for doing what Viz Media couldn't do and putting in the color pages. Clap fucking clap. Hugh Hayashida's art deserves the color pages. Thank you. The entire English set of Blue Giant, crossing my fingers that 7 Seas decides to come on and release the sequel series over here next. Blue Giant's a simple story about a boy discovering his love of fucking jazz, and that's all I really need to say. Look at this art, it's about jazz. For me, that's almost basically a 10. Can't wait to check out the sequel series if they ever bring it over, but if they don't, I'ma check it out anyway, you can't stop me. Alright, now we in the closet, and we're starting off with the Italian Gon box set. Got this off of Italian Amazon a couple of months back after I saw it popped up on sale for like $50 and was like, you know what, I'm gonna risk it. The reason I say risk it is because it was international shipping from Italy, and I've heard plenty of horror stories of other people who have got theirs and it's just been fucking destroyed. Mine has like 1 or 2 little dents on the corner, I think, but ultimately it's pretty much perfect, so I'm completely happy with this, and I don't mind getting the Italian edition of it because it's gone. There's no fucking words. It's all cool pictures about a dinosaur being a badass. Gon rules super hard. Read it however you can because getting any English volumes is super hard now, and it doesn't matter because there's no words. One of the old Tokyo Pop volumes of RG Veda, and one of the Dark Horse Omnibus releases of RG Veda. All I really know about RG Veda is it's Clamp's take on Eastern mythology, and this art goes fucking hard. I wanted to try and get the Dark Horse releases of it, cause hey, they just came out from like 2015 to 2018, but guess what? You can't fucking find them because imagine that Dark Horse printing. But yeah, RG Veda looks like it goes hard. I need to read this one because look at that, fuck. Just gonna repeat what I said in last year's video about this dot hack 1 through 3. You can get this off Right Stuff for like $2 on a good weekend, so if you ever want to check it out, do it there. Dot Hack's a really weird series. I don't know if I would recommend getting into Dot Hack. As someone who watched it growing up and has played some of the games, which I don't know if I recommend either of those, honestly. If you do want to know more about it, go watch Red Bard's video. They do a better job talking about it than I will here. The 7 through 9 omnibus of Dancing the Vampire Bund. Don't know much about this one other than the art in it goes really hard, and there's a couple of designs that make me scratch my chin and go but I know people love it, and I see that it has like a prequel or sequel or spin-off series that maybe still got, I don't know, I see volumes of that in Barnes & Noble all the time. If I could find all of these omnibuses at a reasonable price, I would probably grab them and read them like that because hey, I actually enjoy the size of these. They're tall. If you're gonna make an omnibus, make it taller. The Complete Rose of Versailles Udon hardcover release. Not gonna lie, this one is something I wanted on my shelf and wanted to check out because it's a seminal piece of shoujo history, but they're a little expensive, so I can't say I probably would have bought them outright if it wasn't for that Barnes & Noble hardcover sale I mentioned, baby! So yeah, I do need to actually read it because I was lucky enough to get the volumes on a good deal. I do know that apparently it's getting a brand new anime movie, I think, in 2023, which is kind of fucking out of nowhere, but hell yeah, bring this one back to let people know about the real shoujo masterpieces. Yo, shout out 7 Seas lately for putting out these older mangas in these cool new collection hardbacks like Lupin the Third, Kamen Rider, I think there's a Sentai one they released here recently. All that shit's dope. Please keep doing that. And that being said, fuck yes, some kind of official release of the Lupin manga that isn't the super hard to find Tokyo Pop prints. You have no idea what I would give to see the entire Lupin the Third manga in English. Like, really hoping this sells enough to justify maybe making a second volume of the greatest hits. Like, I know not all of them are probably Western friendly, but man, Lupin rules. If you've never seen Lupin, go watch the anime, especially part 1. don't skip part 1, it's the best part. And it also just recently got a new dub that's really good. I think all of Lupin's dubs are really good. So if you just want to get into it easy and you're like, oh fuck it, I'll just turn it on and chill, the dub's good. Thumbs up. Fucking Lupin! Not too much to say about Akira Toriyama's manga theater other than fuck yeah Viz for finally putting this out over here. I feel like this was a long time coming. Just a big compilation of Akira Toriyama's short stories. If you like his writing style, his more Dr. Slump writing style and early Dragon Ball sensibilities, you'll like this. So, the Manga Sutra is kind of an, not really, but kind of an adaptation of the Kama Sutra. It's about two Japanese newlyweds who are both virgins and don't really know anything about sex, but they're gonna learn about it. So while the manga does follow that story, it's also very sexually informative. It's one of those types of manga with probably made for a very specific type of Japanese people. Finding English prints of it has become just impossible. I was lucky enough to get this Tokyo Pop one whenever I was able to find it a couple years back. But it's a really interesting story. I wish this would be brought back in some way, because I don't know, I like it. 2 Glacier Bay releases I got on sale, and if you don't know, Glacier Bay is a really small press printing company that's run out of America, but yeah, they put out really high quality prints of these really cool indie titles that I can't recommend enough. Like, look at these artworks, look at these covers, like, yeah, good shit. Haven't even read these yet, but I'm gonna do what I can to support these small indie publishers because, hey, that's the future of manga. We'll talk more about a couple more indie publishers as we go, but that's the future right there, I feel like. One of the more grounded Matsumoto mangas, Bing Bong. The story of a ping pong tournament with some asshole kids told in this crazy art style. Not gonna lie, Masaki Yuasa did an anime for this that's just a couple of episodes and is absolutely fucking vibrant and beautiful, so I 100% recommend checking that out if you feel like it. It's super good. A random volume of the Vampire Hunter D manga. I don't really know why I got it, but I want to read the Vampire Hunter D manga, and it seems like everyone was getting volumes online but me, and I'm like, I want a volume of Vampire Hunter D. I like those purple pages. So I ordered one off of Amazon. I do want to read the whole manga eventually because I like Vampire Hunter D's movie, and I'll probably never touch the light novel, honestly. The adaptation of No Longer Human by Junji Ito, with the original novel being done by that dude from Bungo Stray Dogs. I will say, through all the criticism I've given Ito in this video, I do think No Longer Human is one of his better things. I think it's an actual really good adaptation of that novel. Random aside, there is another adaptation of No Longer Human that's by the same dude who did Genkaku Picasso that's supposed to be really good, so be cool to get that printed over here one day. Yeah, that's that. Boss Lab London was one of those things that sold me on art style alone. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, this cover, this art, that was enough. Looks cool. It's been a really long time coming to finally have an official adaptation of Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko. Crazy how popular it is all around the world for it to finally just now be getting an official translation over here. The story is set in a post-apocalyptic world and is about an android that runs a coffee shop. And while the actual plot itself is very laid back and is more just kind of the day-to-day life of this android and the people she meets, and sometimes she has to go and get stuff for the shop and just the world around her in a post-apocalypse, definitely one of those mangas where it's going to be a very sit-back, quiet, introspective thing, and also just, hey, daily life of an android running a shop. Yeah, I totally missed the boat on this one, I think. The last 3 volumes of Alice in Murderland. Saw it on Right Stuff and was like, oh shit, that looks pretty cool, I should probably grab that. And then I didn't, and volumes started just disappearing, and by the time I actually did, there was just 3 left. Doesn't seem like it's getting a reprint, seems pretty hard to find, so whatever, it is what it is. Don't know much about the series because I fucked up, but whatever, looks cool. Alright, so now we're starting to hit where I have a bunch of Japanese volumes, and for some of them I'm gonna just kind of blast through them because they're just Japanese volumes of things I've already talked about. But first up is something I've not talked about and some I want to talk about more. Motherfucking Getter Robo Go by the goddamn legend Ken Ishikawa. So Getter Robo was like one of the most landmark pieces of giant robot action anime ever, and of course the anime is incredibly popular, but hey, the real heat is over here in this motherfucking manga. Ken Ishikawa is a goddamn madman when it comes to his art and his designs. Sure, you know, you have the earlier Getter Robo stuff, which does look a little simple in 60s, 70s as it goes, but by the time you get to Getter Robo Go, the art has gone up to an incredible level, and then even further by the time you get to Arc and Shin Getter, and oh my god, I fucking love Getter Robo. Has nothing to do with this, but I really need all of Kiyomu Senki published in English. Kiyomu Senki seems like it was a whole series or whatever the fuck you want to call it that was made for me specifically. Over the course of his career, Ken Ishikawa was doing a bunch of short stories that told all these crazy different plots, and then he compiled them all together and added in new things to make a gigantic, long, narrative structured series. Like, that's fucking crazy. Ken Ishikawa's the shit. Couple of random volumes of Sergeant Frog. Don't know much about this series other than I feel like it's just been around forever, and here we are with some Tokyo Pop volumes because they were on sale on Right Stuff for like $2. I do want to check it out. It's probably an important piece of fiction, or at least it was landmark in some way, so yeah. Got a couple of random Shaman King volumes I picked up for like $0.25 each. A Yu Yu Hakusho volume and a Hunter x Hunter volume that were also $0.25 each, all at half-price books. The Japanese-only guidebook for Hunter x Hunter, volumes 1 through 6 of Steel Ball Run because that's my favorite JoJo part, and volume 25 of JoJo Leon because I think that may be my most favorite JoJo cover. I don't know, it's really high up there. I fucking love this one. And then, here we go, we got 2 volumes of Zatch Bell, or Gash Bell as I actually call it. Just like I've done with other things in this video, I'm saving this series for another time. All I'm gonna say is, Gash Bell's a 10. It is legitimately, in my mind, a peak of shonen manga, and I'm not fucking kidding at all. A random volume of 20th Century Boys I found. Whatever this Dancing Policeman by Urasawa is, I think it's just a one-shot story by him, but I found it for like 25 cents. And then we have the first volume of Trigun in German. Kind of shocked that Trigun doesn't have any kind of English print. Like, I feel like this one deserves it. I feel like it would do really well over here. Why hasn't 7 Seas or anyone touched Trigun? Basic plot is one day a bunch of fucking frogs fall from the sky and incorporate into people and turn them into weird freak alien monsters. Main character ends up getting a sick dick power and has to fucking kill him, and an owl tells him what to do. I read it and caught up to where it was at the time, and that was around like that whole group of superheroes where they were meeting in the park and shit got a little wacky. So I haven't finished the series, but it is over now, so I'm excited to check it out because goddamn, this art goes. I got this first volume of Shiori Experience kind of just on impulse. Read the first 2 chapters and saw that it was about a teacher who used to play guitar and is kind of like at a dead point in life and is like, oh man, I miss playing music, until she runs into the ghost of Jimi Hendrix. And he's like, hey girl, we gonna play some music. And then I think more ghosts of famous musicians start to show up. This one is never getting an official English print because of this, so you're gonna have to read it digital. And I bought this first volume because that's a really fun premise. I like that a lot. I'm a music guy, so hey. This Japanese-only Toriko guidebook. So I mentioned earlier that 20th Century Boys might be my favorite thing by Urasawa. There was another thing that was fighting with it, and so here we are, motherfucking Billy Bat. I grabbed this full Japanese set off of eBay for like $65 earlier this year, which to me, that's kind of a perfect deal. Because hey, I got news for you. Billy Bat's not getting an English print. It's just not. It's not happening. Like, don't get me wrong. I'd love to eat my own shit and be wrong about this. Fuck yes, I would love to be wrong about this. But considering the plot revolves around Walt Disney, Hitler, Jesus, 9/11, and every other major conspiracy theory that hits America in some way, shape, or form, this one's not happening over here. I just don't feel it. Don't think it's gonna happen, especially because of the Jesus stuff. Saint Young Men was hard enough to get over here. It's hard to really talk about Billy Bat without spoiling big chunks of it. All you really need to know is a comic book artist in America who basically made Mickey Mouse finds out, wait a minute, did I plagiarize Mickey Mouse from someone I saw in Japan? Goes to Japan to find out, and shit gets insane. Got a French volume of Kenshin, and I gotta say, it's such a beautiful print. I'm very jealous of the French manga game. In, I believe, Chinese volume of Dragon Ball, a big stack of Reborn. I got half of these for like $0.25, and then I got the last 6 off of eBay for like $20. And also got the Reborn art books and the character book. 3 Japanese volumes of Zombie Powder, which I talked about in the Bleach video. Go watch that if you want to know more about Zombie Powder. a big stack of Bleach volumes that I got for $1 each, which honestly, I fucking love having these. The original Japanese covers of Bleach are so much better than the English ones, so yeah, these are great. For $1 each, perfect, fuck yeah. A 3-volume Chibi Baki spin-off manga. I haven't actually read it, but Baki rules, so I got it. Read Baki. 3 random fairy tale volumes, a pocket-sized Fist of the North Star volume, and 1 English printed volume of Gone. The sketch art book by Terada Katsuya. Not much really to say here other than Terada Katsuya's art fucks. I'll link his Instagram below. Good shit, so I got the book for that. So I think Worst got like 3 volumes printed over here before that company just was like, nah, no more of it. But I do know that Worst is a sequel spin-off to, is it Crows? I want to say Crows. I could be wrong. I'll look that up. But I know Crows comes first if that's the right one. So I'll read that first and then get to Worst. But I saw this for like 10 bucks on Amazon and just went ahead and grabbed it. I think I made this joke last year, but Azumanga Daioh is like melded in my mind as being permanently attached at the hip to fucking AMV hell. And if you're too young to know what AMV hell is, it was anime memes before anime memes, and sometimes memes should stay buried. But Azumanga Daioh is really good though. Thumbs up to it. So I haven't read Cherry Magic, but my girlfriend has, and I know the plot of it is basically, I think a 30-year-old virgin is like, man, this sucks, I'm a 30-year-old virgin. But then he gets mind-reading powers and reads the mind of like one of his male co-workers, and the male co-worker's like, I'd like to fucking get up in there. And the virgin guy's like, being gay. Maybe that could be a concept. And I think it goes from there. Sounds really interesting, I'm down with that.
I also haven't read I Think Our Son is Gay, but my girlfriend has, and her review of it is, they should just call it, yeah, my son.
One of the sleeper hits of 2022 for me, Ragna Crimson. This is one of those ones I saw at Barnes & Noble and looked at and was like, this looks a little edgy. I don't know about it. I'll come back some other time. And eventually I grabbed the first volume because I can't help it. Eventually the edge grabs me. I thought the initial setup of the plot was interesting. You know, super strong girl and really pathetic guy, and a violent world full of dragons doing whatever they want. And sometimes the dragons get so strong they become anime-looking human people instead. The super strong girl and the super wimpy guy are about to die when all of a sudden the wimpy guy gets a vision from the future and he's like, yo, it's you from the future. I have been killing dragons my entire life and am now about to die. I didn't get my job done, but you can. Take my power from the future, protect the girl, and kill all the fucking dragons. Very excited to see where this one goes. I think the manga's supposed to be ending recently, which sounds a little sudden, honestly, but we'll see where it goes. I like it a lot so far. The first volume of Ryuko. I don't actually know much about this one. I think it's just like 2 volumes if I saw right, but the art in it was really good, so I grabbed it. Look at that. Looks pretty. Yeah. My girlfriend's like small sublime section here. You got Jackass, you got Given, and you got 10 Count. And I guess, does I hear the Sunspot factor into that too, even if it's by a different publisher? Either way, just some of her random BLs. I don't even know if she's read any of these yet, because she was waiting for half the series to finish, but yeah. First few volumes of Hinamatsuri, the story of a Yakuza guy who finds a little girl from the future and she ends up causing all kinds of fucking problems for him. Oh, and she also has psychic powers because fuck you. No, this is supposed to be a really solid comedy manga. I got these first 4 off Right Stuff at some sale years ago and just haven't got to it yet, but heard good things. 2 volumes of Gunslinger Girl. I don't actually know shit about Gunslinger Girl, I just know it's a classic and I saw these 2 volumes at half price for $2 and grabbed them. Yeah, one day. Got these 3 volumes of how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom off a good deal on Right Stuff a while back too, and I don't know anything about it other than it's a light novel that got a manga, but I've heard that the manga is a fucking stellar adaptation of it. I know the manga's still ongoing, so there'll probably be a part 4 of this at some point, so I'll just wait until I get that, but yeah, this art looks really good. Heard nothing but good things.
I don't know anything about anime other than I bought it while I was watching Isaac, and so I was like, oh yeah, I'm on like this animation creation.
The one lone volume of City Hunter I've been able to find, printed by fucking Raijin Comics back in God knows when, what, the late 90s probably? I want to talk about Raijin Comics on this channel one day. Such an interesting little thing. This brand that tried to be Shonen Jump's rivals here in America, and they got a couple of licenses, but yeah, it didn't pan out. But for City Hunter, I actually been watching the anime here recently because 80s aesthetic is my fucking jam. If you couldn't tell, I'm a big fan of pastel neon colors. They're all over this fucking channel. So City Hunter feels like someone made an anime with my design sensibilities in mind. I'm fucking loving it so far. City Hunter rules. Rio rules. Is he weird? Yeah, who gives a fuck? He still rules. this little Pez one-shot by Hiroyuki Asada, the creator of Tagami Bachi, which if you look through it and look at the color pages of the night sky and the colors used, yep, that's 100% obvious. I know Denpa had like a very limited run of these and they were about to run out and posted on their Twitter, hey, these are about gone, get yours while you can. So I did, it's really pretty, and I'll read it after I read Tagami Bachi. Slipped up and forgot to pre-order volume 2 of Heavenly Delusion and just still haven't got it yet. But I've heard a lot of really good things about this series. I know it's about kids living in some kind of small walled society being raised by robots, and then they end up leaving the walled society and going out into the post-apocalypse where shit gets wacky because they're looking for heaven. But the art in it looks really good and people online really like it, so yeah, I decided to pre-order it. Need to get the second volume here soon. Inside Mari is Shuzo Oshimi's take on body swapping, which in usual Freaky Friday situations, it's, oh no, I'm in your body, you're in my body, whoa, and wacky situations ensue. And in this one, it's a lot more horrifying and looks at like the actual realities of what the fuck would happen if you woke up in someone else's body and didn't know what the fuck was going on. Don't really think Inside Mari is one of Oshimi's best stories, but it's still really solid. I would give it a thumbs up. Damn it, I've still forgotten to order the second volume of Kaiji. I keep forgetting to do that. Everyone go out there and order all the volumes of Kaiji you can. We gotta support this series over here. We gotta make sure it all gets printed. The story of a man who instead of just getting a normal job would rather risk every single bone in his body being broken simultaneously. Kaiji's just a really fucking good time. The anime is one of the most nail-biting, intense, like, oh god, what are you doing? No, stop it things I've ever watched, and I really enjoy it, so I can't wait to actually read the manga. Need to watch Tonegawa too. I bought that Blu-ray but haven't watched it yet. Need to do that here soon. Gonna be honest, I don't even know really why I got these 3 volumes of Pleasure and Corruption. I pre-ordered them as they came out off Amazon like in 2018 or 19 or something and never even read them and forgot about the series, so I might check it out. Should I? Is it worth it? I don't know. Shino Can't Say Her Name is a one-shot by Oshimi about a girl named Shino who is like, I think partially mute and like she just stutters a lot and has trouble communicating or even talking a lot of the times, but ends up meeting people and growing through connections, and it's honestly not bad. It doesn't feel like one of Shuzo Oshimi's usual joints, but hey, for one volume, it's pretty good. Super Dimensional Love Gun by Shintaro Kago. So Kago's a weird artist, he draws really weird stuff, and I don't recommend this book to most people. I kind of can look at his art and go, ooh, that's interesting, even if it's fucking disgusting. But it's not something I could just recommend to most people. Here's some tame art of his. Can't show most of this book. Buy it at your own risk. Go Google it if you want. The girl with the Sanpaku eyes looked really cute, so I grabbed it at Barnes & Noble because I was like, oh hey, she looks like a cute design. And I'm pretty sure the story is about a girl who looks like a bitch, but she's not actually a bitch, but people think she's a bitch, but she just wants to be known. She's a friendly girl. Meant to grab more volumes of it as they came out and completely forgot, but yeah, this one looks really cool. The Full Set of Planets by Makoto Yukimura. So yeah, it's always weird to think about that before he did Vinland Saga, he was actually doing a space fiction manga. But I really do think if you read Planets and then read Vinland Saga and get to like the farmland, you'll be like, oh no, this makes total sense for Yukimura. This tracks, this makes sense. He seems like a very introspective and thoughtful dude, and I feel like Planets really captures every aspect of that perfectly. A lot of people complain about the new stuff in Vinland Saga and how the plots changed and progressed, and I'm gonna be real, if you read Planets, you probably would have expected this. Just a couple of random old Dark Horse Blade of the Immortal volumes. We'll talk more about Blade of the Immortal here in a bit, but I've got these right here. You might even notice like they're so old, some of them don't even have numbers for what volumes they are on the side, so I don't fucking know where they go in the story, but yeah, got some of these. Alright, I'm gonna do these two together. Got Seraphim Wings by Mamoru Oshii and Satoshi Kon, and then Opus by Satoshi Kon. I meant to have had these read already, but Right Stuff lost them in the mail for like a year and then they finally showed up, so I literally just haven't gotten around to them yet. But Mamoru Oshii and Satoshi Kon are both fucking legendary kings, so I have very high hopes for these manga, honestly. First volume of Seraphic Feather. I don't actually know anything about this one, other than it's an old Dark Horse printing and I found it for cheap, so I grabbed it. The Fooly Cooly Omnibus, which I actually still need to read. It has really interesting art style, but I've only ever seen the anime. You know, the anime that only has one season. And no more. Dark Horse, come on. What do I gotta do to get Eden It's an Endless World back in print? Who I gotta suck off? What do I gotta do? What am I doing here? Come on. I want this whole series on my shelf so fucking bad, and I don't want to pay $700 fucking for it. Please, come on, Dark Horse, hook it up. Hey, speaking of Isaacan, I got 2 volumes of the manga over here. There is more. Dark Horse is just taking fucking forever to print them all. But yeah, Isaacan, like, that was a 10 out of 10 anime. I would love another season of that so bad. The music, the characters, the stylistic choices they made for when they were talking about their animated ideas and they were diving into the pages and the ideas themselves. That's peak fiction. I need more of that. Need more of that ASAP. The manga adaptation of Space Battleship Yamato 2199. So I believe 2199 is actually a remake of the original Space Battleship Yamato series, and this is the manga adaptation of that remake. I'd actually seen the remake myself, but I grabbed this because, hey, Leiji Matsumoto's the shit, Space Battleship Yamato original is the fucking shit, so I do need to check out 2199 and see how it stacks up eventually. Volumes 1 and 2 of the Danganronpa 2 manga as told from the perspective of Nagito, and the first volume of the Ultra Despair Girls manga. So yeah, it's no fucking secret on this channel that I'm kind of a massive Danganronpa fan. Like, I think almost every video has some kind of reference to the series in some way, even if it's just music or this background I use non-stop. I'll talk about Danganronpa on this channel one day because it's kind of a very big deal to me, but when it comes to these mangas, I grabbed these first 2 because I was like, Danganronpa 2 from Nagito's perspective could be fun. I don't know, but I haven't actually read them. The Ultra Despair Girls one, though, I'm a lot more interested in because as much as I enjoy Ultra Despair Girls' story, I don't enjoy playing that video game. In fact, I hated it. But I did enjoy the story enough to where I'm like, alright, fuck it, let's see what the manga's got. And these covers are pretty dope too. So yeah, Danganronpa, I love it. Got one of the old single volumes of Hellsing, but just hold off on Hellsing. We'll talk more about that here in just a little bit. I fucked up and forgot to get volume 4 at some point, so that's my bad, but almost all of Mob Psycho 100. Well, that's out currently in English at least. They're still coming, Dark Horse still taking their time. I was trying to wait for all of these volumes to come out so I could actually read Mob because I've been anime only since the beginning of it, and man, Mob's a 10. That anime is something special. Can't wait for season 3 to come back here in just a couple weeks now. Really fucking shitty about Crunchyroll to straight up recast the dub voice actor because they don't want to deal with unions. That's really great, Crunchyroll, really good publicity. I sure do love the fact that this one company is slowly getting a chokehold on almost all of anime in the West. It's a really good thing, let me tell ya. God damn it, the only 2 volumes of Blood Blockade Battlefront I've been able to find all these years. We'll talk more about Trigun in a bit, but I have a whole Trigun video, so if you can't tell, I fucking love Night Out and his art and his stories, and it makes me so goddamn mad that there is no easy way to just read all of Blood Blockade Battlefront. Even more so that the series is still going with an entire sequel series, and that's not even remotely translated by anybody. It did thankfully get 2 banger anime seasons that even if they're mostly like anime only content that don't follow the manga, they're still really good. But man, I want to read this fucking manga. Please, somebody, Dark Horse, please. A couple of volumes of Legal Drug and 1 volume of Drug and Drop. So I've never read these myself, but I definitely grabbed these when I saw them at Half Price Books, specifically for the memory of when I was like 7 or 8 and walking through Books A Million's manga section back in the early 2000s looking around, and I would see these spines up on the shelf and go, wait a minute, ain't that a weed leaf on the side? Is that manga about drugs? Fucking 17, 18 years later, I still don't know, but I got some of these volumes, so I should find out here soon, huh? Scride's one of those animes you watch when you just want to see some fucking guys being dudes. I watched Scride because I was like, what the fuck is this? It was on Toonami and I don't know what it is, but it's streaming on Crunchyroll. Sure, I'll check it out. And ended up falling in a pit that I fucking loved. It feels like it's taking all these 2000s anime tropes and just stuffing them all into this super concentrated, edgy series. Following the story of a guy and his younger sister, living together on this island where people are quarantined because some dank shit happened on this island years ago, and now people just have, well, their stand powers is what they are, but they're not actually stand powers. And he's gonna fight back against this bullshit government keeping them here on this island, and he meets a rival character, and oh my god, this rivalry is the best. The bond between men, it almost makes me jealous at times. Oh yeah, but this is the manga adaptation of that anime. The anime came first. This volume is turned backwards because if it was facing the front, I would get banned from YouTube. Got the first Super Mega Adventure book because you gotta support the boys. The first volume of this series, and if you know what this one is, you know. And volume 1 of The Great Jahei-sama. I heard it was like Nagatoro, but I flipped through it and I don't know. It just didn't really grab me. May sell it, not sure. This volume of Nightmare Inspector and these volumes of Fallen Vampire I got in some random manga box that was part of a big sale, so I don't actually know anything about them, but I've got them down here. And in that same manga box was 2 volumes of Hikaru no Go. I can't lie and say I was actually interested in Hikaru no Go at first, but so many people have yelled at me online that even though it's a series about Go, which I don't have any interest in, it's still a very, very good manga, so I'll definitely add this one to the list. I'll check it out. That one shot about the Dragon Ball fan who gets hit by a truck and wakes up as Yamcha, but then realizes he knows the entire story of Dragon Ball and is like, I'm gonna kick Frieza's ass, and Yamcha becomes the hero. The first 3 volumes of Rosario plus Vampire, which, gonna be completely honest, are getting sold because I'm on the hunt for the box set. Rumor is that box set may be popping up here soon and I'm gonna buy that, and then these volumes are hitting the sell pile. You know, honestly, I still think about Act Age a lot. It had potential. It was recommended by every big Jump artist in the world. It was going places. This series, right now in 2022, could have been a pinnacle of Jump if the author, not the artist, the author, didn't hop on his bike and go groping girls down the road that one day. Very unfortunate for the artist because, like, she was very new into the scene and this manga was about to do fucking big numbers. It literally was on the process of doing that, then all that happened. Random volume of the old printings of Monster. I really like these old printings, so I ain't getting rid of it. Don't know what ES is, but it was in one of those manga boxes, so there it is. I'm standing on 1,000,000 Lives with something I got from one of those Right Stuff birthday sales, and gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna keep it. This one's probably getting sold. The Town of Pigs by Hideshi Hino, which I believe this is the first time this has ever been released in English officially, so shout out to Starfruit Books for securing that one. It's a really solid single volume horror story about a kid who wakes up one night and his town is being overrun by demon ogre people that are turning the townspeople into pigs, and can the kid escape? Yeah, it's only 1 volume, so you decide. Really fucking cool. I'm super glad to support shit like this as always. And from what it looks like, Starfruit Books is pushing extremely hard to get more and more horror manga licensed over here, which, as I've talked about throughout this video, yes, more horror manga please, thank God. Be sure to go support them on Twitter, or buy the books, whatever you gotta do. Shout out to Starfruit, can't wait to see where they go in the future. Don't know what Reiko and the Zombie Shop is, I just know it's an older Dark Horse series that I believe may be horror, and I saw the first volume for like $4 and thought, sure, I'll grab it, whatever. Art in it looks really good though, so yeah, that's a thumbs up for me. These Assorted Girl from the Other Side volumes, which, not gonna lie, are probably gonna get sold, not because I dislike the series, actually the opposite, it's being re-released in an absolutely fucking beautiful deluxe edition. I would have the first volume already if Amazon didn't absolutely destroy mine on the way, and when I requested another one, it just got lost in the mail and then they said we can't send you another, so I haven't bought it yet. But if you're gonna get into Girl from the Other Side, this is the way to do it. Fucking stellar quality. Shout out 7 Seas, you killed it with this one. A couple of random old Tokyo Pop Kingdom Hearts volumes. I've already talked about my opinions on Kingdom Hearts with the 358 manga earlier. I fucking love it. These manga specifically are completely fine, but I do think 358 over 2 is kind of the peak of all of the Kingdom Hearts manga, but these ones are good too. Still a thumbs up. And just sitting down here on the floor because I don't have anywhere else to put it right now. It's so fucking heavy, it's not like I could just put it on a shelf, so here it sits. The Big Pandora Hearts Ultimate Collection by Yen Press. I already did like a whole video where I opened it up and unboxing type shit where I really went in there. My opinion on it still stands. It is a lot of money for me to have gotten 2 volumes in here that are kind of like not in great shape, and it's such a tight fit. The edges kind of get a little bent on some of the volumes. I don't know, for upwards of like a $250 price point for it to not be immaculately perfect, I'm going to be a little critical. That's just how it's going to be. But when it comes to reading Pandora Hearts, it is a fucking fantastic way to do it, and it's a fantastic thing you should do because Pandora Hearts is a fucking 10. Absolutely not saying much about Pandora Hearts in this video because I literally teased at the end of the Bleach video that a Pandora Hearts video was coming on this channel eventually, and I haven't gotten to it yet. That don't mean it ain't happening. Dragon Half is something very interesting that I feel like has been completely forgotten about over time. This super fucking goofy manga that basically makes fun of manga and anime that got an OVA that's like fucking stellar by Production IG, and like, oh my god, why does no one talk about Dragon Half anymore? The story of a half dragon, half girl trying to become a all girl and get rid of her dragon half so she can marry a guy named Dick Saucer. It's really fucking funny. It's really stupid. I don't know. I like it. Watch it, read it. It's pretty cool. Alright, so Servamp is one of those series that I would see all the time at Barnes & Noble, and I'm like, but that's got like 15 or 16 volumes now. Someone's got to enjoy it, right? It's got to be worth something. But never actually grabbed any or paid too much attention to it until I'm on Mercari one day and see all these volumes for like 30 or 40 bucks with free shipping. And to me, free shipping, cheap is basically, yeah, I'll buy it. I don't care. Flipping through it, looks like an action series with really good art, so yeah, I'm glad I got these first 8. I'll keep an eye on when it ends or final arc or whatever and then check it out. So, Blank Canvas by Akiko Higashimura. Like I've said before, author of Tokyo Terroreba Girls and Princess Jellyfish, this is the series by her I say read after you've read that other stuff. All the manga-ness taken out of it, it's actually just straight up an autobiography of Higashimura's growth from a shit kid in art school to becoming an actual manga artist who has multiple famous series under her belt. So since it's very much like her autobiography and how she got to where she is now, I definitely think you should read some of her other stuff and get to know who she is through her writing before she literally tells you who she is through her writing. I can never take BL Metamorphosis seriously, and it's honestly my own fault because I've played Symphony of the Night so many times. Whenever I see the word metamorphosis, my brain instantly just goes, Dark Metamorphosis! And then I just start laughing and move on. I think I said it last year and I'll say it again this year. This series sounds really sweet. It's about a young girl and an older lady bonding over their love of boy love together. But just like I said, if it ends with the old lady dying, that's gonna be pretty fucking depressing. Happy Kaneko's killer life is what if the biggest goofball girl in the world accidentally ends up becoming a pretty competent assassin. I haven't actually read it yet, but my girlfriend's been up to date on it, and her review of it is animal puns out of 10. 3 random volumes of Maiden Abyss that I picked up at half price a couple years back. It's one series I've been meaning to get on for like years now and just haven't done it. I know it's supposed to have a fantastic anime adaptation and I've heard the manga's also amazing. I do know it's supposed to have some questionable stuff in there, but I'm not too sure about what it is because I've not looked too deep. But every time Maiden Abyss comes up, people always appear out of the woodwork to be like, whoa, hang on a minute, there's some shit in here that's questionable, so well, we'll find out, I guess. First volume of My Senpai is Annoying. I've actually only seen the anime for this. I fucking loved it. That anime was a great time. I can't wait for another season. And then saw that the manga, or maybe it's a webcomic, I'm not sure, but saw that the manga was actually in like mostly full color and was like, oh, that's pretty neat. I'll grab this first volume. Haven't actually read it, still anime only, but hey, that anime's a banger. The one-shot volume called My Brain is Different. It's a short story compilation following I think about like 9 or 10 people that all have different developmental disorders and kind of like shows what it's like navigating their daily lives and dealing with people in honestly Japan, where mental illness is still kind of looked at very differently, and there's not exactly like a very general understanding of how broad that spectrum can be for a lot of people. So it follows these actual real stories of real people that are trying to just navigate their daily lives. It's very down to earth and heartwarming, and while like there are some parts of it that are definitely sad because of the subject matter it deals with, I think if you have people in your life that these types of disabilities make it apply to, you would probably get something out of it. Motherfucking Machi Maho, I messed up and accidentally made the wrong person into a magical girl. Going by pure assumption, it sounded like a series where for one reason or another, a girl got magical girl powers and uh-oh, you kinda picked the biggest badass you could have picked and she's going wild. Art in it goes extremely hard, and I've seen a couple of people on Twitter praising it, so yeah, I grabbed the first one and I'm gonna get a couple more because look at this looks raw. Volumes 1 and 2 of Magical Girl Saite that I got in a manga box like years. First volume of the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. Picked this one up from recommendation on Twitter. I know it's a harem manga where apparently it has 100 girls to go for the guys, so I mean, that's a pretty bold fucking premise. I can't say I'm not interested. We'll see how it plays out over time. All 5 volumes of Getter Robo Devolution. And personally, I like Devolution. I have definitely seen criticism sent towards it that is 100% fair. And there are elements about the actual ending itself that not the biggest fan of when it comes to Getter Robo as a whole, but I think it's really solid, and I think the art is so fucking beautiful that it like transcends itself a bit to where I'm like, alright, yeah, you can kind of had some bad elements and I don't care because look at that art. It's basically a soft reboot of Getter Robo that starts to do its own thing as it gets later on into the story, and the things it does can definitely be a hot topic, but I enjoyed it. I definitely could see the problems, but I enjoyed it. For some reason, one of my most anticipated Denpa releases this year, the first volume of Vampires. I don't even really know anything about it other than it's Vampire Yuri, but something about the cover, I looked at it and was like, I want this. I want all of this. I will read this as soon as I have all of it. So yeah, I'm gonna keep buying this one because I don't know, something about it really brought me in. All 3 volumes of Rainbow in Black. I haven't read this one, but my girlfriend has. It's about a super down, depressy type girl who one day finds a cute little thing and just they hang out and have cute little adventures together. That's literally really it. It's just 3 volumes, so if you want a cute adventure with this thing, there you go, that's it. The first 3 volumes of My Androgynous Boyfriend. Another one my girlfriend's read. I believe it's about 2 people who are in a relationship where the boy is very androgynous. I don't think he's actually gender neutral or anything. I think he's just very androgynous in the way he dresses, which of course leads to miscommunication and mishaps. But from what I hear, the series is actually like super heartwarming and takes on like the idea of gender bending clothes and acknowledging queerness in a really positive way. So I think it's gonna be a big thumbs up. I haven't read it, but my girlfriend and other people online really like it.
Secretly, I've been suffering about being sexist. It's a simple one-shot volume about basically
Alright, the Nagata Kabi corner with My Solo Exchange Diaries 1 and 2, my lesbian experience with loneliness, and my alcoholic escape from reality. Nagata Kabi is an artist who basically does extremely personal real-life stories that are honestly intense and very relatable, and I bet a lot of people would not like, but they're drawn in such a cute and unassuming art style that they trick people into being like, oh well, it just is adorable, and then actually you're depressed. Extremely strong writing, very personal stories. I absolutely recommend everything she does. Very good stuff. First volume of Nirvana. I picked it up at half price for like $3 years ago and thought, hey, it's got cool art. That's really all I know.
I married my best friend to shut my parents up is literally exactly what it sounds like. A girl whose parents won't stop
Yo, real shit. Cezanne and Comic Girl fucking rules. Completely full color one shot with this absolutely beautiful, almost watercolor art style about a guy named Cezanne in space who ends up meeting a weird, crazy comic girl named, I think it's Mina if I remember right, who's on like a fucking goofy scooter and they go off into space together and have adventures and shit from there takes off fast and goes across a gigantic spacefaring adventure in this full, beautiful art style. It's so good. I recommend the fuck out of it, and if you're curious for more about the art and the artist herself, peep this Archipel video. I use Archipel videos all the time when it comes to my videos. My Shaman King video would not be near as good if their Shaman King video didn't exist. Go sub to them, thumbs up. Gal Gohan takes 2 of my favorite tropes and combines them, that being gal girls and cooking. Nah, real shit, it's just a manga about a gal girl learning to cook to impress her teacher, which is definitely a little, yeah, but it is really cute and has really strong art, so I enjoy it. I can't help it. Don't know too much about The Country Without Humans other than I looked at this art while I was in Barnes & Noble and was like, ooh, I like that a lot, and grabbed the first 2 volumes. I'll keep an eye on it once I hear it's over or has more volumes or just hear more about it. I'll check it out, but until then, that art is really interesting. So my girlfriend had got this volume of Kageki Shojo thinking it was just a cute one-shot thing, but then she saw there was like other Kageki Shojo stuff and wasn't sure if it's like a prequel, a sequel, or whatever, and was just like, I'll wait until all of that is done before I even touch this one. So that was like a year ago, so maybe it's all out now and we're just, I don't know, but yeah, that will come and then we'll get to this one, yeah. So whenever in my head I think of like mid-2000s aesthetics, which are things like Eminem, rap rock, and jean shorts, the 2 anime I specifically think of from this time are one series we'll talk about in a bit, and the other being Sayuki. Just this super over-the-top, edgy, pretty boy action where it's like, it's kind of garbage honestly, but there's something so endearing about it. I don't know, it's the same way I find Limp Bizkit endearing. What are you gonna do? Fuck you, sue me. The series did just get a hardcover re-release by Kodansha that I think has like a new translation and color pages, but I don't know if it covers Reload too, so I need to do more research into that, but those hardcovers do exist if you want them. But yeah, Sayuki's cool shit, bro. got the first volume of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid because everyone on Twitter was screaming about how good the anime was, and I didn't have time for the anime, so I thought, now I'll grab the volume and read it, like I have time to read the fucking volume. Art in it looks really good, it's supposed to be a really great story. May just check the anime out because I don't know, I'm short on time, but people like this one. I don't know, I'll check this series out in some way eventually. Getting fit with anime chicks, it's how heavy are the dumbbells you lift. Really simple premise of a girl who's starting to eat a little bit too much food is like, ah damn, I'm getting out of shape, and goes to a gym to kind of, you know, find a trainer and get back in motion. Turns out this gym is full of athletic freaks and everyone here is insane. And also there's a lot of cute girls because yeah, that's how it has to be, you know. Not sure how actually accurate the fitness and weightlifting and all that types of tips are in it. Like I don't know, I'm not the biggest fitness guy. I ain't about to sit here in front. But the manga's really cute and the anime goes hard. I listen to this OP all the time for fun, so I like this one. What can I say? The first 2 volumes of the High Rise Invasion 2-in-1s that 7 Seas is putting out. I haven't read High Rise Invasion. I do know it's some kind of like maybe a battle royale type survival series in a place that's just nothing but skyscrapers, it seems like. And everyone's running around wearing masks. I don't actually really know what's going on. I grabbed these first 2 on sale a while back and was meaning to get to it. I haven't seen anyone talk about it online in a few years, but I did see some people talking about it back in the day, and those opinions were pretty mixed, so whatever. I'll check out these first 2 and see if I want to keep going. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I know weebs get mad at me every time and I don't care. I Wanna Eat Your Pancreas is the worst name ever for something that's actually genuinely very good. See people doing backflips all the time. They'd be like, well, it's a Japanese name. I don't care. It's stupid. Fuck you. Story itself is actually really good. Guy and a girl romance, the girl has pancreatic cancer, and hey, it's only 1 volume, so you can make your own conclusions about how things go. Very somber, very sweet. Okay, so I know Infinite Dendrogram is a light novel series that's been going for a while now that I've seen a lot of good things about. Thumbs up to it, apparently. The reason I have these 4 volumes is because the art in it is done by Kami Amai, the same guy I talked about earlier who made that series Magai Mono that was canceled in 2 volumes, whose art I really loved. So I looked at what else he had published and actually put out over the years, and his biggest series, Needless, actually has no official translation. But he did do the art for this series, which happened to be in a 4-pack sale on Right Stuff for their birthday during all this time, so I thought, fuck it, I'll grab it. Haven't read it yet and don't know anything about the light novel, but it's his art, so I know I'll at least think it looks pretty. Picked up this full set of Soul Liquid Chambers off of eBay a couple of months back because I've looked at the covers and saw some of the art in it and thought, yeah, that looks pretty solid, sure. And if I remember right, I believe it's by the artist of Dance of the Vampire Bun, which I've already talked about being interested in, so well, yeah, I grabbed it. Looks solid. So I mentioned Spirit Circle earlier as going, yo, that's something I really like and I want to check out other things by the artist, and yeah, it's really fucking good. Without saying too much, it's basically about the rivalry between a guy and a girl throughout their reincarnations of time, having links that connect each other like all throughout their pasts, and man, it's really interesting. This is a very good story and holy fuck, it makes me sad. I like Spirit Circle a lot. It's a big recommend. Just check this one out. Thumbs up, go this one, yes. Haven't actually started it yet because I just got it like a month ago, but I know the premise is basically for some reason a bunch of people have been like shrunken down to super microscopic level and are trying to survive the world as, oh my god, everything is huge and we're about to be crushed by cats and shit. It's basically a horror manga. I flipped through some of the art and was like, oh shit, that looks pretty intense, so yeah, I want to check this one out. Need to find volume 6 ASAP. Monster Guild, the Dark Lord's No Good Comeback. If I remember right, this one is about a evil demon lord who is fighting a legendary hero, and every time he kills the hero comes back to life, so he can't actually ever stop him until eventually he gets beaten and is then reincarnated as some wimpy no good guy and has to like build up a crew and come back and kill the hero and take over the world again. Except now he's super weak and the crew he's recruiting is a bunch of dipshits, so you know. Art in it went really hard when I flipped through it, so that was enough to make me go, yeah, sure, I'll check it out, we'll see. Man, I don't know, I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. Something like the Misfit of Demon King Academy doesn't sound like the type of thing I'd usually just jump on. That title alone is like a very basic isekai demon reincarnation setup, and I was just like, whatever. But I don't know, something about the art and the covers, I don't know, something about it just kept pulling me towards it while I was at Barnes & Noble and I finally grabbed it. This one-shot volume called Bus Gamer by Kazuya Minekura, the creator of Sayuki. The general plot was about the main characters competing in these bus games and winning CDs to get paid, but the magazine it was in actually ended up going under when it was on like the 10th or so chapter. And while Minekura has been like, I would like to come back to the series, she never actually has, so yeah, it's just this one volume thing. It's pretty cheap if you can find it out there, I think. 2 random volumes of the Battle Royale manga. You know, does like Tokyo Pop still just own the license for the Battle Royale manga and they're not doing anything with it? What's going on with this series? Like, Battle Royale kind of changed the face of media in ways that people don't really talk about, because like Fortnite doesn't exist without this story. I don't know, it's weird that this story is still locked away in a Tokyo Pop vault and everything in the world is now aping off of what it started. But yeah, if you like Battle Royale class survival type stories, this is the OG, you should probably check it out. After the recent Tokyo Pop reprints from earlier this year, I finally have all of Aria the Masterpiece. I was lucky enough to get a couple of these volumes back before they were just like completely unavailable everywhere, and I knew the story was about like a girl who piloted a gondola or something in like the town of Venice, but it's actually on Mars and it's just an imitation of Venice, and I was like, that sounds really fucking cool, I want to know more about that. But I could never find half the volumes until now, so hey, I should probably hurry up and read this one, huh? When I mentioned Sayuki earlier and said there was 2 series that stuck out as like that 2000s edge in my mind, the other one was Get Backers, the story of 2 dudes who get shit back. I've never actually read all of Get Backers or seen all of the anime, but I do know it's about 2 dudes who are strong as shit and their whole thing is we'll get you back whatever you lost, and it's almost 100% positive we'll do it, I swear we got you. And that's really all I knew, and I was like, alright, that's a goofy premise, but it went on and on and on, so hey, it might be good, I don't know, we'll find out one day, because that edge, yeah, that's pretty good. The first 2 and volume 3 is actually in the mail. It's definitely already here by the time this video comes out. But all of Imenon. Gonna be real, I don't know anything about Imenon other than between Manga Crash and Sarate on Twitter. Yeah, people have been yelling about this one being really good for quite a minute, so I was like, yeah, all 3 volumes are finally available by Dark Horse, and since Dark Horse only feels like printing 1 volume of something every 3 years, I should probably get it now before I have to wait even longer. Excited to start it because the cloud it has online is very positive and people whose opinions I trust on things like it, so yeah. Alright, so anyone out there that's watched this far into the video, which thank you by the way, have any of you read Saint Seiya Santia Show? As a big Saint Seiya fan, I've been looking at this one for a minute and been like, I should probably check it out. I haven't ever really heard bad things about it, but I haven't heard really any good thing. I don't hear any things about it. I've never heard anyone really talk about it, so as a big fan of Saint Seiya, should I check it out? Is Shojo Saint Seiya good? I don't know. Not able to get the complete set because finding half the volumes is impossible, but a whole lot of My Monster Secret, which in my opinion is easily one of the best romance manga there is out there. Main character guy who literally cannot tell a lie because he's so fucking honest and he's really pathetic, falls in love with the quiet, mysterious girl in class who no one really knows too well, until he actually finds out she's a country bumpkin vampire and he has to keep her secret or else she's gonna have to move schools and well, they may start to like each other. The manga's full of insane dipshits, it's fucking hilarious, the art in it is beautiful, and it's genuinely very sweet. A legitimate romance 10 out of 10, peak fiction read My Monster Secret. Oh, don't watch the anime, that anime sucks. So I already kind of hated the way I had these organized. You had like regular GTO at the bottom, then these fat early year vertical comic reprints in the middle, and then 14 days of Shonen on top. And the reason I did that was because I thought it was release order based on how Tokyo Pop and Vertical Comics released them over here. Yeah, come to find out that's just incorrect as fuck. GTO The Early Years is actually called Shonan Junai Gumi and is the actual beginning of the GTO storyline, showing Onizuka as a teenager and where he got his start before leading in the GTO, which obviously is GTO, an incredibly popular fucking franchise. And then 14 Days in Shonen is actually late. That actually is a spin-off that came after. But the fact that GTO The Early Years is literally just the manga that came first and Tokyo Pop was too fucking coward to name it the actual what it is, that sucks. That confused the fuck out of me, and I would have read this completely wrong if I didn't find that out like 2 weeks ago. I've only ever seen GTO's anime and have been meaning to read the manga for a while now, and just found out that it's actually got this whole thing that came first, which that's not really a problem. I'm just glad I fucking found that out now, so yeah, gotta be reading The Early Years here soon, I guess. the first volume of Succubus and Hitman, and I believe there may be another one out that I just haven't grabbed yet. Not too sure what it's about other than a Succubus and a Hitman team up together and do some shit, and the art goes hard, and it's got the wrapper on it at the store, which means there's some good stuff in there. Definitely get the second volume and check it out here soon because yeah, this one looks pretty spicy and violent. That's good. The 2 English volumes that are out of My Dad is the Queen of all VTubers. My girlfriend read this one on the Azuki app a couple of months back and fucking adored it and grabbed the first 2 volumes that are out in English. It's actually only 3 volumes total, but it's a small print published series, so the 3rd volume's still a little ways out, but if you're interested in it, it can all be read online on the Azuki app, and my girlfriend fucking loves it, and she doesn't know a goddamn thing about VTubers, so if that says anything, I guess it's good. The first volume of Banya, the Explosive Delivery Man. And not gonna lie, volume 4 would be in this video if I didn't get shipped a shitty ass library copy that I'm kind of not even that happy with and may just replace with another one. Fuck off, people that say books are very good or like new in listings and give me a goddamn library copy. But yeah, I've heard this one recently recommended on Twitter by Sarate, and I was like, ooh, that art looks pretty good. 5-volume manhwa by Dark Horse from back in the day about a post-apocalyptic delivery man who has to fight all kinds of crazy gang raider bullshit while delivering packages across the wasteland. Sounds pretty fucking raw to me. So yeah, still on the hunt for the rest of the volumes before I check it out, but ooh, look at this, looks cool. I fucking said it last year and I'll say it again this year, I want to do something with Welcome to the NHK on this channel. Big fan of the original story, big fan of the manga, big fan of the anime. Where it's a Tokyo Pop printing, I'm not sure how easy these volumes are to find anymore, but I really do recommend it. About the fucking pitfalls of being a Hikoki Kokoki Hukokamori and being online too much and what it does to you. Obviously a lot more than that going on, but that's definitely a major fucking focus. Really good shit. The first 3 omnibuses of the Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Company. I know this one is about apparently people that can see spirits, and so they form a group together to basically help the spirits get over what's tying them down to this world and to pass on into the next life. And there may be more to it than just that, and I just don't know about it. And the reason I don't know about it is because, goddamn it, it took this long for Dark Horse just to finally reprint the first few volumes, and it's still going. As we now start to hit the Dark Horse section of things, you will now start to hear more complaints. That's just how it's gonna be. But yeah, this series looks really cool. The full set of I Am a Hero. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is something I probably would have bought on my own and got into because I had seen the art and was like, ooh, that looks cool. But I believe back in like 2016 when me and my girlfriend first got together and I was kind of like going, manga's pretty cool and anime's pretty cool. You should check these things out. Well, that's a whole nother world over here. One of the first things she actually bought for herself was the first volume of I Am a Hero, not knowing it was actually going to be like 12 omnibuses and it was still being released. So she was like, oh, I'll just wait then. Now all this time later, we finally have all of it and neither of us have actually read it. No, it's about a dipshit guy surviving a zombie apocalypse, but not gonna lie, every single opinion I see online goes, I like this series. Then they go, actually, I fucking hate this series, I wish it was over. So gotta say, I'm pretty interested in it. One of the kings of comedy itself, motherfucking Cromartie High School. Really happy I've been able to find at least 3 volumes of this series because fuck, I love this anime so much. I do legitimately think it is one of the funniest comedy anime there is. Like, if you like Pop Team Epic, you should definitely watch Cromartie because you'll get some good shit out of it. Has a really fucking good dub too. Like, Cromartie's so fucking good. Go watch it right now. Just go do it. Starting on the right side of this shelf because it's gonna lead into something, trust me. But first up we got Gantz, which, hey, motherfucking Oku, baby, the original thing that got a lot of us in there. I've never finished Gantz. I read the first 2 or 3 omnibuses when they came out and I saw some of the anime and didn't care much for the anime, but loved the manga so much. Then went and tried to read the online scans and could not find like decent online scans. They all had awful translations, I think, compared to the Dark Horse translations, which I'll be honest with you real quick, for as much as I shit on Dark Horse for their printing problems and things like that, their translation team is one of the best in the game. I think all of their manga have some of the best translations out of any other things out there, but that's just me. So yeah, that being said, I wanted to try and wait for the more official version because I like the dialogue more, and now I think I've got most of all of them, and I found some stuff online where I can read them. I'm good now, so I might just go ahead and go into Gantz before they finish, and then finish buying them because it's fucking Gantz, and Gantz is good. Decided to be nice and re-record this one instead of just straight up slandering Dark Horse. I saw that Oh My Goddess Omnibus 7 was getting its actual official release in 2023, so I basically spent my whole clip complaining about how you can only find the third omnibus and the rest are just completely out of print. But they followed up that announcement with the other announcement of, hey, we are reprinting the omnibuses, don't worry, we know. So, good on Dark Horse for that. I'll back up for now. We are getting Oh My Goddess reprints. Can't fucking wait to actually have them and read the entire series because, yes, this has been on the list for a long time. Honest to God, one of the kings of the entire collection, a whole lot of Trigun. Was able to get the first 2 original volumes and a lot of Maximum. Still missing a couple volumes, but it is what it is. I ain't about to drop hundreds on single volumes of Maximum. When it comes to Trigun, there's not much I can say that I didn't say in my 3rd ever video on this channel, which, hey, because of that trailer, that video ended up popping off and doing like wonders for my channel. So if you're here because of that video, hey, thanks, I appreciate you. That really helped me out a lot, like legit, thanks for that. And when it comes to the new anime coming out next year, I'm not gonna lie, I did watch the trailer at first with my arms folded going, I don't know about this. But as I've watched it over and over and over and over and over, I've grown a little bit more on it. There's things I definitely am not the biggest fan of, like, why is Vash's arm like that? I don't like the fact that his arm isn't covered in belts. Maybe it will be in the movie, but Vash's arm being covered in belts is one of my most favorite things. I also don't care much for the new sunglasses. I can get used to the fuckboy hair. It's gonna take some time, but I'll get used to that. The thing that matters most for animated Trigun is style and music. Music is going to be the most important thing for this anime for me. If they don't nail this fucking soundtrack, at least like the 90s anime, it's a 0 to me. Better nail that music. So when it comes to Old Boy, like almost everyone at this point knows about the old 2003 movie that fucking rules. A lot of people don't actually know that it's based off an original manga from back in the day. I think it was like 95 or 96 when it started. I've never actually read the manga because I didn't even know it had a manga until here recently. Finding the Dark Horse volumes is fucking killer by this point because imagine that. But yeah, Old Boy fucks, so I really want to read this manga and see how it stacks up to the movie because, yeah, the movie. The Big Complete Paradise Kiss volume. Paradise Kiss is by the creator of Nana Ayazawa and is kind of like her look into the fashion world. It's a very straightforward premise, but the best I can honestly say is if you like Nana, you'll fucking love Paradise Kiss. The art in it goes hard and it has her writing sensibilities and character strengths in it that are just really fucking good. 100% absolutely recommended. The one-shot volume of Gigantomaxia by Kentaro Miura, the motherfucking legend himself. So Gigantomaxia is something he released while Berserk was on one of its mini hiatuses, which of course made all the weirdo Berserk fans really mad because they're weirdos like, but you could be making chapters of Berserk instead! But who cares, Gigantomaxia goes fucking hard. Set in a far-off post-apocalyptic future where the post-apocalypse doesn't even matter anymore, it's just about wrestling, just big dudes fucking wrestling. If you like Kentaro Miura, you like hand-to-hand action, and you just like a good time, read Gigantomaxia. You won't fucking regret it. And lastly on the shelf leading into the bottom shelf, between all of the individuals and all the deluxe editions, have everything that's currently released in English of Berserk. Which when it comes to Berserk, man, what can I say at this point? I said it in last year's video to rest in peace to Miura and all that stuff, which it still applies obviously. And now here we are in 2022 and Berserk's back! I've read all of the current new chapters that are out, and I personally have enjoyed them. I definitely understand why someone would just be like, I'm good, or why they're gonna wait until it's over. Like, there's no right answer really with this, I feel like. I mean, of course, the most obvious answer is the series ends because the creator is passed, duh. But if it is going to continue and they're doing the things they're doing with the team they have, I mean, it is the best team that you could possibly get to do this, but it's Berserk. So who knows, man, we'll just have to see how it goes, I guess. For me, I'm going to keep reading and keep my hopes up and just see how it plays out. Like, don't get me wrong, if at the end of the day it's smarter to go, yeah, Berserk actually ended in the forest at that one chapter, you know, the one, then hey, we'll take that. That's not bad, that's a good place for the story to end. But I'm gonna have hope. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that whatever comes out of this ends up being a good ride. Who knows though, we'll see. Alright, so talking about that Barnes & Noble hardcover sale again, this one was actually just a couple of months back and was a buy one hardcover, get another one half off. And honestly, that was finally enough of an excuse to get the first two Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin volumes. I'd been wanting to get them forever, but the price always made me go, ugh. But hey, one half off, fuck it, I'll work with that. Now, if I've got my information right, I believe The Origin is a manga adaptation of the original 0079 story with some slight changes here and there. Before about halfway through, it's like, alright, we are now going to do a giant flashback arc showing Char and Sayla's full backstory, which, fuck yes, that's very good. I have been waiting years for that, so that alone was enough to make me want to check it out. And I believe that chunk of the story actually got animated. I know Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin exists, and it looks like it's just that part of the story made into an anime because 0079 already exists for the rest of The Origin. So yeah, really need to check this out because 0079 is still my favorite and Char's a goddamn hero, despite all the stuff. Two of the Blade of the Immortal Deluxe editions, which I'm not gonna lie, I am still a little ashamed that they're like the front-facing English editions. I think Samura worked directly with Dark Horse to make sure that those were good to release in the West, which is still really cool, but like, man, I'm still just not a big fan of it. I'd really like it to be flipped the other way in these gigantic books, but whatever, I'll cope. Need to grab them all and actually read the series, because once I finish this, I'll actually start shit like Wave and all the other stuff, because hey, I want to read his original thing first before I check out all the other stuff. Last but abso-fucking-lutely not least, the big deluxe editions of Hellsing, which like I just mentioned, I think may be my favorite of these deluxe edition releases. I think the red really pops and is super vibrant and fits what Hellsing is, but also has this really cool feel to it and look to it. It feels almost like an evil Bible you'd find somewhere in a catacomb, which makes fucking sense for what Hellsing is. I like it, I'm down with that. The story of the eternal vampire Alucard just being a goddamn sick motherfucker and destroying Nazis. What more could you ask for? It's fucking sleek, it's stylish, it's dark, it's violent, it's gritty. Hellsing is everything I like about a manga, just packed into like these 3 fat boys, or I think it's just, what, 10 volumes actually? So that's like a perfect length too. It also has that old anime, which, you know, has a filler ending, but I think that old anime is super fucking stylish. I like it a lot. I've always been a big fan. And then you have the OVAs, which I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually seen, but I know those OVAs go hard. Everyone loves them. I need to hurry up and watch them. So yeah, Hellsing fucking rules, dude. Check out Hellsing, goddamn. Yeah, I've got a bunch of comics and art books down here that I really wanted to go through, but this video is just so fucking long, so I'm gonna make a separate video down the line and actually go through a lot of my art books and talk about all this shit and show off some of the pictures that you might not be able to find online. Fuck the rules, I guess. In terms of manga down here, I do have a few things. The 2 High School of the Dead big full color books. If you're ever gonna check out High School of the Dead, you know, that anime with that boob shot in it, this is the way you should probably do it. Unfortunately, the series will never be finished, rest in peace the author, but these are still a really beautiful edition of the series and I'm really glad I was able to get them. The perfect edition of Clover by Clamp. I think Clover has an incredibly beautiful art style, but where the story was cut short, it makes absolutely no fucking sense, so I can't really recommend it to you. Absolutely beautiful though, good shit there. My Brother's Husband is a really sweet story of acceptance between a Japanese dad and daughter and his brother's husband, who his brother had just recently passed away, and he had come to Japan to meet his family, and it's just a really sweet, heartwarming story about them all learning to meet each other and acceptance and shit. The author himself is a fucking legend in the gay porn doujin industry, so if you're into that shit, you should go check out that shit, but if you want something sweet, check out this shit. Heaven's Door by Keiichi Koike, which I want to talk more about on this channel one day. I should probably do something with this, because it's basically a manga where one dude was like, I'm going to do a bunch of acid and then write stories, and he's been doing it for years, and he writes really interesting and cool shit. Go check out Last Gasp Publishing online. They sell it there. You can get it there. Good shit. Big fucking recommend. Alright, yeah, that was, a lot. Sorry it took so long, but also, it's better this way, isn't it? I've tried to count my total series and volume numbers more than once and always end up getting slightly different results, but after making full-ass data graphs and Excel sheets, I believe we have narrowed down the numbers to just over 3,000 volumes, with around 600 total individual series. God damn, that's a lot! And thanks for sticking around this long if you made it. Sorry, I do know I just be rambling a lot sometimes. More big manga videos are coming soon, and I swear to God, I will be getting into video game content too. I'm trying to just get my editing skills up more and more, and the manga videos really push my limits, so, you know. See you next time, hit all the shit below, and most importantly, take it easy.